games with your crossed wires. I may even share your twisted desires, but never go out of my way to see you fall. Oh, do you remember when you came to me on the outside looking in? You pitched your tent, stole my shit, and it hit the road again. You never did nothing without an angle down below, like everyone else, only so much more so. Never go out of my way to see you fall. You can trash my songs, forget my lines, drink of my women, steal my wine. You can claw your way to the bloody top, but never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way to see you. I'd never go out of my way to see you fall. I guess it's just a matter of a couple of degrees between standing on your belly and crawling on your knees. Remember you and your demons showing up at the door, a bottle of Herradura at 3:45. I cared for you when you didn't even know yourself. Man, I helped you become somebody else. Still, I'd never go out of my way to see you fall. You can trash my songs, forget my lines, drink of my women or steal my wine. You can claw your way to the bloody top, but I'd never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way to see you fall. Songs, forget my lines, drink of my women, steal my wine. You can claw your way to the bloody top. The only one there is going to be you, and for a while you may even be happy too. But it's true, we always get what we deserve. Got you. Trash my songs, forget my lines. You can drink of my women, steal my wine, claw your way to the bloody top, but I'd never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way. I'd never go out of my way.
Well, I live in the swamplands on the southern side of town, and I swear as I stand here that it's slowly bringing me down. 'Cause I work real hard, work 2 jobs, try to pay my bills, Lord, cut my yard, but that don't seem to get it. No, there's no hope in sight. So I'm making a request, Lord, if you think you might get me out of Gomerville, 'cause I can't take another day. Yeah, if it takes a pound of flesh or a pint of blood, that's the price I'll have to pay. Well, there's this fella that lives behind me. Looks like one of the members of 38 Special. And they say there's bullet holes in the master bedroom. And frankly, this guy scares me quite a bit. Well, I love my kids and I like my wife. I hate my job and right now I hate my life. So I'll send up a flare up into the night. And you do what's fair, Lord, you do what's right. Get me out of Gomerville, 'cause I can't take another day. Yeah, if it takes a pound of flesh or a pound of blood or family jewel, that's a price I'll have to pay. Yeah, go on, get me out of Gomerville.
Hey man, what's going on? Hey cats and kittens, what's hot, what's hip, what's happening? Just thought I'd come out for a second, see what's up. However, you know the real reason I decided to do a show today? Huh? Come on, use your imagination. If you're new here, you don't know. Why shouldn't you be new here and done a show in a million years? Might be doing them every day again soon. Might not. However, if you were here before, then you know how much I enjoy when people fall off mountains or get attacked by a wild animal or basically do something really stupid out in nature. You know, climbing a mountain, whatever. Hold on a second here. Sorry, I'm sharing this thing because, you know what happens. So, yeah, that's what's going on. I'm sharing it. Okay, so there's a news story that was going on about the last, I don't know, maybe 10 days, a week, that I didn't get on and talk about, that I'm dying to talk about. Because this may be the best example of idiots climbing mountains and stuff that I've ever seen. James Huff Massia says, welcome back, Tom. Thank you, James. Tyler Schollenberger, who I believe is from the Quad Cities. And, you know, I always thought I'd see more wheelchairs in the Quad Cities. Anyway, I think he works at Amazon. I just got some stuff from Amazon, and frankly, Tyler, I hope you appreciate this. Every time I get something from Amazon, I imagine that, hey man, maybe this exact package passed through the hands of Tyler Schollenberger. Now, I don't always do that, because sometimes I can follow the tracking and see that, well, no, indeed it has not come from the Davenport, Iowa. What are the other ones? Rockford, Des Moines? I don't know what they are, but there's 4 of them. And I always thought I'd see more. Whatever. So, of course, you know what happened. Let's kick this off the right way and give credit where credit's due. I'd like to say congratulations. Congratulations to the Titanic. Still finding ways to kill rich people for the last 111 years. That's a good record. But let's look for a second at this minivan they went down in. There's a whole bunch of stuff that a fool would have been made aware of and said, I'm not getting in that and going down there. The second I heard about this news story, and some of you may be aware of the fact that I used to be a news anchor. I love the news. And I heard about this, can't find them. And one of the things in the article said that they lost contact about an hour and 45 minutes into their however many hour descent. 2-hour descent. So they're almost down there. They're 7/8 of the way down there. And they said they lost contact there. And I immediately turned to the person next to me and said, they're all dead. And that's when people started, and people don't have the acres of free time that I have to understand things like this. They said, well, maybe it's just dented or damaged a little bit. And my response to that was, that's so funny. Because that's the way I am. Oh, man. There we go. You have to understand the pressure. When you're in a submersible vehicle, first of all, it's got to be airtight, watertight. But second of all, at sea level, on the surface of the water, that's called an atmosphere. It's one atmosphere, and it's a pressure upon you. It's on you right now, depending on where you live, above or below sea level. But it's 14.7 pounds per square inch. That's what we all put up with every day. The water pressure at the depth of where the Titanic was, which is like 400 atmospheres, is 6,000 pounds per square inch. That means that if you know anything at all about engineering, that vehicle, that craft, cannot, almost by definition, experience a minor change in shape or dent or crimp, because once a minor one happens, that pressure is so great that everything catastrophically fails around it. And that's why I said, before I knew from the news, they're all dead. But don't worry, they died instantly. Like, that amount of pressure just, boom, done. Those guys were turned into tomato bisque instantaneously. Why would you do that? Why would you go down there? What are you going to say when you get back? Hey, I went down and saw Titanic. So did I. It was on a camera. Robotic. Lee Law is listening tonight from County Galway in Ireland. Hey, Lee Law. Loves me some Ireland. But does anything beat the Wrexham story? It's so beautiful. Anyway, Dark Templar's here. Yeah, Dark Templar. Tyler Schellenberger says, I will forever refer to the Titan I'll say submersible as the SS Pringles can. That thing's only 22 feet long. My car is 17 feet long. Okay, let's get to the next thing. And this is great. Those guys were sealed in... Oh, by the way, there will be no video of me today. I don't even have the camera hooked up. But personally, I don't know why people need to see my face on camera anyway. I'd prefer not to have it. Here, I'll do this just to make it a little more official. Okay, so imagine this. You show up and you get into something that's about the size of a minivan. And there's seats in it. Incidentally, the seats have no belts or restraints in them, which will become important later. There's a little private chemical toilet. You got 96 hours of air, and you got some sandwiches for the 10-hour trip, or however long it's going to last. You get into this thing. Just getting in it, the opening isn't very big. But you clamber in, the walls are, bereft of anything except some electronics. But inside, it's been reported to be somewhat experimental in terms of the fact that everything looks kind of MacGyvered. Experimental's one thing. MacGyvered, that's a whole nother thing. So you have to crawl in through this tiny opening. You're in there with 4 other people. And you know how they shut the opening? The opening, by the way, is the window in front. You know how they shut that baby up? There's 17 bolts that they bolted in from the outside. And now you can't get out. Someone has to physically let you out. So let's just say this submersible, which doesn't have any GPS, only communication it has is text messages to the ship that took them out there. Even, like say they go to the bottom and they have this problem, and now they can't communicate for some reason. But they do manage to come to the top. By the way, this particular craft had a feature built into it that would cause it to surface after 24 hours if certain conditions weren't met. So that means after 24 hours, and they didn't hear them, didn't see them, didn't everything else, they could have still been somewhere, but they probably would have come to the top of the ocean. By the way, painting that thing white, or however they did the outside of it, really bad idea. Both at the bottom of the sea, if they're looking for you, because they're just showing lights down there. It's super dark, so they have small areas they can look at. And you've seen this footage before. When they're close up on something, it's all white. And then if you're on the top of the ocean and something that's white, please. So even if they've gotten to the top and they ran out of their 96 hours, they're going to die in there because nobody can open it. Almost all similar vessels have and incidentally, this goes back to like Gus Grissom, Gemini, Apollo days. When those capsules came down, those doors were sealed, bolted, but they had a thing that would explode it out. Well, they didn't have that. So even if they managed to somehow get to the surface, they're dead anyway. The outside of it Now, if you just see like the normal shots of it, it looks okay. But if you see it on the platform with all the ballast and everything else, man, there are wires and cables on the outside of that thing, and they're zip tied onto the side of it. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know how many zip ties can withstand the strain of 6,000 pounds per square inch. Just saying. Just saying. And entanglement. If they're going through rocks and other things, you could easily get hung up on some. So, I don't know what makes people pay $250,000 to get into that death trap. Truth of the matter is that this Stockton Rush, the CEO of OceanGate, the company that owned the Titan, he was trying so hard to make this like SpaceX that he lowered the price, because the price of traveling is, first and foremost, to refund the company. Everything that's created from an engineering standpoint has what they call an operational lifespan. Your car has one. Your refrigerator has one. Well, guess what? Deep sea submersible vessels also have one. And man, you can't take those down more than a couple of times. Lloyd Mongol quite rightfully says, why would anyone assume this thing was safe in the first place? You got that right, especially when the CEO of OceanGate is saying things like, this safety crap is really slowing us down. Oh, by the way, he also fired all the 50-year-old guys that were super smart at this, because they're expensive, and hired a bunch of really young, out-of-school people. I mean, we all have heard, well, maybe you haven't. They steered this thing with an Xbox controller or a Nintendo Game Boy controller on Bluetooth. They didn't even bother to hardwire it on Bluetooth. So, most of these vessels that are created, I think all of them except this one, use high-grade tungsten and various other metal alloys. They're extremely strong. And those types of metal also have when pressure is exerted on them, they distribute that pressure equally and evenly across a certain area. And that's okay, because that kind of metal is the same strength everywhere. Because if you have something that is not the same strength in a place, that's the first place it's going to fail. It's weaker. There's also hundreds of years of engineering information and data about how metals react and best way to construct things that are going to be experiencing this much pressure. This one was made with carbon fiber, and there's really not that much data or experience with that. So the main section of the tube, just the tube part, was made of that, and then the ends were made of metal alloy. Oh, incidentally, the ends were epoxied onto the tube. Now, look, I laugh, but the truth is that they send things into space that are epoxied. I mean, epoxy resin is amazingly strong and stuff, but space and the bottom of the ocean may be the most formidable environment for humans to conquer, because of the fact when you're in the air, the pressure is, that pressure, that just crushing pressure, is extremely unforgiving. So, Metal Maiden Vicky's here. Hey, Metal Maiden Vicky, how you doing, girl? Tyler Schollenberger says, the 19-year-old kid didn't want to go and was terrified of doing it, but was pressured into going by his dad for a Father's Day 2 quote-unquote bond, according to reports. Dude, you spent $250,000 to take your kid down in a death trap. I'm thinking Vegas. You know what you and the kid could have done in Vegas with a quarter? Come on. Dark Templar says you'd think they could afford something better than a Nintendo Game Boy controller with the billionaires on board. I know. Hey, that's not... There was like 3 billionaires on board. You couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting a billionaire. Bottom of that thing. None is asking, is this live? Ask your mother. Dark Templar says some people may get pleasure from being instantaneously crushed at the bottom of the ocean. It was instantaneous too. Well, I mean, that's the... We all have hobbies. None of my hobbies will result in me being crushed into a paste. Just saying. Metal Maiden Vicky says, holy crap, Tom Gulley has returned. Very cool and welcome back. Well, I don't know if I returned. I'm just goofing around right now. But I think I should maybe return. I don't know. There hasn't been an outcry, has there? Lloyd Mongo says, good time to buy Logitech stock after this debacle. Yeah. That says, I don't think this is live. I saw this last week. Yeah, good for you. Good for you. Good for you, none. Ass wipe. So yeah, the carbon fiber. And it hold up too good. Okay, now. This was that vessel's 3rd or 4th trip. And because he was only charging $250,000, couldn't replace his ship as fast as he wanted to, which is weird because they were capitalized to like $37 million. But who knows where they were spending their money. They said they had deals with NASA and Boeing and everybody else, UCLA. All those places said, they didn't do anything with us. He was probably going to have to charge like $1.5 million in order to rebuild that ship at the rate that was necessary to not crush. But he didn't want to do that. So, a benefit of the doubt, I need to talk to you in person. Well, not in person, but on the phone. I've been thinking about what's going on with you so much, and it's got me so worried. And let's talk. I'll call you, or you can call me tonight or tomorrow or sometime soon. I will help you if I can. None says, yes, please return. Why do you want me to return? You're trolling me. Laura Craft Bay Onita says, hey, Tom. Do I know you, Laura? The Laura could know you, but the Craft Bay Onita, that ain't ringing any bells, toots. I just don't know what makes people want to do that. I mean, if you want to do it and you can do it, I mean, it's your life. But the climbing of the mountains and the other base jumping and let me go pet this bear, all that, I don't get it. Somebody was telling me, they're like, well, some people just need to live on the edge, live life a little fuller, a little freer than the rest of us. Like, I'm living a pretty full and enjoyable life here without dangling my yam bags over a 10,000 foot cliff or something. Dark Templar says, I could crush a submarine sandwich faster than the deep could. Well, depends on who makes the sub, I guess. Conservative Camel says, we missed you, Tom. I don't know if I know who you are. I don't think I've seen you in here before. But, so I don't know how you could miss me. But if you did, I'm sorry. Laura Craft Bayonita says, I sound sloshed. Well, I don't drink, so sorry. Oh, look. Will you ever fix the white artifacting in the title card of your show? I would do it free for you, Tom. No, I put it there on purpose. You talking about this title card here? Hold on. Are you talking about the white parts inside the various individual fonts? Hey, it's Bucky Leonard. He says, good to hear you again, Tom. Well, thank you. Thank you. Muted growl. Hey, Tom, Red Bar is watching. I like that guy. But I don't know why he would watch this shit. Anyway, so they seal your ass up. You get to hear 17 times. 17 times. You get to hear individually get your ass sealed up in this death trap. Then you go down there. Oh, by the way, had they survived, which of course they didn't, it just collapsed. Let's say they were down there on the bottom of the seafloor, powerless, unable to navigate. There ain't no heat in that thing. They'd be down there freezing and shivering. Probably a couple of inches of ice will have formed on the inside of the thing. Tyler Schulmer says, did you hear about the Davenport apartment building here in Iowa that collapsed recently? That was all over the news. Yes, I did. That was 15 minutes away from the house. What happens if somebody's Davenport is crushed in the Never mind. There wasn't much on the bone there to begin with. Sorry. But this Stockton Rush, first of all, the name itself just sounds like hoity-toity. I'm Stockton Rush. And he just keeps saying the safety is slowing us down. The safety stuff. How many zip ties did they use on that apartment building? Well, they put hurricane straps on homes in Florida. I always thought that was funny. You know, because by state law, all these homes have to have hurricane straps. You mean that piece of metal that you put on the corners of the joists of the roof? That oil tanker over there on the shore leads me to believe those hurricane straps are a waste of time. No, we got our hurricane strap. We'll be fine. Ah, dear. And all these people, just tragic. It's just, when you start thinking about if something goes wrong, what happens? Okay, you got 96 hours. The U.S. Navy does not have vessels that can get down to this thing. I think there's some form or fashion of it where they have an unmanned that can get down there pretty close. And there was some other stuff, but man, you gotta get it there. And this stuff's huge. It ain't like you can FedEx it. You know, you got to get it somewhere to either a port. And if you get it to a port, a ship has to take it out there. And that's if you transport it on a plane to a port or somewhere nearby. Or you have to get, man, I guess maybe a UH-30 could do it, but you've got to get a plane to take it out there from somewhere. And you can't, just fly over. You got to fly it to an airport, put it in a helicopter, and then fly it over. And the helicopter's got to be able to withstand the weight of one of these things that it's towing. So come on, man. Those guys, even if they were down there and had no navigation, no propulsion, they were dead. They're dead. Unless they've got those things waiting right there. They're dead. D-E-A-D, dead. Todd Schelmer says, I went downtown and saw it in person after it happened. It was pretty bad. Yeah, man. He says, no idea. Tons of lawsuits filed against the city because of it, though, because they knew the structure was compromised and neglected to fix it properly as the building was bulged from us. Man, that did look like a catastrophic failure. It reminded me of the front of the Murrow building in Oklahoma City. It's just like completely torn off. But these aren't dumb people. They're all very accomplished. There was like a 70-some-year-old guy down in there that was one of the, he'd been down to the wreck site like 30 times, and one of the leading experts in deep sea, exploration in the whole world, and I wouldn't get in that thing. But every day, man, people going at work, just, oh gosh, I hope they're okay. I was dead. Yeah, they're dead. Oh, don't say that. I bet that was it. Well, okay. Pretend I didn't say it, but they're still dead. Sorry. It's just too deep. I mean, it took him 74 years just to find the thing. So, anyways, that's why I got on. Just had to talk about it. Conservative Camel, the tensile strength of nylon zip ties is 1.15 1,000 pounds per square inch, and the compressive strength is 12.5. Well, I guess they would be okay down there then. It's only 6,000 PSI. Ms. Maine Weed Queen says, hi, Tom. Hope all is well. Well, hello. Unless you had a different screen name the last time you came here, I don't know who you are, but hi. Porcelain says, hi, Tom. Glad to see you're back. I don't know why, but I'm glad you're glad. I certainly don't want to step on anybody else's gladness. Well, I got the opening title again. I'll put the news time back up. That guy didn't respond to me. Didn't tell me what he was going to fix. Not that I want it fixed, but what are you going to do? The kid ain't got no mother. You know what I'm saying? The kid ain't got no mother. So that's all I got, unless you guys got something. Let's see here. Lloyd Mongol says, what is your take on the conspiracy that J.P. Morgan sunk the Titanic as an insurance scam while also getting rid of all his competitors that were on board? I don't think that's what happened. There's a really good YouTube channel. It's called... oh, crap. I should probably just find it for you. Let me find this YouTube channel. It's a guy that is dedicated himself to examining every single facet of the Titanic disaster. Let's see if I can find this guy real quick. It's called Historic Travels, okay? And he's got a bunch of stuff on the sub, but his stuff really, he's got one here. It's a short. It's called Why Titanic Didn't Have Enough Lifeboats, the problem with Titanic's life jackets, an unknown story about Titanic's designer. And so this dude has really gotten into the Titanic. And if you really get into the Titanic, They really know what happened, man. They've got it down to the minute. There's computer reenactments of exactly what happened when and all sorts of stuff, man. So I don't think that happened, Lloyd, although I think that is a fun idea to think about. Conservative Camel says Porcelain, the famous documentarian. By the way, I know who some of you guys are. I know who you run with. So... just saying. How are my neck bolts today? Well, I think I don't have neck bolts. However, if I did have them, they'd be fine. A.W. Imperative says, hi, Tom. Also glad to see you back. I know you guys need something to do with your waste of a life. Are you still the only certified green host by those one guys? You damn right I am. Elaine Zelly says, oh my God, Tom Gulley is back, baby. Justin Wise says, is this live? No, it's not live. Branya Benowen says, hey. Two Ultra Rude Dude says, show us that Frankenstein face of yours, Tom. I don't have the lighting on or the camera. I haven't gotten the lighting worked out here yet. I haven't really set the studio up that much, to be honest with you. We love you either way, Tom. Okay. Lloyd Mongo says they probably have more data about the Titanic than they do about most dinosaurs. I don't know that that's true per se, but I know they have a lot about the Titanic. Laura Craftspace says I run with the bulls. Is that a Frankenstein joke? Well, it's a Frankenstein reference. Joke is a far off star for that particular remark. Now see, BBB is fire bad. Yes, fire bad. Branya Brenwa says you were very wrong about the zip ties. Well, you're right about that. If you go back and listen, though, you'll hear where he says, I don't know. I don't think. I didn't say definitively. I was speculating. But I'll say I'm wrong. Whatever. Internet bar. I will say I'm right about this. If you twist tie your crap on the side of your deep sea submersible, well, odds are you're going to implode. I'm 1 for 1 on that. He's not done with those streams yet. I don't know what that means. You talking about historic travels? Happy to be here. Is this live? No, it is not live. Tom Gulley's back, baby, and the earth is flat, not round. Really? You don't really believe that. Not by a long shot. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Happy to be here. Why would they say you have neck bolts? It's a long story. Why do you think you'll ever react to Mersha's accusations about you? I didn't know that he'd made any, and no, I don't have any problem with that guy, and I've never had an interaction with him. But I don't have any problems with him. Seems like an okay guy to me. AW Imperative says, hey, Tom, I think my internet connection is lagging. Can you tell me if this is live? It's refreshing to hear someone admit they are wrong. Stella says, happy to be here. Here's a Frankenstein joke. Dr. Frankenstein just placed an order on Amazon. It wasn't expensive, but I imagine the shipping cost him an argument and a leg. Also, Tom looks like the monster. Some people do say that. I look like the Frankenstein monster. Let's see here. It's Memorex. Metal Maiden Vicky with the callback. I'm imagining Metal Maiden Vicky singing like Ella Fitzgerald right now, and only she and I know what I'm talking about. Just a little touch-up, Lloyd Mongol says.
I'm going to give you a little touch-up. A little touch-up. Just a little touch-up for you.
Let's see here. I like you, Tom. You seem entertaining. Since people are saying you're back, what are you back from, if you don't mind me asking? From not being here. I'm not done with these kids by a long shot. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Well, what'd that other thing say? Not really. He's not done with those streams yet. Let's see if you just said I'm not done with those kids yet by a long shot. I'd know what you're talking about. Is this like a celebratory return stream or something? No, it is not. No, I don't think. There could be a return stream, but I don't think celebratory would be a part of it. And also, I haven't set up the studio. Okay, let me just say something. I hate being on camera. I just don't like it. It's unnecessary. I've been on radio for, a long time. And I don't like having to show my face. I think enough people have mentioned that it's not exactly Brad Pitt. So why would I put it on the thing here? I don't know. I don't know, man. Andy Rooney was on TV, and he wasn't exactly, Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say this name because I think scrote is one of the best insults ever. Like, especially when you're in like junior high or high school and your parents are around and you can't get away with a real profanity, but you can sure let loose with a "shut up, you scrote." Oh man, that's so awesome. Goat Scrote says, has Tom triangulated the sublocation? No, they know where it's at. They've seen it. What's your opinion about Ryan Mallett dying? Well, I'm not that upset about it because, hold on a second here. I got a friend of the show is calling me. Hey man, I'm doing a show right now, but I can call you back. All right, bye-bye. So, it's 28 minutes ago. Sorry, looking at my phone now. I forgot where I was. Let me go back to the thing. Oh, Ryan Mallett. Okay, so Ryan Mallett, it's kind of an interesting story because he was a backup for a lot of people. I mean, he was a backup in New England. And then they sent him down to Houston. And I think Brian Hoyer and him battled it out. And they named Hoyer the starter. And then Mallett got to start 4 games. And then they yanked him and they put... So he was a starting NFL quarterback for a little while. I think his last NFL contract was in 2018. He drowned, if anyone's wondering how Ryan Mallett passed away. And so he was coaching at a high school somewhere. And, I read a story like that. I'm like, that's such a shame because the guy, was he a superstar? No. But he had a good, solid NFL career, and he probably made damn good. Even a crappy NFL backup makes $1 million or $2 million. And a year. So I was sad to see that. I think Ryan Mallett's story is probably the usual story for an NFL quarterback. So not many of them get remembered 20 years later. I think the camera's frozen. I can't see you. Well, poke your eyes out. Maybe then you'll see me. Fatenzo-based Catholic show. The earth may or may not be flat, but the moon landings were most certainly faked. Oh, God. I wish I had the concession that sells you guys the tinfoil for your hats. Gam Tully says, hey, Tom, you're my favorite. Well, thank you. Thank you also for putting that British U in favorite. Is that a Siggy? I don't know what a Siggy is. Tom, what radio station can we hear you on now? Same one you could have heard me on for like 10 years. That it's actually funny to me that you guys haven't figured out that yet. I almost every day I go, how do they not figure that out? Tom, you strike me as more the Dracula type. It's the voice Bela Lugosi has. The children of the night. They make such beautiful music. I have autism and I can't help it. Well, kind of, yeah, it's obviously. My mom always said I had a face for radio. Well, a lot of people get that. Let's not jump the tooth here, guys. The tooth stuff. Says, Tom, you know who this really is. I want to bury the hatchet, no longer be at odds. Let's be friends. Patch all this up. I don't know who you are. Sorry. You could be a number of people. I'm old. Be a potato on screen like Cardiff Electric. I saw him the first time just last night on the Uncle Rico. Well, it was the screen snipe that they did. And the potato came on at some point. Was that last night or was it a different... I think it might have been... Maybe it was the show where they were discussing the screen snipe, but I saw the potato. It weirded me out, man. It's just like Plus, the guy wasn't that interesting. It'd really help if you went on cam. I'm hard of hearing and no subtitles. Oh, you can subtitle this. 2017, Growl says. Branya Benowitz says she saw God once. I think your deaf, hard of hearing viewers would help if you did. Yeah, well, I'm not doing that. So the tin foil on my hat is thicker than the walls of the moon lander. It's me, your friend Jesse. Jesse Puente? The Lonesome Gulley. Tom's the number one paranormal streamer. I don't stream any paranormal. Although a lot of people that follow the show are paranormal streamers. AW Imperative says, my friend is in the chat. They're deaf but good at lip reading. Can you please get on cam? I'm not getting on cam. Tom, Julie Newmar is the best Catwoman, right? You bet your ass. He's a huge fan of yours. Well, then he just needs to hit the closed caption. Or she. No, you said he's, so he. Jesse. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I need a first and a last name. And by the way, even if you give me one, I'm not going to know that you're that exact person. With the way the names go on around here. I'm surprised nobody's asked me what Dr. Pepper, strawberries and cream, 0. They got a lot of zeros out now. They got the Mountain Dew 0. They got the Dr. Pepper 0. They've got the Cherry Coke 0. They got Cherry Vanilla Coke 0. Are you on the radio for real too, Tom? Yeah, I am. I am that exact person. I can tweet it out to prove it. No, man, that's your business. That's your business. When is the call-in portion of the show? You know, I didn't turn my... I don't even have my Skype on right now. Gosh darn it. I just don't. I'm trying to think of something here. I am just CPS. Let's bury the hatchet. I don't mess with zero sugar. Sucralose has been recently discovered to damage DNA. Lloyd, I ain't going to be using this DNA that much longer, so... Is it true you wear adult diapers? No, that's not true. I actually like you, other than getting my channel falsely banned thing. I didn't do that. Jesus. And if I did that, I'd be so gangsta about that. I'd be like, yeah, and I took your channel down too. But I didn't. Justin Y, the greatest guy, says, I'm trying to think of how I can, because we're on YouTube, but I could, if I was so predisposed. Let me see something here. I'm feeling adventurous today. I don't know how I can access this stupid thing I want to access. And then here we go. See if I can find this piece of crap thing. I'm having problems remembering where it's at. Let me think here. I'm trying to make somebody's wish come true. Let's see here. You did, but I have forgiven you. Well, see, now I was going to put you on via Facebook, but now I'm not going to, because you keep saying I took your channel down, and I didn't. So there. Tom, you should take a few calls. Gangster Gulley. Oh, this Jesse guy seems really cool, too. Yeah, right. Call-ins. Then again, I'm a sap. I'm turning over a new leaf, try to pack things up with the goons. Oh, why would that involve me? Who's this Jess guy's friend of yours? Would you ever think about putting a Joker makeup for a show one day? Could be funny, like a silly makeup. I think someone else has already done that. Somebody else has already done I'm banned on Facebook. Really? Let me see here. I don't know about that. There's a group here called Tomawful is Your God. Maybe it's not yours. Oh, 10 posts a year. No, that's not yours. That's not yours. Nope. That's not yours. 10 posts a year? Nope. Nope. By the way, I don't buy that you don't have a number of shadow Facebook names, please. So it doesn't matter. You are a top goon. People love you and miss you online. Right. Can someone please explain what's going on with the history? The Earth's jokers are numerous. I can't log into Facebook at the very least. We haven't used that group in years. Can I call in? We haven't used Facebook since before I knew you. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. Because there was a quote by me about Mark Zuckerberg on your Facebook page. You're not good with the truth. You're just not great with the truth. To do a show in blackface? No. And other than the really just disgusting racist point of it, there's no reason. There's not a viable reason. It's old stuff. Tom, please patch things up. Oh, for the love of... Well, I don't have my phone number set up on Skype. Tom only wore blueface. Could you rank Jesse's goons for it? I don't know Jesse's goons. Speaking of Zuckerberg, who you got between him and Musk if their fight happens? They're both little spoiled rich boys. That slap fight, I think they both slap each other at the same time and run away, patch things up. I'd happily call in and keep the language PG. I'm not on any networks right now or any stations, so I don't care what you say. Would you do a collab stream with me for Pride Month? Depends on what it's about. Well, it's about the WNBA. I don't know anything about it, so it just depends on what it's about. Let me see if my Skype's opened up. I could perhaps... redo all my crap and get a call in here on Skype, I suppose. Are you too rich to punch or are you too poor? I don't even know. I don't even know, man. Let's see. Yeah, I'll give you a, let's see what we can do here. Settings. If I can make this happen. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's just stupid. Yeah, it's asking me to verify things and stuff, so I'm not doing it. I tweeted to Atomic Palooza to prove my identity. Look, I don't know if you know how identity proving works, but say you're a person who's not the person you claim to be, and then you go and you have a Twitter account about that person and you tweet from it. Phone call proves who you are. Just a quick question. Would you maybe think about kidnapping alley caps and streaming them 24/6 for cash? Could be a good revenue stream. I don't live near an alley, so I can't. This is Tom, please. How are you supposed to get a hold of me? I made an offer. I can hook up with you through Facebook. And then I don't give away any of my stuff. I'm fairly sure I'm the only at the N word. I don't know your bullshit. Okay? I don't pay attention to any of it. This is live. Get a friend to let you bother their Facebook login. Jesus Christ. One of your minions has to be able to do that for you. For the love of Mike. Use your wife's. Phone a friend. Did Stuttering John inspire this comeback? No, it was really that's some vacation time, and that thing happened. That submersible, the Titan. I'm thinking about. Well, yeah, but I can unblock you. I'm thinking about doing shows again. And if I do, then I'll set up another phone number. Let's see here. Can't believe the actual Tom Gulley is back. Useless guy up. Snap voice. You ever see things? I think I could do it through my phone. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, you are a colossal pain in the ass. Let's see if I can find it. Christ. Gotta go back and find crap. Jesus H. Christ. Privacy. Let's see here. Accounts profile, password security. Okay. Privacy. Blocking. Now I gotta go back through all of, not just you, but all of your turds. Oh God. Ugh. All right. Are you Jesse P.S. under the stupid? Man, like 3 people so far on my block list I happen to know are dead. Oh God, there's too many of them. Is there a search function? Okay, here we go. Dude, what's your stupid name? Hold on, let me get back to my chat. Use my wife's. Tom has a point. Send her a message. I don't know her name. By the way, she can send me a message. For Christ's sakes. I don't have anybody named Jesse blocked personally on my personal page. But I probably wouldn't block you on that page because it's only my friends can see it. If you're talking about my show page, say so. This is already such a giant pain in the ass. I don't even want to do. Oh, Jesse P.S. sent me a friend request. Dude, I can't make you a friend. I can't do that. Let me see if I can find you here. Whoops. I cannot let you have access to all of my, friends and family and stuff, dude. You just haven't earned the, you know what I mean? I just can't do it, dude. Okay, I'm calling you right now.
Hello?
This is me calling you.
This is Jesse. Remember me?
I can tell, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember me?
Come on, man.
Some people call me the greatest guy. Come on.
I remember you.
And because I'm the greatest guy.
Did you think that I would not remember you?
No, I know you.
Yeah.
You watched the show. Come on, you gotta admit that.
I really don't watch the show.
You know who Mersh is? Come on.
I do know Mersh is, but you are the one that told me about Mersh.
See, exactly. There you go.
I didn't watch your show to see Mersh.
You know who the Santa Cruz Joker is?
I do know who the Santa Cruz Joker is. That's just because he contacted me.
He contacted you?
Or maybe somebody contacted me about him. I can't remember.
Did Katie Donahue contact you?
No.
Okay, I think she did.
I don't know. No, she didn't. I was just say so if she did.
Do you know who Mr. Burgers is? Mr. Spurgers? I think he's listening right now.
No.
Oh, okay. Do you know who Minnie Manson is?
I would remember that because I used to go on a Manson family show all the time. So I probably would remember Manson.
You used to go on a show with the Manson family? How long ago are we talking?
It wasn't the Manson family. It's a show about the Tate LaBianca crap.
Right, well, listen. Tom, I forgive you.
For what?
And I think that's pretty big of me. Don't you agree?
For what? If you're gonna do the thing again, it's like,
what am I doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah. No, you're not.
I really am.
No, you're not.
Lying. I wasn't lying before about the Facebook thing. I really don't use Facebook.
I don't know if you do or not. We're connected. That's all I was concerned with. But when you say you forgive me, you're being a troll.
I'm not. I promise.
Yes, you are.
How?
What did I do that you would have to forgive me?
Well, I have reason to believe you did report my channel, and that's why I lost my channel.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
Okay. Well,
if I did, I would.
Can I tell you why I think that?
I would be screaming it from the mountaintops.
You kind of were back then. I mean, let's be honest. You were.
No. I was talking about the fact that you got banned.
Okay, well, you were the only one doing that, so that made me.
Oh, baloney! I can't be the only person that was. There was somebody posting stuff. That was clips from your show talking about that you thought I did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were talking about other people that were crowing about the fact that you'd lost your
No, it was the only other person briefly was Mersh.
But that's not what you just said.
You were the only one.
You said you were the only one.
Sorry, you were the only one. Listen, sometimes I speak, in feeling more than
reality.
Okay.
Look,
I'm not trying to lie when I say that. What I mean is, because I know you hate thinking I'm lying, so I'll try to be as clear.
Hate thinking that. I just recognize it and move on.
Well, I don't want you.
Pathological.
Okay. Well, what you do sometimes though is you'll take what you perceive to be a lie, and maybe it is a lie by omission, but it's not purposeful omission. But you'll take that and then you'll use that as an excuse to be like, okay, I'm done. I don't want you to do that because I want to talk to you for a second here. But so I'm trying to be as clear as possible.
There's so many lies that you've propagated.
I haven't told any lies
that are lies.
Say all right, for other than what I just said, which again I disagree, it was just an omission. But other than that, what's a lie?
I'm not getting into it because it reflects poorly upon me.
Well, then we don't know for sure it was a lie.
I do. I do. But
what? There's got to be something else.
If you believe that I did that to your channel,
yes,
that's obviously you're right. I'm telling you, I didn't.
You're saying I'm right?
No, I said obviously that's your right.
Oh,
but
I
I didn't do it. I'm telling you that I didn't do it, and therefore I'm not going to require any forgiveness.
You swear under penalty of perjury you didn't do it?
No, because there's no penalty of perjury here.
Okay. Do you swear? Do you believe in God? You do, right?
I sure do.
You swear on a Bible that you didn't do it?
I will swear on a holy Bible that I didn't do it.
All right. Well, I guess that's
I happen to have one here. But
all right. Okay. So you swear in front of God and Jesus and baby Jesus and Moses.
Especially the baby Jesus.
Okay. All right.
Because I like my...
Can I tell you why?
I personally, I like my Jesus in a tuxedo T-shirt.
Oh. I thought you were saying baby Jesus.
I like my Jesus in a tuxedo T-shirt because it says I'm formal, but I'm here to party.
Can I tell you why?
What movie?
I continue thinking
what movie?
You are the one?
What movie?
I don't know.
It's Ricky Bobby.
The
Ballad of Ricky Bobby, Talladega Nights, when he's talking about, I like my baby Jesus to be the baby Jesus, and you can pray to grown-up Jesus if you want to. All right.
Yeah. I'm not too big on that movie. I'm more of an Anchorman guy.
I like them both. So you're going to tell me why you think...
Well, all right, now listen. If put yourself in my big clown shoes for a second, okay? Let's say
I'm not going to do that.
Let's say you were me, and you really, truly, in your heart, as I do, believe that you, Tom Gulley, the Earth's Thomas Anthony Gulley, that you... Is that right? Did I get your middle name right?
I can't tell you that. Because there's like, seriously, there's like 3 Tom Gulleys in Dallas. In Dallas.
Whoa! Too late.
I just blew it.
Too late.
I just blew it. In Dallas, Fort Worth, where I live. And I happen to have become friends with both of them because...
You've all got the same middle name?
No, we don't have the same middle names.
Okay, well, I do. So, I know your middle name is Anthony. I didn't just pull that out of nowhere. I remember
not really.
Something. You're an A. Yeah, you're a Tony. Hey,
I don't know
it's
about
me,
that.
Tommy Tony.
I think one of the things you said might be true, but not that.
Okay.
So well, anyway, listen, go ahead. You think I did it because...
If you were to put yourself, even just for the infinitesimally, like briefly, like just the tiniest second in my shoes, and you truly, in your heart of hearts, believe that Tom Gulley from Dallas, Fort Worth, the one I'm speaking to, not the other two, if you really believe that guy took down your YouTube channel you had for 12 years or whatever it was, and briefly interrupted your ability to make money and things like that, if you really thought that, and then you were like, you know what, all is forgiven, that would be pretty big of you, wouldn't it? I mean, that kind of make you the greatest guy.
What would I have to forgive?
As if you were me?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You in your own mind, yeah, I guess. I mean, I could walk up to random people on the street and say you're forgiven, and walk, down the street going, man, I am so awesome. I'm forgiving people all over the place.
As a man of God, you should be with
I'm
that.
Not a man of God.
That's what Jesus did. He forgave us for some shit he made up about us in his head. So
now you're Jesus. Is that it?
I'm saying I have some Jesus-like qualities.
Yeah. Are you the baby Jesus, or are you the Jesus with the tuxedo T-shirt?
I think we all know I'm the tuxedo T-shirt Jesus. But listen, the thing is, I'm trying to be kind to the goons, and
see, I don't like being called a goon.
I know you don't.
When I played professional soccer, I'd love to be called a goon, and it's even worse because
you can call me a hooligan.
If you know so much about me, what's my favorite sports team?
Manchester.
God, you suck. You so suck.
I don't fucking know anything about you. I don't know.
I talk about it all
sorry,
the
I said I would
time.
keep it PG.
I
Do you
wear
care if I
shirts. No, I don't care if you curse.
Okay.
So it's Arsenal.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you the
Arsenal's-
first thing about footy.
That's okay. I'm going to explain to you. Take 10 seconds. Arsenal are known as the Gunners because the first team was formed by the guards at the Arsenal of London. Their fans are called Gooners.
That's funny. Like guys who jack off a lot.
So no, that's gooning. Yeah, gooning. No, it's because the people in the Midlands of England couldn't pronounce Gunners. No, they're Gooners.
Oh, I see.
Gooners, and so they just start calling them.
Yeah, British people are dumb.
I think they're just like us, aren't they?
No, I'm married to one. They are not like us at all.
Some are dumb, some are smart.
No, they all run the same. And it's fascinating, actually. That's actually the beauty of America, is that we truly have, a melting pot of people of all different, everywhere on the bell curve. Over there, it's a flat line, man.
I did a study on this once. By the way, the British guys are the ones that cracked the Enigma code during World War II. Okay, so let's not.
Yeah, well, they tell us they did, but how can we believe them for sure?
Because we've got the original German. We've got all the crackings, and I guess those
isn't it
divisions of
they made the machine that did it.
A couple of divisions of armor waiting for the Germans might also.
Listen, we could have given that to a Navajo. He would have had it done in a minute.
The code talkers. I feel like that, and I did a study on this one time. The reason we're so awesome, it doesn't have to do, because there's countries with more people than us, and there's countries with richer per capita than us. It's because Americans are industrious. We bust our ass. We work and work and work. And other countries, England perhaps was one of them, they take 8 weeks off in the summer.
That's true.
The whole place just says, forget it. And so that's why we're just geared to kick ass.
I think what we can agree on for sure is the wrong side won World War II.
I don't think that's correct.
Right? Well, the British should not have. Oh, wait. No, I see what I'm saying there. That didn't sound good. Hang on, I take that back.
It really doesn't.
Wait, hang on a second.
It really doesn't.
Well, listen. It seems like, though, it seems a little strange to call it a world war, though, don't you think? Like, maybe if we were fighting Venus.
Wouldn't that be an intergalactic war? No, it wouldn't. It would be an interplanetary, yeah. Or an intragalactic.
This is getting Beastie Boys in here. The point is, I continue to believe that you had something to do with my channel. One, because of your nonstop gloating. Two, because of your odd disappearance afterward. Three, but this is the main reason, okay? And I don't know if you know this or not, but
odd disappearance.
Yeah,
I moved back to Dallas and took a job that doesn't really allow me to do a stream.
Well, you're on right now. You're streaming right now. Did you get fired?
No, I got permission. Also,
sometimes, but sometimes it's better ask for forgiveness than permission.
Not when you have the contract like I have.
Why can't you just tell us where we can listen to you on the
Pretty
radio?
well spelled out. 2 reasons. I don't need the shit. And second, you wouldn't enjoy listening to it anyway.
I would.
Nope.
I love you.
Nope, you would not.
Tom, do you have any idea? The reason I'm willing to bury the hatchet, even though there's a part of me that even though you just swore in front of baby Jesus you had nothing to do with it, I still kind of think you did. But despite that, I'm willing to forgive everything and patch everything up and no more touch-ups, just patch-ups. And the reason I'm willing to do that is because I don't think you realize how much my audience loves you. They miss you. We want you back on the YouTube airwaves. Real bad.
I'm not a fan of Stuttering John.
I don't know who that is.
But funny. But I feel like Stuttering John because he's got some people that want him back. And they don't want him back because they like him.
Is this
they
like
goofing.
I don't know who this is. Who are you talking?
They like goofing on him. Man, see, now you're trying to be all patch it up, and now you're playing stupid.
I'm not playing. Who is that?
You know who Stuttering John Melendez?
Oh, that's like me going, you know who Minnie Manson is. That's your world, man. I don't.
You don't know who Stuttering John Melendez is. You don't know about...
Is that the guy that killed those people?
The Misery Loves Company podcasts, or the Uncle Rico Shuley podcasts, or the giant screen sniping and stuff. There are people in the room here.
Just that thing that was trending on Twitter yesterday?
Just now, people in the room were asking me about it and stuff. I can't think that you...
I'm only one account in there. I'm not all of them.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying, you could have seen it in there, but as much as you're in on the whole, O&A and...
is he an O&A guy?
These guys are all networked in with O&A and Compound Media.
Very much, not only am I not an O&A guy, I'm like vehemently against the people who enjoy that stuff. I don't know anything about it. I only heard O&A for the first time within the past year and a half. Really listened to it.
Don't you know people that are Compound now?
Like Anthony Cumia?
Yeah. Isn't Chrissy Marr on his and some other people that you may or may not know?
I don't know. Yeah, she's on there. I only know Cumia. Like, my introduction to Cumia was Compound.
Well, and then there's Gavin.
Yeah,
you know who he is.
Gavin. I watched because I know Gavin.
Stuttering John has been with Gavin and Cumia. He's a laughing stock. If you don't know who he is, fine. I apologize, but you probably should.
Is he like a lol cow?
He was. You never heard the interviews he would do with celebrities? He would go on Stern. He would go on the red carpet and ask the biggest celebrities in Hollywood.
Oh, that guy.
Do you smell your finger after you push it in your ass and shit like that?
Did he have like long curly hair?
He has long hair, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
He was doing his own podcast for a long time, and people were just, there's a whole industry sprang up around making fun of him. And so he got off for about a year, and somebody had him on a show just last night, and one of the guys with the biggest podcast making fun of him came on the show and said, "Please come back! Oh dear God, please come back! I need you back!
Who's
can't
the
make
guy
any money."
Fun of him?
His name's Carl.
It's not the Who Are These Podcast guy? Is
yep.
It? Oh, okay. I know who that is.
Well, so Stuttering John was their main target for like 2 years.
I've only heard one episode of that podcast, and it was because one of my goons was on it, and I played it the other day on my show.
Gotcha.
That's
why people want me to come back.
People think I know stuff, and I don't know. I'm retarded. I don't know.
Well, you guys want me to come back just so you can hassle me.
I mean, listen.
I'm old.
Half of the people who are saying that right now, is that true of them? Probably. But there is. Listen, when we first found you. Go on. But that's fun too. And then when we first found
a blast.
You, we didn't think we were going to be like horrific enemies, or like we thought you were just this like goofy radio guy, and we just thought you were funny. Like,
I just thought of a really good lie.
What?
I just thought of a really good lie that you've told about me.
What?
I've never been on the radio.
Oh, well, I have no proof that you've been on the radio.
I've played proof over the air a million times.
Me saying that's another one of those like feeling things, not like people are. When I say it, I think I've even specifically said this, that when I say you've never been on the radio, what I mean is like the only show I know of for a fact that you were on the radio, because I found those articles about it, was one of those pay for play. What do they call it? Like one of those you pay for the airtime things. So
KFCD was not pay for airtime.
Whatever that sports one was.
Yeah, there's no pay for airtime there
or whatever.
That's why the station went out of business. They
had
no sales staff.
I was paying for the time on air. I can't remember what that phrase was called now, but
there's sometimes they call it barter media. There's a bunch of names for it, but KFCD was not a station like that.
All right, well, that's what I'm going off of the news, Tom. That's what the news.
No, that didn't say that in there.
What am I supposed to go off of?
It doesn't say that in there.
Are you saying fake news? Are you telling me fake news?
No, it's not that. I'm saying what you're saying is in the article isn't in the article.
It is in the article I read. I read it on the show. I showed the article.
I
can't remember which article. Like, I'm not sitting.
There's only one article. That station was the worst station in the history of.
Whichever one. It was like a really long article. It was about you.
My picture's in it.
I don't remember there being a picture of you in it, but maybe. But I swear, I'm not just making this up.
Well, either way, it wasn't that kind of station. It's
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they were saying, and whatever it was I read, maybe they were wrong. But that's not me lying, me being incorrect.
I've got the article up in front of me right here. I'm going to read it later.
What's the name of the thing that's running the article?
What's the name of the what?
What is the website? What is the paper? Who's
Dallas Observer?
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
There's nothing in here
I looked into.
There's nothing in here about.
It's not about. All right, fine. I was wrong. How about that? See, that's how. That's the level of contrition I'm willing to,
But I've been on all sorts of radio stations.
Deign to. Well, I don't know that. You won't even tell us the one you're on now. I mean, I just don't believe it.
Why would I do that?
Well, okay. So
why would I do that when every bit of information you and your minions have ever gotten, you've used to harass me?
Well, I'm not harassed. Come on.
Oh yeah, harass.
You think this is harassment?
I think it's a pain in my ass. I don't think it's burning a cross in my front yard, but it's a pain in my ass.
It's funny. Though.
I mean, Jesus, they say the point guard harassed the other player on the court.
Listen, if you let's say, like, all right, you didn't like me at the time, right? So let's say you found an article about me, or let's say someone called you up from my hometown and told you, people in town think he's the mummy. They call him the mummy. Like, you wouldn't do a show about that? Come on, it's fun.
Hold on a second, I wasn't listening.
And even the renewal of cartilage from your hands and knees to your hips.
What is that?
Hold on. Hold on. I didn't have time to cue this up.
Coming to you from a radio station near where you live or the computer right in front of you, you're listening to America Tonight with Kate Delaney. And I'm not Kate Delaney. A woman of unnaturally good taste. Thank you. Thank you.
Are you?
That's a nationally syndicated talk show.
You play a lady on the radio?
80 various states. No, I fill in for the host of the 80 Market talk
show.
Fill-in's
a different thing.
But I've been on the radio, dummy. Jesus.
I guess there was that time where you were Dr. Tom Gulley, too.
How did you find out about that?
See, I know a lot of stuff, man.
That was a long time ago, man.
You used to say you were a doctor on the radio. So you lie, I lie, whatever. Who cares? You used to lie and say you were a doctor. Come on. That's a crime.
For CBS News, I'm Peter King. The White House says it will appeal a Seattle judge's ruling that blocks a Trump administration.
You're Peter King?
No, I'm not Peter King.
Oh.
Hold on.
Well, you're not stuttering.
Here we go. I got one right here. Hold on.
9 people are hurt in a Grand Prairie car accident last night. Good morning. It's 9:05, 64 degrees. I'm Tom Gulley, and this is the KRL.
All right, Grand Prairie. He cut it off before we got the station identification, but it was Grand Prairie.
I'm not on this station anymore. I'll give you the station ID. I'll give you the station ID. I'm not on this one anymore.
I'm Tom Gulley, and this is the KRLD Sunday Morning News. 9 people, including 7 children, were hurt in a car crash about 7:30 last night in Grand Prairie. Police spokesman Lyle Gensler says a Honda Pilot headed south on 360 was rear-ended by another vehicle, then struck a sedan and wound up in a ditch.
Stop that for a second. Yeah. I think it's a little highfalutin to call a guy driving a Honda a pilot.
Jesus Christ, man!
Come on,
Have you got a kid?
Right up your alley.
Have you got a kid yet?
Here's another reason I want to be.
You got a kid yet?
Yeah, I do.
Good, because you've already started the dad jokes.
Here's another reason we should be friends is our mutual, extreme, passionate love for David Letterman. I'm a huge David Letterman guy. I've always been since I was a little kid. That's my number one inspiration. First, the reason I would want to be any form of broadcaster is Letterman.
So many comments to read when we're done here.
How do I know though that what you just played, those two things you just played, weren't you cutting?
That was just me making my home demo. Yeah. I don't know, man.
That's what they sound.
So what I did was I broke into the station late at night and I got their news sounder with no voices over the top of it.
I could cut one of those right now just on my computer.
Oh, really? Well, if you can find a way to get the KRLD news sounder with no voices on it, good luck to you.
Okay. I bet you I could. I bet you on those old radio forums.
I bet you could too, man. That'd be a great use of your time. And listening to how you did it, man, would be a great use of mine.
I bet you go on those old radio guy forums.
I bet you I get
somebody.
I bet you I got. You definitely can get the old ones.
Oh, stop being mad at me. I'm the only one here who should be mad.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm excited.
I still haven't told you why I think that.
I'm not mad. I was just saying, because I'm excited about it, you definitely can get the old ones. Like you go on YouTube, you can get like 1934 top of the hour signal from, WBZ in Boston or whatever. They got it all. I think I can get the up-to-date ones from the guys who know that you used to be called Dr. Tom Gulley. I don't think so, man. I think I'll register an account. The Dr. Tom Gulley thing... that's not true. I was going to say anybody that would know about that would be somebody I worked with at that station, but I probably have talked about it enough that it could be just about anybody. So, I love you. So, yeah, well, get in line. Can I tell you now why I think that you did it? Sure, tell me. You could have told me I started a call. I keep trying, and then you keep making it about a million other things. Well, it is my show. So I haven't done one in a long time. I got to be honest, I completely forgot this was a show. I thought it was just me and you. Wow, you're a true interviewer, Tom. You made the audience melt away. Oh, shut up! Come on. All right. So just tell me. I'm drinking when you hightailed it, when you booked it out of Utah or wherever you were before. When I stopped working for the school district and took a job in Dallas, Fort Worth. When the townspeople came with their torches and pitchforks. All right, let's keep the lore the same. Depends on which movie you're talking about. When they ran you out of town up to the castle, burned they didn't do that in the book, by the way. You know that, right? Well, but who's reading the book over the Universal picture? Well, they made a TV movie, but then they followed the plot of the book. He actually gets ripped apart, but whatever. Out on an iceberg. Right. Out on an iceberg. I don't think that would matter too much for a Frankenstein. All right. Anyway, so I do know a little bit too much about the lore, given. Yeah, honestly, that is weird. It's like you're tapping into your family history or something instead of just telling me the tale of a book. Collection of families. You have a family bush rather than a family tree, don't you? It's just a bunch of twigs poking out of the ground. A bramble. A family bramble. Well, I mean, when you create a being out of disanimated flesh of several other humans, there's going to be more than one family. All right, so go ahead. All right. But so hightailed it. You were saying when you got run out of town, pitchforks and torches on your keister. As Mormons, yes, the Mormons got together with pitchforks and torches. That is crazy though. That one of your somebody from your town found my podcast and was like, "Oh my God, yes, we hate this guy." That was always nuts to me. But really? I didn't know that happened. You didn't know that happened? No. Oh, I did a whole show about it. But anyway, so when that happened and you ran away, or when you shambled away. See, now this is what makes it impossible. Come on, I'm just using funny words. Right, well, after your mom was sucking dicks for 3 cents on the corner. Oh wait, after your mom quit her job. Like that. I didn't say that. It's like I run out of town. You said, "My mother's a saint." Really?
Yeah.
Saint who?
Who's the one that Patrick? Okay, so anyway,
There's only one American female saint, Saint Elizabeth Seton.
My mom's not American.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So when you shambled out of town, one of my guys called up your brother.
I like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who you lived with, right? And
when I first got to Wayne County, Utah, and you can look this up, try to find an apartment for rent there, or a house even. The school teachers that we would hire into that district, the school had 2 houses that they owned to let them live in because there's no housing there. There's nothing. It's the most remote. It's one of the most remote parts of the United States. So when I first got there, I stayed at his house for, a month, maybe 2, until I found a place.
Well, we talked to him. This is what I'm trying to tell you, that my guy called him. We've got it record. We have a recording of us talking to your brother. Yeah.
Really?
And
what did he say?
Well, I mean, I don't have the recording here in front of me, but we could probably make that happen. But from what I remember,
you just tell me. You can just tell me because I'm going to ask him anyway.
Okay, yeah. So when he talked to him for a while. I think, if I remember correctly, and again, this is just from memory. If I'm wrong, I'm just wrong. I'm not lying.
I understand.
I believe he tried to get him with some sort of prank call, like some fake setup, and then at some point just admitted who he was really, and just said like, "Oh, we're just interested in your brother Tom," and then. And your brother talked to him for like a minute, for like, way longer than he should have, considering the situation.
He's a county sheriff. He'll talk to anybody.
Well, apparently. And he said you lived with him, that you had just moved out. He said that. And then also, it was mentioned that you took down my YouTube channel, and he seemed to think that was true too.
Huh. He doesn't know anything about that. I mean, he's not that computer.
No, that was what was strange, is that he seemed to know about, because I kept saying to everybody said,
I tell you this, and this is the truth. He might have been thinking that you were talking about those kids from Pennsylvania.
No,
because he did know about that and was involved with that.
He knew exactly what we were talking about. We were shocked by it.
Well, I'll ask him,
because everybody was saying to me like, yeah, Tom probably, his brother's a cop, he probably knows how to contact YouTube. And I was like, that's so stupid. There's no way. His brother doesn't even know anything. And then months and months later, we're talking to him on the phone, and he knows exactly what we're talking about. It was bizarre.
I'll ask him. I don't think he would. I mean, I don't think he knows anything about my show per se. He knows I do one. He listens once in a while, but he's not that.
And I think he called you gay or something too, or pussy. I'm not joking. He called you something where I was like, "What the fuck? Why would he say that to you?" I'm not joking.
He didn't call me either one of those.
It wasn't. It might not have been gay, but like pussy. I don't know. I don't want to say pussy and then be wrong about that, but something. He called you. Something.
He said something extremely derogatory.
He said something nambly-pambly about.
Let's just call it not positive.
Not like a Mary or a friend of Dorothy or a confirmed bachelor or a not in the way of.
So what's wrong with being gay?
Who said? I didn't say that. Your brother.
I'm asking you.
As long as you're not touching kids, nothing.
Okay. I think that's probably holds true if you're not gay.
As long as you're not touching kids and also not showing them your dong for 1 month of the year, nothing.
1 month of the year? What the?
Yeah, we're in that month right now. It's the month of showing dong to kids for some reason. I don't get it. It's not my thing. I don't know. I'm not part of the P community, but I'm not part of any community.
Yeah, well,
you and I are similar in that way. We were both run out.
I speak. I mean, I can't speak to the conversation, but I just didn't do it. If I did, I would so say so. I'm starting to think maybe I should just say I did it just to have the fun of it, but I didn't.
I wouldn't do that. That sounds sinister. That sounds evil.
I didn't.
All right.
If I had, I swear to you, in the same Bible that I would. Boy, would I say so.
Because the thing is whoever did it. This is the crazy thing, and this is why at first I didn't think it was you. Like my initial reaction was not you, but whoever did it would have to have, and this is not a joke, like when I said this earlier, when you file the type of complaint that was filed against me, which was 100% bullshit, you have to sign under penalty of perjury that what you're saying is true. Yes. Yeah.
It's not a legal proceeding.
It's a legal document. What thing they did against me was. So you would I could, if I really wanted to.
Mm-hmm. And you've read the YouTube and Google terms of service, I assume.
Oh, lots of times now.
You know you have no right to that service, and they can cancel you at any time for any reason.
I know that I have no right to it, and they can just cancel you anytime. I also know that you can sue and convince a court otherwise, and people have done it.
Good luck with that.
Particularly when you're a monetized account, and then they keep your funds after doing that, which they don't. That is not in the terms of service, and they obviously just have no right to keeping money you earned, but which is what happened to me, unfortunately, in this situation. But either way, the person submitting this complaint is submitting a legal proceeding when they do.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that, and I got to tell you, my job is so heavily attached to all of the social media platforms. And I can tell you that, I mean, I'm in charge of many thousands of dollars just on YouTube every month. And I couldn't even tell you how to report somebody for something. I mean, I think there's a button or something, but I don't know what it does. I've never reported
obviously
anything.
My job is very heavily involved with all of the social medias as well. And particularly when it comes to knowing about... But DMCAs and things like that, until this happened to me, I didn't even know this was a thing, because it's not. You can't find this type of report on YouTube. You can't, there's no button on YouTube that'll take you to this type of report. This is a separate thing where you would basically have to Google it to find it. Do you know what I was reported for?
No.
What was the? I've said this so many times now, I can't think of the terminology they use. Something of technologies. Basically, whatever the term is, the meaning of it is that they're claiming that I used hacked materials on YouTube, and that I was giving out key gens to software or things like that. It would be like if I had a YouTube channel where I was telling people how to download Photoshop for free. Circumvention of technologies, that's what it's called. So this is not a thing on YouTube proper anywhere. You can't click through a tree of menus to ever find
they just kind of do whatever they want to do. I mean,
no, they don't do that.
Facebook and
right,
Google.
YouTube does whatever they want to do.
Google is super better than Facebook. I mean, Facebook just does things and doesn't even, and they're binding and permanent. And Google will go, well, not in your case, but most cases they'll go, hey, a thing happened. Here's what you need to do to correct it, and keep paying us money, please. Yeah, Facebook just goes, well, we canceled that ad account, and so you can't pay us anymore. And I'm like,
YouTube's just as bad about that. I was in the partner program and could not, and they kept telling me that in order to rectify this, I would need to speak to someone at the partner program because my account was a partner program account. But I'm banned, so I'm not in the partner program anymore, so I no longer had the option to speak to anyone. I never once was able to get past the boilerplate and get to a human, even though it kept telling me that that's what I need to be doing. And then we tried several other methods of trying to get human eyes on it, but it never.
Do you know who Jack Malon is?
No.
Yeah.
He's
the policy communication manager for Google.
Okay.
And so that's a guy I know that I talk to on my job on a daily basis. So I'm talking to people internally up in these companies because of the amount of dough that our company spends. But he's a guy that he's the very top of the food chain, and I wouldn't even know how to tell him, hey, this thing's going on. Is it policy or not policy. I don't have time for that shit. You know, I got a life to lead.
The thing is, if I really, really wanted to waste the time and money for my lawyer to subpoena YouTube and find out who this was and take it to court about the whole thing and blah, 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 I could do that, or I can just make a new YouTube account and keep doing what I was doing. And obviously it's diminishing returns each time I have to do that. But on the other side of that, it's not like YouTube wouldn't then be trying to find a way to get rid of me anyway once I took them to court. So that's the only reason I never did it, is because, you know, YouTube also had me put in jail one time. I'm not exactly, you know, I'm sort of persona non grata no matter what, but I didn't need to be making it worse. So I can just kind of either fly under the radar and keep using them anyway and say, fuck them, which is what they deserve. Or I could waste time and money and probably find out who did it. And honestly, I would win. I would absolutely win if I were to take it to court, because it's cut and dry that I did not do this thing, and no one there will even look at the thing. I know their whole thing is, well, we could just terminate you for whatever reason whenever, and you can, but then you can't lie and say that it was a legal, you know, this legal matter, this thing that I was accused of committing a crime. So that's where they would have fucked up real bad. Is that they didn't just say, oh, it was like bullying and harassment. That's their go-to if they want to get rid of you. They can just say you bullied and harassed somebody, and that's just an opinion, man. So they could say that about you and get rid of you for whatever reason, even if it's just that they don't like you. But once it's circumvention of technologies, that's you being accused of a crime. That's a crime. So there's be real well, whoever did it.
The company that I worked for, right when I started working for them, got one of those circumvention of technology things. And it was like, well, what did we do? We took down the ad that you didn't like, and we put up a new one. And so I called over there, and they called me back, and I told them that, and I showed them that, and they went, oh, well, sometimes, you know, the algorithm just does its own thing. And I'm like, thanks.
Yeah, well, the rest of us can't call them.
Yeah, you can.
I can't.
If you have a business account with them that you spend money advertising with, there's a number you can call.
Yeah, that's not what was happening.
I think there's a general number you can call too, but see, it's a bitch to get to it. And then they offer you chat, and they offer you.
They used to have a number. I used to, because I had been terminated 2 years before that on there, and I got the channel back
before you even knew me, huh? Gosh, well, how'd that happen?
Oh, I know how that
seems to be a trend.
Except it's not, because in one of those I was falsely reported through the normal reporting method. The videos they took down, which again they used.
Then it is a trend. You keep getting falsely denied.
Okay, well, as long as you admit it's falsely, but the time before
there's reasons
that,
for that too. You know.
The time, well, again,
you piss off enough people, they're just going to start filing. It's easy for them to sit there and click reports on you, right?
Yeah, but it's not a trend because of the way it was done.
I understand, but you pissed them off. There's the trend.
Okay, and so what?
You can't. I understand. That's part of your thing.
Anything you do could piss a person off.
It could.
That's why we don't.
That's why we don't. I would say
people.
that occasionally, perhaps, some of your material may be intended or just accidentally happen to be designed to inflame.
Do you want to know what the content was that was reported at first?
Well, they don't have to pick anything that's
but
real.
Do you want to know
what is it? Because I know you want to tell me.
It was stuff where it was convicted pedophiles being talked about. It was someone protecting pedophiles, like actual, but not like, oh, you got accused, not your thing.
And so you fell into that
in prison pedophile.
You fell into that trap where you're talking about something they don't want talked about, and even though you're not advocating it, you're actually exposing it.
No, it's not. No, it's YouTube doesn't like it when you say bad things about pedophiles.
I was unaware of that.
I've had probably 7 videos taken down over my entire history with YouTube where they were taken down for quote unquote bullying and harassment, but it was about pedophiles. And I'm not even one of those guys who's like going on there going, we need to murder them or anything like that. It's just literally talking about them and maybe laughing at the kid toucher, but they don't like that. It's 100% against their rules. Not stated, but internally. So draw your own conclusions. But it's 100. If they find a video like that where you're making fun of a convicted pedophile, you will lose unless you're a news channel, unless you make them enough money, basically. Unless
well, I've noticed a lot of that too.
Yeah, obviously that's like, everything. I don't blame them. But anyway, back then there was a phone number, and we spammed 3 of their emails, so 5 of their emails and 2 of their phone numbers, including their legal department. We sent them
all your stories are like Vegas stories. They start off so wholesome and innocent and full of promise, and then they take a hard turn. Well, yeah, they had a number like that, and they nailed me for just exposing these evil people, and so then we spammed their phone number.
No, I'm straight up saying that we were making fun of course
then we spam their phone number.
I'm not saying this was anything wholesome at all. I was absolutely saying, bad shit about these people, but they're bad people. So
I know, but I'm just saying your story at the first is virtual. You're virtuous, and then you do the right thing, and they come up with this trumped up. What are you doing? This
I didn't do the right thing. I just did the wrong. I just didn't do the wrong thing. But I couldn't get a response from them that time. I got terminated over bullshit. So we black faxed them for 24 hours, saying with a sheet that was all black and very small in the middle said "Bring back Tomawful," and they did it. It worked. We used terror. I mean, I'm straight up saying we used terrorism against them, but it worked. And then the next time I got terminated, they didn't have a fax number anymore.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
Their fax at their legal department doesn't exist anymore, and I wonder why. But they sent me an email after that saying, like, we made a mistake. Hey, sometimes we get it wrong. And it's like, well, okay, then sometimes you get it wrong. I mean, that's not a great thing to send to people.
Not an awesome motto.
It's not a good boilerplate to have when your other excuse is we get to do whatever we want when we want. I was like, well, then how do I know?
You don't really want to see that under the Google logo when you're pulling into the complex out there at Silicon Valley. And
it's not like they don't, keep all of my info and all the data they collected from me after that, even though they're not supposed to. So you certainly aren't you can't sign a contract that waives your rights.
No.
So they're still doing that. So I don't really give a shit.
Well, I didn't do
their
it.
Their TOS is bullshit, obviously, because they don't follow it. No one follows it. They don't enforce it the same with different people. Everybody clicking a TOS, we're essentially at a point where it's inherently understood that you check off that thing without reading it. Everyone knows that. No one reads it. It's impossible to read. You need a lawyer with you to go over it all. And
hey, here's another reason.
All of society gets that. So
I was just reminded via text from one of my longtime professional associates, something he told me in his garage, because I was telling him about all the bullshit. He goes, dude, if you wouldn't take down his YouTube page, you'd take down his fucking website. And I went, you know what? You're right. I wouldn't mess around with a YouTube page.
You couldn't take down my website.
Oh, please.
I mean, you could briefly. I would just bring it back.
Well, yeah. You wouldn't get to bring.
Also, that would be much easier to track than through the bureaucratic.
Well, if I was doing it, I wouldn't care if it was tracked.
I think you would care. I think it's pretty clear at this point.
If I was going to take your website down, I'd have to get a lawyer and do it the legal way. So there'd be legal documents filed.
It does not want to be known.
Oh, well, but see, if I was going to do something like that, I would not at all be concerned about somebody knowing who did it.
I will keep this in mind if my website goes down, though, and then my olive branch.
Man, I am so
fiery. It'll be a bundle of arrows.
I know you won't believe this, but I am so busy that I don't have any time to take some of these websites down. And why would I take yours down?
You're right. I don't believe that. But
why would I do that? How do I gain?
I don't know. You
from
just
that?
told me you would. You just said that.
I said if I was going, I would not take your YouTube down. If I was going to do anything, I would take your website down.
Why my website rather than YouTube?
Because your website's where you make your money.
YouTube's where I make my money first.
Really? Well, yeah, at first, but all of your behind the paywall shit is website.
Well, that's why that would make no sense to do. I would just rehost that somewhere. It would be a fruitless, effort. But
yeah, but that's more to me than YouTube. Clearly, it's not that difficult for you to put up another YouTube account.
No, that's doing YouTube again is the hardest part.
Really?
Yes, of course, Tom.
Jesus
Come on.
Christ, I'm
number one.
Look,
I lost 10.5 thousand subscribers. Like over half of those are people that I will just straight up never get back. Like they'll never find
who
me
needs
again.
them?
They'll never come back.
Who needs those fair weather motherfuckers anyway?
Well, I actually agree with that. I don't really believe that much in subscribers, but it makes you look bad. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Like, oh, look, he, how obviously since my channel was terminated, how many times have I had hear like, oh, he's only got 2,000 subscribers. It's like, well, no, that means I have. This is my sixth YouTube channel at this point since the original was taken down.
But what?
Technically, that means I've had like over 15,000 subscribers at this point.
So don't worry about it. Where you're at.
Well, I'm not worried about it. It just becomes harder and harder for the people who want to see this show to find.
There's some of the biggest idiots in the world have 500,000 followers. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't.
You're going to do the same show that you're doing. If it's for one or if it's a million,
I know that. I'm the guy who's done this for years.
I'm agreeing with you then.
I've already had to live it, but and I said that before my channel was terminated too. But it still sucks. It's like, oh fuck, there goes all that. All the free shit on my website. Now I've got to reconnect all of that and host the video and pay for it.
Right.
That actually cost me. It cost me more money to lose YouTube than it does. To lose the thing where I get paid because I'm now paying for all of those YouTube videos.
When I started at the KRLD, I mean, that station reaches 37 states at night. I mean, it's a giant 50,000 watt station. So the minimum number of listeners, I think, is 250,000. And one of my family members was like, doesn't that make you nervous? And I'm like, no, it's the same as my first crappy radio job back in Indiana. It's a room with a microphone. I don't know how many people are listening. I don't give a shit. I can't control that. I just do my show.
Wait a second. Who is your friend that you talk to about me?
Why would I tell you that? And why do you
care?
I
don't know. It's just odd.
There's a guy I've known for about 30 years that watches my show.
And you were in his garage and you were talking to him?
Yeah, we all hang out. That's where we hang out in the garage.
Is he that artist guy? He does those those guitars?
No, but that guy does do some pretty incredible guitars, doesn't he?
Okay. I just went back through my emails and I did get a complaint from my web host where they said that somebody tried to take down my website, but that the complaint was bullshit, so they're ignoring it.
I don't know what that's about. So
from back around the time where the YouTube channel went down.
Really?
Yes.
I don't even know who hosts your site. I guess I could do a who is and try to find that out or whatever. I don't know. Dude, you've overrated your. Man, it would take an awful lot more to get me off my ass to do all of that. And what do I care if you're doing?
Well, okay, then let's be friends. What do you care? Why are you so mad?
Here's the thing. You, like those urchins.
You did report one of my videos. I know that. Because you filed a privacy complaint about it.
No?
Yeah, I got a privacy complaint on a video about you. You're the only person who could file
one. No, I know who filed that.
What does that mean? There's only one person that could.
No. There's other people. People in Google can just file it.
A person at Google can't file a privacy complaint unless it's about them.
No. Oh, no.
I know how privacy complaints work. I have
sure
I have a lawyer who writes a boilerplate thing. I get privacy complaints all the time.
And I talk to Jack Malon and Ivy Cross or whatever her name is every week. I might have mentioned that to one of them. I might have asked them a few questions about that subject.
About
what's her name? Ivy. What's Ivy's last name?
Okay, so who would have filed this privacy complaint about an episode about you?
Somebody that I was asking questions about.
All right, maybe. So all right. Well, this doesn't look good, Tom. You're poking around about it, and then
it's because I talked to them, but I didn't talk to those people. I'll tell you exactly when I talked to them.
Why would you have been talking to them back then? You were working at the school back then.
Because I just had gotten. No, I wasn't. No, I was not. Not when I talked to them.
Well, but when
this happened, I got my new job in Dallas.
No, this is before that. I mean.
No, I didn't. Whatever that is, I didn't do it.
This is when you were still doing shows regularly.
Oh, then I definitely didn't do it.
Or like just on the cusp of that.
No, I got somebody sent me a link on your site that had some black and white art that may or may not have been faxed to my school district. Yeah, that's when I asked them a few questions.
Yeah, no,
and I may have sent them the link. I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Well,
here's the other thing I haven't told you.
You definitely sent the thing.
Here's the other thing I haven't told you. The company that I work for has like hundreds of lawyers. And the person who sent me the link was one of those lawyers. And they wanted to do a ton of stuff. And I just told them, look, I don't have the time or the energy.
Well, they did. I mean, they or you or whoever did it, because I did, June of like a year ago. Almost exact. Wow, that's crazy.
Well, see, June a year ago, I was not living in Utah.
This post was made June 27th.
This is why it's hard with you, because you just got done telling me that this all happened when I was in Utah.
No, I'm talking about the privacy complaint on my video. Now we're talking about the post from my website. Two different things. This is crazy. The post that you're talking about was June 27th of last year. We're a year and a day since that post was made. How what a world, huh, Tom? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, can you?
I'm gonna go out and buy a couple Hummel figurines.
Wow,
it's just that's
something, huh?
Yeah.
Splendid.
But that's the thing I reacted to and talked about and did other stuff, and so that's something happened before that, not me.
So on July 6th, the year before, was the final Tom Gulley show. So it was a year after that. It was a whole year of nothing.
Right, and then I got on and I did just a couple of shows.
That was crazy. What was going on that week where you did a week of shows?
I didn't do a week. I did like 2 or 3. And it was just, to be honest with you, I just had moved and reset up my studio.
Now, do you at least understand that post that says Tom Gulley is an alleged pedophile?
Hey, I know what it says.
Okay, but do you at least understand what the joke there is?
No.
Like, it's not me alleged.
No, the joke there, Jesse, has been entirely lost upon me.
Really?
Yes, especially when I recognized that artwork, having had the business operations director of the school district call me and ask me about it one morning.
This is last year. You weren't working at the school anymore.
That artwork had been sent to the school while I was still there.
It had?
Oh, yes. It was one of those fax emails.
I didn't know that.
So it was through a website. It can, everything can be traced, but
that's fine.
Now, would you like to know a little bit about yourself?
Okay.
The business operations director and the school superintendent and the director of technology all looked into that stuff, and they discovered you. And so when they called me, they said, we've received some very unusual things in the email. And they started to describe them to me, and I was just so freaked out. So congratulations. And then they went, but we've looked into this. We're aware of, I know they used your first name. Maybe they mentioned Tomawful. We're completely aware of what's going on, and we're calling to tell you not to worry about it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, they wouldn't want you to be worried about it.
Well, on their end, I mean, I wasn't worried about false accusations or people just trying to
again, I wasn't alleging anything.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
No, you were in no way stimulated that or moved that along. No, you hadn't repeated it or anything else.
I'm repeating other people alleging it. Yes. It's news. I wrote a news article.
I'm sure you did.
I linked to the articles where these things are alleged.
Yeah, but even if it was a news article and you're talking about getting a lawyer and you could do this and you could do that, hey man, everybody can.
Sure. Yeah.
Do you know what the 6 points of per se harassment are?
No, what are they?
I don't have it in front of me, but the lawyer that talked to me did.
I knew your ass didn't know.
There are 6 things, and like you've hit them all.
I haven't hit any. I've hit 0 of them. I just looked it up.
Oh, you've hit them all, man.
I just looked it up.
Let's see, what is it here? Defamation per se.
Yep.
Look it up. It's where you don't have to prove damages.
I did look it up. I just looked it up. I haven't hit any of them. It says 0. I took the quiz and got the score. Came back negative.
Okay, so indications person. Well, anyway.
Wait, don't skip over that part. What did that part say? This says.
But if you look at the law, and here's the shitty part of it.
I've got it here in front of me.
Here's the shitty part of it say
guy.
I was say I was wanting to. Say I was wanting to do something to a guy in New Jersey.
Okay, I'll say it. You want to do something in New Jersey.
I would have to get either the authorities in New Jersey to act on the matter, which technology they haven't caught up with it yet. You know, even if it's in the law books, the cops going, I got 3 rapes, 2 murders, 4 domestics. Am I going to Bill's house and tell him to quit? No, probably not.
Exactly. I want Bill to, but yeah.
Then I can have them done up in my state. Are they gonna extradite Bill 6-pack in Jersey?
They will not. And I'm not sure. And me, Bill, I'm not showing up. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well. Now, there was a guy who was actually threatening to kill me and doing a whole bunch of other crazy stuff. Oh, man, I've got him on. Yeah, you'll enjoy this. Which one is it? I think it's this one.
And I want to welcome in, I'm assuming Tom is here. You wouldn't believe.
Where is the one where he's talking about cutting my head off? That's the good one.
Well, now, in fairness to this guy, and I think saying that about someone is bad, but in fairness to him, if he truly believes you're a Frankenstein, then that's not that big of a deal.
I don't think he does.
I don't even know how to start now.
Where is this? It's so good.
Little bitch. That's the fun part about you. I got you, boy.
Where's the one? I mean, it starts off with 30 seconds of dead air, and then he just starts in on cutting my head off and stuff. So,
why does he say that? Is he the father? One of those guys you went after? There was a kid.
No. He's demented. I'm not the only one who thinks so. He's just he's a messed up guy. So
silly man.
So he got charged here in Texas because he was calling me all the time and calling my place of business and doing all sorts of other stuff that it's like, man, just why don't you just keep it to your own show and we'll be fine. But when people get like outside that world, I don't like that, you know, like
a few people do.
And so, long story short of it is that he got charged with harassment here in Texas. Now that means the police charged him, the prosecutor charged him, and the judge signed the warrant. So there was a warrant for his arrest in Texas.
Yeah.
Now, he lives in Virginia, so what's he care, right?
Right.
Except if he has a broken taillight and gets pulled over,
yep,
the police are going to see that warrant.
Definitely.
And they may not arrest him, but they might. I mean, my brother's a county sheriff, just got elected this year. You can call him, congratulate him.
Congrats, Micah.
So he
in the room.
No, a cop is gonna, if they see that warrant, they're gonna go, I may be smelling an odor coming from that car. Hold on here. Yeah, this is the one.
You better hope you get some motherfuckers. I will motherfucking, dude. You think my record's bad? You don't know what I've gotten away with, motherfucker.
He has a criminal record for domestic abuse and a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you don't live
with the wrong motherfucker here.
You're fucking with the wrong motherfucker.
I'm not undefeated, but believe you me, I've won more than I've lost. A damn thing to you, you little fucking punk.
Where's the part? I think it's
That's
like
how you talk though, too, Tom. You kind of talk like this sometimes.
I don't curse traditionally.
I swear to God, if I had your number right
untraditional
now, I'd fucking call you first.
Where's the part where he's talking about
To the point where it decapitates. I don't even want to decapitate him. I want his head to hang on his little goddamn pencil neck. Just
that's what it does already.
To stay attached.
I don't think something that already came true. So anyway, yeah.
Technically not a threat. Your head already does.
Oh, dude, you didn't hear the whole thing, and that's not only one. And then there's voice messages.
Okay.
And then there's text messages. Oh no,
Right.
they look, the police were they were looking into it, but when I sent them the audio, dude, that piece of audio is 33 minutes long, and it never stops. And instantaneously they went, no, we're gonna file.
You don't think the same thing about me. You know I'm just a silly comedy man.
I wouldn't call the police on. You haven't done anything for me to call the police on.
No.
So I wouldn't call the police.
I've never done anything that you find like alarming or
I don't know that you have.
Right.
I mean, you're kind of responsible in a lot of cases, and you have called,
hang on a
and
second.
you have
what?
called. Come on, you know when you talk to your folks that some of them are going to act on their own.
But I don't have the responsibility.
And you don't know that as a dead lead pipe cinch, and you certainly can't be responsible for what other people do. But come on, there's an atmosphere there.
I also
there's
will openly say do not. So
yeah, I've heard your do nots before. Please.
What does that mean?
Don't call him. They're like the Opie and Anthony. Don't bother those people. No, stop, please.
Well,
but whatever. I mean, you've called personal friends of mine and tried to get them to divulge things and all sorts of stuff. Did you not call a young lady that lives in Los Angeles, California?
Lynette?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I called her.
Yeah, you did.
No, two people called.
No, you definitively did.
I don't think it was.
No, I think
it was Boat. I think it was Boat and Paul.
I didn't say you were the only one who called, which is another issue. But,
I don't know that I did. I don't think I ever talked to Lynette.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, you did.
I'm not just saying this. I really have no recollection of personally speaking to Lynette.
But whatever. But you haven't done any police-worthy, that I know of. But then again, that's because you don't have my address. If you had my address, you would do some shit.
Well, nothing illegal. Fun stuff.
I don't know about that.
You would get fun things.
There's things that you may have done.
How do you feel about coleslaw?
They really, really kind of like it falls in the same category as the other thing. Even if there is something illegal about it, it doesn't rise to the level of doing anything about it.
But again, you just said you wouldn't call the cops on me. You don't think I'm actually a real threat. So we got that recorded.
And then I said, if you had my address, that's what I was talking about. But
what
yes,
do you think? What you think I would come to your house and kill you or something?
Didn't say that.
What do you think I would do?
I don't know. I know if you had my address, I could expect something to happen. Oh, yeah. I just remember something. You guys said some stuff over to my friend's house.
What?
Yeah, they were so confused. They're like,
wait, what happened?
They're like, we don't know what's going on.
I don't know what you're talking about. What did you say?
Same deal. I had all my property shipped to their location when I first got to Texas.
Who are you talking about?
My friends that live in this region that got a bunch of deliveries one night for me.
Yeah, food deliveries. That's not a crime or a bad thing. That's just a housewarming gift.
It's nothing to call the police about, but it is in that category of things I don't like. You know,
how do you feel about coleslaw?
If you do, I don't have any feelings toward it one way or another.
Okay, then no problems. Then what do you think?
I don't want it on. I don't want it delivered to me. I don't want anything coming to my place I didn't request.
You say that, but do you have any projects? How do you feel about 2,000 pounds of concrete? Like, do you want to put in a new patio?
You're not talking about concrete. You're talking about quickcrete or sackcrete, right?
No, I'm talking about cement.
They're going to drop a finished 2,000 pound block of cement.
No, the bags. Yeah, the bag.
Yeah, quickcrete or sandcrete. That is not concrete.
Quickcrete. Well, okay, all right.
It's not concrete. Well, it's not concrete. Sorry.
How does anyone get through a conversation with you, Tom? It's crazy that you ever took.
I don't know. That's a damn good question.
All right.
That is a damn good question.
Thank you. It's so annoying.
You know what? There's a lot of people that can, but they're people that speak properly.
No, there's not. You don't do it. You mess up all the time. Just nobody calls you on it because nobody.
Everybody screws up.
Yeah,
that's just a matter of being a human being.
I didn't screw up though. I didn't screw up. Quickcrete is a brand name for a fast drying concrete.
It is. No, okay, it's concrete. It's a mix.
Concrete
is not finished concrete.
It's done.
It is not.
It's not. We're not talking lava and magma here. Okay.
That's not concrete either. But
no, that's the same principle that you're attempting to apply.
The principle I'm
placing in colloquial speak, a bag of shit that becomes a patio is often referred to as cement or concrete, and I used both of those.
Well, I'm not colloquial.
Yeah, how about 2,000 pounds of sand, cement, and aggregate bagged?
There you go.
Is that what you wanted me to say?
I love that.
Anyway, do you have any projects you need to work on?
I'm starting an emo band with that exact name.
Okay. Have you had a kid yet?
Oh man, I don't think I want to get into that whole subject. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, no, but I just mean because of your dad joke.
Have I had a kid yet? No, I haven't. I don't have any kids.
I know. Can a Frankenstein reproduce? What would happen if?
I don't know.
Oh, there was a son of Frankenstein.
Here, let me run to Pornhub and find out.
There was a son of Frankenstein, I suppose. But anyway,
there's a bride.
Listen,
I don't think they made it though. I think did she fucking scream and he ripped her head off for the marriage?
I don't know. They might have
Elsa Lanchester.
All right,
Bride of Frankenstein.
Her old man references with you. Come on, I'm only but so old here. Again, I don't even use Facebook anymore.
Dude, that's a reference from a movie from like 1934. That's not even something somebody.
How old do you think I am?
Well, how old do you think I am? Is what I'm getting at. I just
like
know that because I know
things
things about popular culture. It has nothing to do with.
I don't think that's that popular.
Not anymore, but it is in film circles, and a whole bunch of my followers are horror fans.
And tell the followers out there where they can find you on the radio.
Well, the ones that listen to me here in the DFW area already know.
And so, but listen, you
I don't think I'm allowed to talk about where I currently work.
The 10s every hour station identification. Here we go.
After news and weather together on the 8s. So I have to I don't even think I'm allowed to talk about where I work on this thing.
Well,
I'm allowed to do it. I'm allowed to do it now, thank God. But I've been allowed to do it since the end of May.
Well, what about when you're calling into that awful, I can't ever remember his name, that Canadian prank caller guy?
Have I called into that?
Yeah, you called into that a few times. I heard you allowed to do that.
I don't call into there.
Or whatever, you were part of it. You
They would call me and then record.
What's that shit called again?
It's called NEAS, not even a show.
Not even a show. Yeah, I can never get that right. I know it's like something about it not being a show.
You don't like it?
I honestly, it's like the absolute worst type of prank calls for me. As a lover of the art form.
26,000 subscribers.
That's fine. A lot of people have bad taste. We discussed this.
See, that's the attitude. There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
that's
I know
what
how
I'm
many
looking
people go
for.
see an Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah,
too.
it's like the top selling books in this country are Harlequin romances. They make
can't
the best.
stand when a guy calls in with a character and a plan, and he just steamrolls through to his idea for a prank call.
I love that.
That's the worst type of prank call.
Especially,
there might as well not even be another guy on the line. That's basically listening to a guy have a sketch out loud by himself.
I like his show. So I haven't been on that.
I'm sure he's a nice guy.
Seriously, I haven't been on that in forever.
It was last year.
He had me on for some sort of a.
It was behind his paywall, and I snuck into his paywall and heard the.
Was it the one where he was making a comeback or something and doing a fitness show or something like that?
I don't remember the premise.
That's the last one I did, and I had to get permission to do it.
Tom Gulley.
I had to get permission to do it. So.
You had to get permission for that. What kind of life do you lead? I've never heard anybody else have these sorts of things happen where they have to ask.
When you sign a contract with a big broadcasting company, they put parameters on like that.
That's crazy.
I'm not happy about it. But then, so when the next contract came up for renewal, I said, look, I get to do this. And they put some criteria on. I forget what they are, but
I got to get you to do one of my style of prank calls.
What's the difference?
I don't go in with where I've already mapped out the entire point of the call and then just steamroll over the person I'm trying to prank.
I've done prank calls for not even a show.
I know, but you're that's.
But you haven't heard those prank calls.
I've heard you on his show. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think you've heard any prank calls.
I think I have. I'm pretty sure. Listen, I couldn't remember
because my prank calls aren't like his. I don't do a character. I don't
call you calling into someone's radio show and.
I call into a lot of radio shows. There's certain radio shows that I'm allowed to do.
What the? Well, name those.
Man, I just don't need. That's. I do broadcasting because I like it, and it's fun, and I like the people that I work with. I think they like me, and I just don't need this shit.
We have a morbid fascination.
I know.
That's all.
Look. If I start doing shows again, you guys can all come right here.
Can you
all of your nonsense?
Everybody? Can you unblock everyone in the chat?
No, I'm not unblocking anyone, and the real reason for that is I'm too lazy.
Can you unblock me?
I'm not going back and unblocking all those people.
Can you just unblock me?
You've already got an account you can come
I know, and I'll have to make another one when you block that one.
I haven't blocked it.
Unblock Tomawful.
From where?
From your YouTube chat.
Oh, okay. Chill, man. I didn't know if you meant Facebook or you.
Oh, I don't give a shit about Facebook.
If I get around to it, I will.
Oh, come on, man. It takes 2 seconds. It's really not hard to do.
You don't know how many people I have blocked.
Trust me, I
It's
do.
a sea of people.
Yeah.
And you guys aren't the only people.
Listen, I know, but probably 75% of them are like the same 12 guys.
No, because when I first started on YouTube, there were people that followed me from Facebook. There were a couple Facebook groups, big ones, that followed live shows. And some of them were trolls, not all of them, but a lot of them.
Yeah, I went back through all your old ones on Facebook and watched you getting trolled on there too and stuff. When I saw that episode where you were dressed as Frankenstein, that was like
it made your day, didn't it?
Oh my God! It was like God touched me that day. I really felt something.
But see, that's why when you guys were starting with Frankenstein stuff, it's like, I don't care. I dressed up as Frankenstein.
Well, do you know why?
Is it not obvious that I know that I am facially not the most attractive person on earth, and that I may, due to my haircut and square face, look like Frankenstein? Yes, I'm very aware of that.
It is odd that you choose to cut your hair into a triangle bang as if it's a flap on top of your head. That is odd.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just joking. That's what Frankenstein's hair looks like.
Okay,
Anyway,
okay. Yeah, I just cut it.
Do you know why, though? Do you know where we got the Frankenstein thing from?
No. Just life?
No, dude. Someone you worked with at the school called me on my personal line and said, I found Tomawful. I work with Tom. It was a lady, so I know she's not lying. Women don't do this. And she had her kid with her, too.
You've never been around the Mormons.
This lady worked with you at the middle school or wherever it was, and I think her kid also went to the school. Her kid was in the car with her when she was calling me, and I was like, I recorded the call. I was like, can I record this call? She was like, yeah. And she told me that you had an incident where you went to school for Halloween dressed as Frankenstein or something, but she also said that the kids are all calling you Frankenstein, and you like left with tears in your eye.
Yeah, because there's middle school kids on this planet that can make me cry.
That's what they were all saying.
Something's wrong with your story.
And her kid hated you. Like,
something is wrong with your story. And here's
what do you mean?
Here's what's wrong with your story.
I have the recording. I can play it for you.
It's okay. I didn't do that at the middle school.
It might not have been the middle school. It might have been
see, now here we go.
Well, I said maybe the middle school. I started off with maybe.
No, you didn't.
On purpose. Yes, I did. I said maybe
kept
the
saying
middle
that
school.
She worked with you at the middle school, and her kid.
I only know for a fact you worked at a middle school because we found your name.
I did, but my first year there, I did not work at the middle school.
Right, you worked at the elementary school. She told me that.
And that's where I was dressed up as
That's where the kids ran you off crying?
No, that's where I dressed up as Frankenstein. What those kids? So I dress up as Frankenstein, and they start calling me Frankenstein, and I got upset. Is that the story?
I don't.
God, it sounds very credible.
I'm trying to remember. I might be confusing two things. I might be. I think I am. I think I'm confusing the Facebook time where you dressed up as Frankenstein with the time she started. I don't think this actually was Halloween. I think the kids just started referring.
No. I wouldn't. It may not have been de facto Halloween day, but it was the day I dressed up for school because I would never do that twice. To get that paint off.
Yeah, I don't think you did it twice.
It was the same day I did it at the elementary school.
I think I made a mistake. I think her story was that this was like a totally different time. They were just saying that your normal countenance resembles that of a Frankensteinian monster.
No, that wouldn't be accurate for that school system. And I'll tell you something else.
This is what she told. She's a lady that worked.
Did she give you any other information about her background?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, I was told not to say because she.
Well, no. Anything that she said in things that you broadcast. Did she? If she worked with me at the school, she would have had to have been a school teacher. I can tell you that for certain that the school teachers at the middle school and the elementary school, the female ones, aren't going to call your show. Now, there are.
What do you mean? You can't
hold
know
on. Dude, part of my job was to facilitate their computer needs.
Yeah, I know. So,
a pretty good grasp of their computer skills in the
But
middle
you
of
also-
in the middle of nowhere.
You were
in the
also
mountains
seen
of
by the
Utah.
kids. You had a
Trust me,
role inside
these
the
ladies.
school.
Now there are what they call paras and janitors and cooks. Some of those people, now they're on the internet. So I'm trying to find out something else so I can figure out who this person is. Because
Well, I know you're trying to figure them out. That's why I'm not giving you info.
there's only one person that I know of that fits what you're talking about.
Okay, well, it's that person then, I guess.
Well, that person's not what we would call a 5-star citizen, and that person's been put in jail more than once by a relative of mine. So,
well, this lady also did have stories about your brother, and
I'm sure those are credible as well.
They sounded pretty credible.
Okay. See, this is why it's difficult to
what?
You know.
I don't just make these things up. That wouldn't be funny if I just made it up.
Most of comedy is made up.
Not mine.
Well,
I'm not most of comedy.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not. There's certain stuff that's not funny if you just make it up. Some stuff is, but most of it.
Well, you wouldn't have made it up.
I wouldn't have.
No, the person that you put on the air and passed off as credible would be making.
They knew too much to be lying.
What did they know?
They
in a
knew
community
exactly,
that small.
This was before any of my audience knew where you worked, who your brother was, anything. They knew all of that stuff about you.
Everybody knows who my brother is in that community.
Okay, so they're from that community.
Dude, how big was your high school?
Just being pretty big. Just being
how big?
From pretty big.
Well, what's that?
Thousands? I don't know.
3,000?
Probably.
There's only 2,000 people in Wayne County, Utah. My high school has 5,000.
Yeah, I know.
And so it was like, there's less people here than my high school. I know every single human that walks or crawls.
That adds to their credibility. There's.
Well, no, that just adds to the ease of knowing who my brother is.
And knowing who you are exactly.
Right. I worked at the school. My brother's a sheriff. Everybody knew who we were.
I know. I'll put it like this. I know for a fact that this person worked with you.
How do you know that for a fact? Pay stub?
I asked them to prove it, and they did.
How?
Through something they emailed me.
Which was?
I will not say.
Oh, okay.
Listen, okay, give me all of your interactions with the people from YouTube to prove to me that you didn't. You're not going to do that.
That's a cumbersome thing.
I
didn't ask you to give me all the emails you've ever emailed. That's just one, and I didn't ask you to give it to me. Just tell me, was it a government document? Was it a?
I was emailed from an email that would prove.
Okay, the email address was from the school district.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, that's okay. That doesn't prove she works with me.
It was the school where you work.
Well, you can't tell from an email a specific school.
Okay, then she made it all up.
Well, I don't know what she said. I don't know. So far, everything she says that you told me is accurate, and well, except for the crying.
Okay,
but. It's all pretty banal. And anybody that knows me or people that don't even that listen to this show, for crying out loud, I'm going to cry if a bunch of.
Well, don't say for crying out
please.
Loud. Come on. That doesn't help your case.
Well, no, it is for crying out loud. But
it's fun to imagine you just
really?
absolutely sobbing, running away from a bunch of children, pointing and laughing. It's
really? That's, okay.
You don't think that's a funny image, a grown man, an older grown
man,
too?
I don't consider it funny or unfunny. I just go, oh, there's a guy crying, some kids.
Well, it's particularly funny considering your history with your antagonism with children. I'll just put it like that. It's funny.
I don't have antagonism with the majority of. I mean,
I didn't say the
it's
majority.
Just like it's just like any. It's like any. They don't have to be children. If they do a bunch of crappy things to you, you're not required to like them. You know?
I don't know. You got to follow them for the next 4 years of their lives. Ruin everything.
Not it's longer than 4.
Probably.
Please.
I bet. Yeah, that's true because it was after they got out of college.
That's if I'm done.
You're the type, which another reason, by the way, why it seems like maybe, just maybe, you
but
might
there's a
report
difference.
YouTube channel.
There's a difference.
You couldn't put down the phone for 6 years with some kid who called you a
put down the phone.
As a kid.
What do you mean put down the phone?
What?
I wasn't on the phone.
Whatever. You know what I mean. I'm being fucking.
It's not like I was sitting at my computer for 6 years.
You followed their career.
I did a bunch of stuff. I didn't follow their careers. I did a bunch of stuff, and then like 5 years later, I looked them up and went, "Hey, remember me?
That's crazy.
Remember
that's crazy.
Remember when it was so funny to email my parents and call them up and doing all that stuff? Well, I just sent a bunch of your fine writings from 5 years ago to your new employer.
That's crazy.
I'll be speaking with them later today.
Oh, that's crazy to do.
If you say so.
It is.
Not to me, it's not.
That's why people wrote
By the way, you don't even want to know how many people I have had over the years call and go, hey, way to go. And people from that community, too.
Okay, they're crazy, too. That's insane.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, okay. I got
I would be on your side.
I've got
if
a
they weren't
scorching hot news flash for you.
Okay.
A lot of people think what you're doing is just a little bit not right in the head.
I bill it as
in
that.
fact,
that's the selling point.
Oh, well, okay.
I
bill myself as eating my own shit, so it's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, see, that's crazy.
That's all I'm asking you to do is admit you're eating shit, and you won't do it.
No, because I'm not.
Dude, you're shit eating. Come on.
No.
That's shitty. Listen, I would be on your side 100% if the.
Really? Really, Jesse? God, my prayers have finally been answered. I've been sitting here. God, if I can only get Jesse 100% on my side, then all my dreams will come true.
Then why argue the point if you don't care about what I think?
I didn't say I didn't care about what you think, although that's kind of true. It's not totally true. It's kind of true. What I said was, facetiously and sarcastically, I'm not worried about getting 100% of you on my side.
I'm really not worried about that. I would agree with your methods if they didn't stem from something that happened when the person was a kid.
And no, everybody I dealt with was above the age of 18. In addition...
That's not what it said.
In addition, I don't give a fuck what it said.
They were 17.
When
they said you were the P word.
The thing that you have to keep in mind here is that I don't care why or when you'd be on my side or what you would have done.
I know you don't care though.
Yeah, but yet you tell me there's a bunch of stuff that I know you won't care about. That I could tell you, I make that editing
on why
that I don't tell you that. See,
I'm only giving you the reasoning I have for thinking what you did was crazy. That's it. It's not about you caring.
I don't. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like I don't necessarily care about any of the things you're saying, but sometimes you just put up.
Well, but you call my show, so you're
for a conversation. I'm calling you the man.
No, you call my show. You want me as a man, you get my personal number, and you're never going to get my personal number. And if you call me as a man personally, no one else would be listening.
It's your personal Facebook.
Is it?
Yes.
Hold on.
It is.
Yeah, but if you'd call me on Skype, it would be my personal Skype, and I'd still be broadcasting it to people that would be listening, which is different right there from a normal phone call.
I just wanted to talk to the man, Tom.
You are.
Tommy boy.
But people are listening, so it's not
Tommy Tony. Old Tommy Tony, we call him.
Really?
Yeah, that's what we call you, Tommy Tony.
Yeah, that's when you guys are sitting
We
around
also
calling me.
call you
When you're sitting
Jumpy
around calling me
Gumbo.
things, Tommy Tony comes to the top.
We
Frankenstein way down the
call you
list.
often, I'll tell you that much.
That's
But
good. That's good.
I wouldn't call you late for dinner.
How old's your
Actually,
kid again?
I probably would call
How old's
you
that
late
kid
for
again?
dinner.
Because
So that-
I don't want you to
that
run out of
Gumpy-
jokes.
With that gump tooth, I'd probably call you late for dinner. You could stand to
I
be
don't
a
know.
little late.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good for biting things.
Exactly.
Opening bottles, a lot of
That's-
uses.
You open bottle. That might be why they look like
Open
that.
bottles.
I mean,
Yeah,
Jesus
man.
Christ.
I can take
You
the
shouldn't do that.
caulking out
You
of a
ever-
window. It's
You ever,
it's awesome.
you ever chew on tinfoil?
God, no, that would suck. Doesn't that? Wouldn't that like hurt if you had a filling or something? Or God, no.
I don't know. I looked on the tinfoil package and it said, "Do not chew." Meddling bureaucracy is taking away our fun once again.
Man, it's the fucking OSHA.
They're quoting you. They're quoting you in your chat room.
I haven't
I'm
even-
not done with these kids. Not by
They
a
were doing
long."
that before I got on the phone with you.
That's such a funny quote. We still play your theme song all the time.
Really?
Why? We play clips of you all the time. We love you.
Why?
Man. We love you. You don't get. why-
I envy your free time.
I don't have free time. I have no free time.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks.
Right.
I actually attempted to take a little free time.
And then there's all your followers' free time.
You think this is my free time right now? This is
I'm
my
not
job.
paying you.
I'm doing my job right now.
Oh, okay.
We're right now. You're on an episode of H2BH the show.
I knew that right from the get-go.
I know you're not leaving this episode up. There's no way you leave.
Why
this
wouldn't
up.
I think I am going to leave this one up.
You always take them down afterward. Can you?
Because they're
unprivate
not
all the
good.
old ones?
The ones I'm just practicing and get my studio set up, I'm just goofing around.
Like you privated so many of your videos, and that sucked.
I'm sorry.
you
there was probably a good reason. Sometimes that reason, I guarantee you, was, as you know, because I didn't want you to get it. So, but sometimes it was just because I didn't like the show.
Come on, man, unprivate them. We're trying to.
I don't. You give me these tasks that are just like, I'm going to sit through all those shows and public private switch it, public private switch it.
That's something that takes
that all day at work. I'm not really into doing that.
It only takes a second.
Nobody goes back and listens to these shows anyway.
We do.
Well, you've got plenty to listen to. Have you guys busted into the podcasts yet?
What do you mean? What does that even mean? Busted?
It's just an expression. Have you listened to the podcast yet?
To a different person's podcast?
No, mine.
You have a podcast?
Oh, shut up.
What, you do?
Just shut up.
I'm not joking.
Dude, you've quoted things. You've quoted things from some of my podcasts.
Oh, you mean the old one?
Yeah. No, they're not. I could technically start. In fact, I've got like so many podcasts to produce.
I've always been so confused by your website because it's like, it's so out of date and everything. And then your last, I don't even have to look. I know your last podcast post. It's something about some guy called Kip Abada or something like that. And listen, this is how much I pay attention to you and love you. I'm in love with you. I want to be inside you. And I'll never forget any of these things about you. Like, I will forget little parts of them and get them wrong and
You
say them
suck.
out as if I know. How do I suck? What?
Anyway, there's like 270 of those podcasts. Knock yourself out. I don't even know how many Facebook shows there are. I don't know how many YouTube shows there are.
I would like to crawl inside you like a tauntaun and wear you like a flick.
I hate Star Wars.
I bet you do. You hate anything that
I like
a normal person
Trek.
would enjoy.
I'm a Trek. I think you're either a Wars or a Trek, and I'm not a Wars.
No, most people now are neither because they're not old
Really?
men. Yeah.
Why are all the Star Trek shows on TV then?
I don't know. Does anyone like those?
I don't know either. They must just be producing those for nobody.
Those
And
are
releasing new ones every season. I don't know. Can't be a money machine, those Star Trek shows.
Those are absolute garbage, those things.
No.
From everything.
I started to watch Discovery, but it's like it's just not as good as the other Star Trek. So, but I don't like Star Wars because it's fantasy. It's princesses and
That's what,
fairies.
You know what's
tauntauns.
interesting? I don't like fantasy, but I do like Star Wars.
Yeah, I could never just.
I don't like new Star Wars stuff though. But I don't like Star Trek. I don't like this. I don't like the nerd shit where it's trying to make me feel morals about things, and then also they've got tubes.
Well, they do that sometimes on that Star Trek, and I don't like that either. I like it when they have like a Shakespearean plot or some really dramatic stuff. I don't care about the planet where the girl can't love who she wants to love. It's like, hey, we all got problems. Jesus Christ.
I don't like how often they're trying to turn it into Sherlock Holmes or some gay bullshit instead.
In the holodeck?
Yeah, what is
I don't like it sometimes. What I really don't like is like you've got this episode and the Enterprise yet again is in peril and they can't escape this one. And then fucking Wesley Crusher rushes in and goes, I just remembered something from an old Starfleet textbook from 200 years ago. Maybe we could, and it's the last second solution from Wesley Crusher. I just want to punch that guy in the face.
He's what they call a Gary Stew, right?
I don't know what that is.
Do you know what a Mary Sue is?
No.
It's in fan fiction writing when someone has like a self-insert character that they're the best and they have all the good ideas. all the old legacy characters like them.
Yeah, that's definitely Wesley Crusher. Yeah, it's definitely not Jar Jar.
Well, now Star Wars has that, and so I don't like Star Wars no more. But also, I'm an old man with children who, it's high time I don't bother with these things anymore.
I mean, I watched a lot of new stuff too, but I don't even really follow a lot of the Star Treks that much anymore. I tried to, but couldn't do it.
All right, well, we're best friends.
Classmate of mine is actually in one of them, a college classmate of mine, and we lived in the same dorm. Doug Jones. I don't know if you know who he is or not.
That thin guy that did all the creature characters? He's
I know him.
I know who Doug Jones is.
And this is another thing that you guys don't like, and it's true. I have a bunch of actual friends that are famous, but they're not famous anymore, kind of, or they were never really famous.
Why do you say we don't like? Isn't he in he was in an Academy Award winning movie?
Yeah, he's in all those Guillermo del Toro. He's in the Hellboys and.
Why do you think we don't like that about you?
Because you've made fun of it. People from your area have made fun of me for it before. I don't really, which really doesn't bother me because I kind of think I should be made fun of it for it. But I
don't think so. I know a million famous people too.
Yeah, I mean, they're just you interview them, you hang out with them, but I mean, even the Letterman thing. God, people I work with, some of them, Letterman has been on the air in 8 years because they don't even know who he is. They were.
What do you think of it? 12. What do you think of Letterman's new stuff, the Netflix and all?
I love it. I love everything he does. They never ever. I love his YouTube channel.
Oh yeah,
freaking incredible. So, and that Don Giller is a friend of mine. He's the guy that had the Letterman site before Letterman did his own site.
Yeah, I know.
And Letterman's so cool. He's like, look, we're starting our own, so you can't put anything up. We're not going to make you take the old stuff down, and we want you to be an advisor on our site. That's so Letterman cool, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they used a lot of his shit. They probably didn't even have.
Well, he has all the records, of who was on when and all that other stuff. The actual CBS and NBC files are at Ball State. They're, good luck finding them.
Yeah, I love Letterman. The Netflix thing I'm not that into, but I still watch it for him.
It just depends on the guest. He's had a few guests that I didn't even watch the show.
I don't like it when he's I mean, part of what I liked Letterman is he hated the guests on the show.
Yeah.
And he had no reverence for them whatsoever, unless it was someone he actually did like. He had just no reverence for them whatsoever.
Yeah.
And then he is kind of in that he's in that old man stage that everyone seems to get into after, some amount of time. They all seem to one day finally be at that point where they're like, actually, I want to know all these celebrities. I'd like to be nice to them and, reverend.
Yeah.
So I'm not too into that. He is in that kind of spot.
Did you see the thing he did with Peyton Manning?
I don't know, maybe.
God, it was hilarious. Letterman came up with all of these ways to improve football, and it's like, even if you're not a sports fan at all, you just die laughing. It's like, if you get 2 first downs in a row, your team ought to get to use 2 balls. And there was another one, it's like the last play of the game, all the players on both teams go on the field. He invented like a whole bunch of new different football field shapes. One was like a giant U. Another one, I mean, you just have to watch it. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Yeah, but the biggest disappointment for me since the last time, that's transpired would be the passing of Norm Macdonald.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
His shows, you can watch
that's
them on
my 9/11.
Your Internet Archive.
I remember where I was when Norm Macdonald died. I walked through Blood and Bone trying to find out if Norm was really dead. I thought it was being hoaxed.
Man, and so Norm.
I was trying to find my brother, and because he loved Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get a hold of him to find out if this was true or not. Climbing through rubble and smoke, and it turned out he was in northern Canada.
Yeah. So, Norm died, and all of his shows are on, all of one. It's like 4 different versions online of the Norm Show, but one of the versions is on Internet Archive, and it's just, God, that man, just funny to the bone. And I love his philosophy. As it goes, when Weekend Update, I wanted to tell jokes that weren't jokes. And it's like, you did it.
Yeah, I always appreciate that his, because I hate stand up. I don't like. I don't think stand ups are funny no more. And then, except for Norm, he was funny. Mm-hmm. And then he was the only good one, really. And his sort of stand up died with him, as far as I'm concerned. But I always like that. I always like that he was
Bill Burr, man. It's tough for me to get past.
I like that he was attempting to find like the shortest version of a joke. Like he was taking it to the extreme of the brevity is the soul of wit thing.
Yeah. Well,
I think he realized at a certain point you can't top "Take My Wife, Please." It's too,
it's just you can't not laugh at. The more I learn about Hitler, the less I care for him.
Yeah,
it's just like, God damn it.
Well, the thing, his classic thing, I think that this is just, I don't know, maybe he talked about this, but this is just a feeling I got from watching. I don't know for a fact, but I feel like he was trying to over and over again craft the perfect joke.
Yeah.
And again, I think he probably discovered at some point that the perfect joke is "Take my wife, please." 3-line setup, one word punchline. But realizing he can't do that, I noticed that a lot of his jokes were the setup and the punchline were the same words.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the same. So I think that was his attempt to sort of get close to that.
I love absurdist comedy. And when he would sit down there and completely straight face go, they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Of course, we all know that's not true. You can't murder someone and leave the jurisdiction. They'll track you down and you'll face a jury of your peers. It's just like, God damn, you didn't just you didn't just not get it. You didn't get it, and then you took it a whole bunch of different places.
Well, it's his word choice.
Yeah, well, and it's his timing is impeccable too. I mean, but
he had the best word choice.
But anyway, but yeah, that hit me hard. It's like,
well, you know what? I don't like that he hit it, and because everybody's like, oh, he didn't want to taint his comedy. He didn't want you to feel bad for him in the end, which I get. But then he fucking died. And now when I attempt to watch my favorite guy Norm, I'm like sad, and now I'm sad all the time. Like I wish I had.
Would you not still be sad if you knew about it in advance?
No, I would have already gone through all the stages. I would have.
See, I think I think a dude deserves their own choice in that thing among all of them.
I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm just saying as a
you didn't like it.
As an extreme Norm fan, like big time Norm fan since I was a real little kid, that didn't work for me. as a magician's last final trick, is the greatest trick he ever pulled. The constantly talking about death and cancer, but never telling us that he had it, and somehow he didn't see it.
Dude, one of my favorite artists of all time, and there's a huge Letterman connection here, is Warren Zevon.
Yeah.
And God, that Letterman episode where Zevon came on and knew he was going to be dead.
Yeah.
Not too long. That was a guy that he went out on his own terms too, but everybody knew he was going to die. And he made an album with Springsteen and Jackson Browne and all these people, and they all knew, hey, that's going to be it. So it's always weird. It was, I think it just made it more shocking.
Yeah, I watched that Warren Zevon. I remember watching that when it was live. That Warren Zevon episode. And I remember like he was cracking jokes and saying all this, and I was like, okay, death's not that bad. This seems fine.
Letterman asked him, do you know anything now that maybe the rest of us don't, facing what you're facing? He's like, I know you're supposed to enjoy every sandwich.
Yeah.
And he was joking about it, And Letterman, after that show, went back to Zevon's dressing room. And Zevon had been the band director fill-in and been on the show a million times. Said, Letterman is the best friend my music's ever had. And he went back to his dressing room, stayed there for half an hour. When he came out, and this is what people report. I had a guy on my show that did a book called The Last Weeks of Letterman. It's about the last 6 weeks of the show. Yeah. And he came out, and Zevon had given him his guitar. And Letterman looked, visibly like, he might have been a little misty-eyed or whatever. But, that last episode and the last interview is on YouTube. And I watch it every now and then just because it's like, wow. You don't see stuff like that, with somebody that knows they're going to die and they come on TV and talk about it.
Yeah, that's what I wish Norm Macdonald had done is, told everyone he's going to die. I mean, we all liked his final appearance on Letterman anyway.
Yeah.
There would have been no problem if we knew.
Wouldn't it be great if they found like a secret file on his computer that had a whole bunch of him just monologuing as he knew he was going to die for like the last month or two?
Well, I think they did. I think that was his last Netflix special.
Well, yeah, that's just the one though. I mean,
but
I can take the kitchen.
Just to be clear, I would have preferred he did not die.
Yes, well, Bob Saget.
But thing. If I had my druthers.
Yeah, well, we don't get to pick, but I just I'd love to hear him. I was in the bathroom the other day, and I thought, sooner or later, I'm gonna take my last shit. I hope this isn't it. Whatever he would do. Just talking about his
I wouldn't want to hear about his poops. Me personally.
God, he talks about worse shit than that.
I just wouldn't want to hear about his cancer diarrhea.
You know what's interesting to me about Norm? It's not that interesting, but most of your major mega comics have that one album that they're kind of associated with. Norm doesn't really have one.
Hilarious.
It's not like Eddie Murphy Delirious or Steve Martin Let's Get Small or The Button Down Mind of Bob Newhart. I mean, it's not that huge was on the top 20 album bestseller. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that was always.
But that's because he was on TV. He was on it every week. And
it was always the case with Norm that he was not appreciated within the moment. Like even when he was being appreciated, it was like, it was months too late from like it was people catching up. He was always a little bit ahead. He was a few streets ahead on that one, but I think that was I think his attempt at that was the album hilarious. I think you even mentioned Delirious by Murphy. I think that's the joke of that title.
Right.
But that's what makes Norm great.
Yeah. Yeah.
It always bugged, like I started watching his YouTube live show when it first started. I was like, oh my God, finally. This is for me. This is finally the thing that I've wanted happening forever. And nobody I knew anything about it. Now that he's dead, everybody's just quoting every line from that from that YouTube show all the time.
Yeah, and also the genius. I love the ending of the show where they'd sing that Canadian song.
Oh,
it's time to say goodnight. So long. I'll be on. You know, that actually comes from an old Canadian variety show. Is where he took it from. But the thing that was genius was the jokes and having the guests read the jokes.
Yeah, that was the best part.
So awesome. So awesome. And some of the people he had, Tyson and Jack Carter, and of course he had Letterman and Seinfeld.
It's hard to watch that show too because all the a lot of them guys are also dead.
Yeah, Saget.
Yeah, I
can see him no more.
Gilbert.
Super Dave.
The current Super Dave. The Curse of Norm Macdonald Live.
Well, Seinfeld's on it. He's still a billionaire. I mean, Letterman, he's not doing too bad. People forget that Dave Letterman produced a whole bunch of shit.
People also forget that Jerry Seinfeld, at 37 years old, the height of his career, the popularity of his network television sitcom is absolutely gigantic. He dated a 17-year-old girl.
Yeah, Shoshana.
What the fuck?
Yep. And
everybody was just cool with that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He is, I guess, in a way, he is the coolest guy ever.
I don't know about that. I know a guy married a chick. We didn't marry her. He was just living with her at the time. And he'd been screwing a bunch of his interns and employees pretty regular for about 25 years. And a guy tried to extort him.
We all know what you're talking about.
A guy tried to extort him from it, and he pulled the ultimate gangsta move. You're not extorting me, mofo. I'm going to go on TV, tell everybody, and I'm going to have you thrown in jail.
Yeah, that was a great desk segment from that one. I do like that one.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorites is the Don't Blame Jay.
Oh yeah, don't blame.
No, Don't Blame Conan. That's what it was called.
Right. Don't blame Conan.
God, I love that. I could watch that
what
clip.
Jay said.
I could watch that clip. He goes, I don't have a dog in this fight, but I'm going to talk about it because I'm really enjoying this. And then he just goes through the whole. He even does an aside to Paul. Paul, you're not thinking of blaming Conan, are you? He wouldn't push himself out of a job. He's not that kind of guy. It's just hilarious. People also forget early Dave Letterman. Early. I'm talking I watched the morning show, but the next show. And nobody ever did anything like the Velcro suit or the Alka-Seltzer or the dropping stuff off of the building, the crushing stuff with the hydraulics or the monkey cam or the upside down cam or the guy under the stair. I mean, it was just totally revolutionary for that time. And it's impossible to explain it to somebody that didn't live through all of the tired old normal talk shows.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I wasn't born until the tail end of all that. But I understand. I know we're probably boring the shit out of people who don't give a shit about Letterman. But he absolutely changed comedy. It's everything you understand about comedy was in some way there's a ripple effect from the David Letterman program. And
what also gets me is that like all of the cool comedians, all of the cool talk show hosts, they all are huge Letterman fans. They're not Leno fans. They're Letterman fans.
Yeah. I don't hate Jay Leno.
I don't either.
I'm not one of those like, oh, he should have. Fuck him. Or whatever. But Letterman's the best that there ever was ever. Not even close. It's not even, it's like leagues ahead. Next guy.
For people my age, it's Carson. And for Letterman, it's Carson. But the guy I grew up with, and the guy put me through school for crying out loud. Well, soccer and him put me through school. But I was a big fan of his before I even got that. So, anyways, all right. What else?
All right. I already told you I want to climb inside you like a tauntaun.
Is there a better analogy than that?
I want to pilot you like a flesh mech. I want to Honda pilot you like a flesh mech. That's a callback. What else? We're best friends now. You agree to that?
Let's see. It's
right.
Pilot you like a Nintendo controller at the bottom of the ocean.
Are you? No, it was an Xbox, Nintendo. You're really doing that old man thing where you just call any video game thing.
I didn't know which one it was, to be honest with you. I was just. Here's the thing. I was freaking out that it was
Xbox.
I was thinking that I was freaking out that it was Bluetooth. Like, you guys aren't even going to run a wire.
Well,
Come on, man.
I think that was in deference to the pirate.
Okay,
all right,
then.
So we're best friends now. Just admit it. You love me.
I don't think we're best friends.
Admit you love me.
I'm not going to admit I love you.
Don't make me put you in a little headlock, give you a noogie. Come on.
You need a step ladder for that.
Oh, please. I'm taller than you.
No.
You're only 6'5".
Yeah. I've seen pictures of you at various parades. Well, no, just the one parade, actually.
Like pictures of me at various...
Video. Is like a mermaid parade or something?
Yeah.
Lock that down?
Lock that down. You pretend like you don't know. To know what that is.
Who's the guy? Ian Ellis?
Yeah, if you know that name.
I watched an Ian
You're
Ellis.
You're looking up anti-pod off stuff. That's crazy.
It came up and...
it does not just come up. That doesn't come up from my people. It's certainly not just coming up.
No, it came up after I looked at a video that was like on Angie's Random Edits that had your name in it. And so the one I watched, they were talking bad about you the whole time, and it was in the title of the video.
You know, Angie's Random Edits. Anyway, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing that you asked me about. There was one night. What was like you messaged me about that. You know that I know about Angie's Random Edits because you told me you run that page.
I need those guys to explain to me what is so funny to them about Lock That Down. I really don't get it.
I think it's just the way you did it.
But like, I can't even say it. They understand that that's the joke, right? I don't understand what their point is. It's not like when we're laughing at you.
My observation.
I'm not done with these kids, not by a long shot. That's a funny.
My observation of like who are these podcasts and Shuli's show and some of the other ones and yours is that stuff doesn't have to be legitimate to be ridiculed.
It's not about legitimate. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying but by legitimate, I mean they don't have to be commenting on your actual intent or anything else. They'll just find something and ridicule it. That's what I'm saying.
I don't see.
There's no like this.
I don't think my show is like that. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not just picking things at random.
I think you're picking things, and they're not always like things that I'm going, oh, that was a good choice or whatever. I mean, it's
maybe.
I think you will find as many things as you can with the victim at hand.
Victim?
Yeah.
Nobody online being made fun of is a victim. When you put yourself out there,
that's a bullshit theory.
No, it's not bullshit.
If you ran for office. You should welcome people on your front porch pissing on your door.
Especially if you're running for office. Are you kidding me? It's even more true.
No, you have all the same.
You're running for
all
public
the same.
service. You think you should speak for other people?
No, you don't think you should. A whole bunch of people voted you into doing that.
You had to think it first for them to vote for
No,
you.
you've clearly never interviewed as many as politicians as I have. There's a bunch of these. There's a bunch of.
But he was
do you know how many stuffed shirts they go up to and go, "We need somebody to run in 6th district, and you're a strong Republican with a fine family. You worked for the prosecutor's office. Why don't you do it?" You know, that's just no. Well, I should. I will look good on my resume.
Your average guy. I don't think that's going to be the guy running.
But anyway, a lot of these, like I was watching that thing with the Stuttering John that you don't know about, and that Carl guy, it sucks because a lot of these shows I do find funny, and I think the guys on it are funny, but there's like 30% of the time I'm just going, you didn't need to do that. That sucks. That's not funny, and it's not even what happened, and you know, you're just.
Well, I can't comment because I've never seen it, so
right.
I don't know. But I know with me, I'm never like trying to force.
It's not about trying. It's just about what happens and people's perception of it.
I never am forcing something. Like, I don't know. To me, the lockdown.
I don't think you're forcing it at all. It flows quite freely.
Thank you.
It seems relatively effortless to me.
Thank you. Oh my God, I've got butterflies.
I know.
Oh
it's not a compliment.
Cloud 9.
Go ahead and enjoy it.
Oh my God, Tom, I'm blushing.
I know. I could have been mean and put up one of my.
Come on, not in front of all these people. Come on.
These don't really pertain to Jesse on this occasion. I'm just trying to show that I have them. Oh, that one actually kind of looks like you.
Oh, I'm embarrassed. I don't know. I'm not looking at the stream.
Oh, okay, well, I'll just put the news time.
Oh, is it that title card with that long hair guy?
Yeah. So.
Oh, I thought that was always weird that you did that. that was a bizarre one to me too.
Why?
I don't know.
It was good for me because it took me off the camera and I could look at the chat room and, you know, concentrate on some crap. I hate being on camera.
You got to come back on cam because one of the fun parts about a Tom Gulley stream
is making fun of my physical appearance.
No,
you can't do that without the cam.
You know what we find so funny about you is you are just so sure that you're right, and you can see it on your face, and you will be
about some things. I am
about,
yes.
But you'll be about everything.
My surety in what I think is it's like binary. It's like, yeah, I definitely know that or a lot about that, or I am completely ignorant of that subject. And man, my shows are rife with people calling in and asking me something, and I go, I have no idea.
Yeah, but the second
I've done it on this show with you.
The second
there were 2 terms that you asked me I didn't know, and I said, I don't know what that is.
Fair enough. But the second they slip up in your mind, the look on your face when you're like just being
I can't deny that.
Little
I've watched the shows myself on occasion. I very
and
rarely
then having
do.
that you can't fix stupid sign above your head.
Yeah, you love that, don't you?
I do. Yeah.
Now, a very, very valued follower sent me that. So
Morty Vicker?
I put it up. No.
The Reverend Wild Bill?
The Reverend? I didn't know he was a Reverend.
Yeah, Reverend.
Maybe he did have that on. Look what I found.
Lynette Miller?
Look what I found.
When we start talking about free speech, I don't know that those things necessarily come to the forefront.
That's actually my voice.
But I do know this. Whether we 100% super kind marijuana was smoked on this program. Now, as...
There's another of my
Wait,
radio
that's
shows.
you?
Yeah, that's me in like 1994 or something like that. But the voice is all high because tape...
Yeah, that's the excuse I use too.
Here, what's this? This says Jesse calls in, and somebody did something to me. Well, it wasn't me, first of all. If I did, I'd have told you about it first, and then I'd take credit for it. I got a long track record of that. Now, the first source is rather literal. Okay. I think this is when I did Who Took Your Thing Off the Air. It might seem obvious to most people, but these are the sort of people that don't have the intellect to understand the object.
Imagine your face during this. Oh, my God.
The first source is YouTube. YouTube took those pages down.
See,
that's who
like that
actually took them down.
Oh,
now,
yeah, see, I did that just
because I knew you were in agony about your page getting taken down. I was enjoying it. To the Tom Gulley Show, you just interrupted a really great speech. Now I'm going to have to stop talking about it.
You sound like you're about to cry.
Do I? I have that whole conversation. How much of it is left? Like 5 minutes of it.
That's such a funny thing to just call in and say. Oh, boy. That wasn't me, though.
People always go, when you listen to your shows back, do you ever... And I'm like, I don't listen to my shows back. They're done. I don't... What am I... You know... Nobody else is going to listen to them after about a day or two. So, but on the occasions when I do have to admit, sometimes I go, God, man, you got to really start. You look like a kid that's about to open an Easter egg or some shit when people say, or so, oh, you missed up. You know, it's like, just relax. But I don't like being on the camera at all.
We got to get Tom back on cam, guys. Everybody chant in the chat room. Tom back on cam. Yeah. Tom back on cam.
I got to figure out if I'm even going to do it every day and stuff again or what's going to happen.
You have to. We got to get you back in the mix.
Yeah, but I got to do a different kind of show. That show is getting a little bit stale. And...
Well, that's fine. But a call-in thing is great.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you guys like
I tell you what. I promise we won't beep anymore.
That doesn't bother me.
Remember when we call in?
I did. It did beep.
And
I would go, how many stations have been taken? How many channels have been taken down? Beep. One. Okay, one.
YouTube channels you had taken down.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, we won't do that anymore. But we will call. We'll call in with great stuff. We won't say the N-word anymore. I'm trying to make friends with the goons, and I know you don't like that term, but I don't know what else to say.
It's just you do recognize that you're the biggest goon of them all, right?
Well, okay, fine, but we don't use goon derogatorily. There are friends
bullshit.
of the show. There are friends of the show that
the friends of the show that we ridicule. And
how is that ridicule? Goon, like I think in its most. Well, the word originally comes from the Popeye comic, right?
So, Alice the Goon. So you're telling me. And this is something that goes directly to credibility. You're telling me that you have never once made an effort to ridicule any of your quote-unquote goons.
I've made enormous efforts to ridicule many of them. like gone out of my way to like ruin them sometimes. But
I love it. I love that. That's one of the funniest things when people, it's like, you know, certainly you weren't trying to push her down the stairs. No, actually, that's exactly what I was trying to do.
But that's not what makes them a goon.
Well, no, I didn't say it was. I just always find that funny when someone goes, well, of course you would never. No, that's exactly what I was doing.
You're taking umbrage with the term, though, and the term is, it's meaningless. In reality, it's just a person I talk to or about on my show.
Do you watch Family Feud?
I've seen Family Feud, certainly.
So, is goon a derogatory term? Survey says it's like the majority of people would consider goon to be a derogatory term.
Yeah, the normal use of the word goon is a henchman.
You mean the most widespread use?
Yeah, aka normal. Yeah.
Well, that's not what normal means.
What does normalize mean? What is a normalized result?
Normal means looking at all.
This is why we need you on camera.
Looking at normal means looking at all of the data, eliminating the high and low outliers, and using the mean or median. That's
perfect.
Normal.
So normal.
And there's two conditions.
Right. So what you're saying is I use it absolutely correct.
There's normal, or there's
that's an interesting way of going about telling me I'm right.
Or there's abnormal. So you know what abnormal means, right? It is outside the boundaries of what is most common.
There
you go. So normal doesn't mean most prevalent.
Use of the word
normal does not.
I'll continue.
Normal doesn't mean most prevalent.
The normal use of the word goon is that it is a henchman.
No.
Yes, that is the most common used version of
maybe
goon.
In the 30s.
No, it has.
Now when somebody says goon, they just mean some, a stupid person. I just did the Miriam. I did and then
That's like the original way it was used, but that's never been the way I used it. And also now the internet calls people who jack off.
Incidentally, you were wrong about it originating with thugs. It was first applied by sailors. Originated with
Alice the Goon from the comics.
No, goon was adopted by sailors, applied to the albatross and similar big clumsy birds circa 1839. I'm relatively certain they weren't doing any Popeye cartoons in 1839.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm the editorial director of the Cartoon Network, and
Alice the Goon's a reference to that.
I'm editorial director of Cartoon Network, used to be, so I'm an expert. That's
Well, I've watched all the Cartoon Network. I'm an expert.
Goon first carried the meaning stupid person circa 1921. The meaning of hired thug circa 1938 is largely influenced by the comic strip character Alex the Goon from the Popeye series.
Okay. Well, Alice the Goon was the Popeye series. Popeye's the Sailor Man, Pirate, Sailor, Albatross. Okay, whatever. Anyway, point is, I'm not using it in any of those fashions. The only reason I use this term at all is because, have you ever heard of a website called Something Awful?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, it was it's like one of the, Something Awful and its creator are sort of the David Letterman of the internet, actually, in a way. That everything they touched changed comedy and memes and stuff on the internet permanently. And it's not a big website anymore because no website that isn't Google or YouTube or Facebook or whatever. But the forum members on that website were affectionately referred to as goons. Why they chose that term, I don't even remember at this point.
But not your idea.
It was just a joking term. It was just like, that's the people who use the website. These are paying members. They're not making fun of them for saying that. In the early days of Pod Awful, I would always get the question, so is this like the podcast for Something Awful? I don't know why. People just assumed I had something to do with that website. And so in a way to further confuse people on that, I started referring to the people I talk about on the show as goons. So if anything, technically speaking, the way I appropriated it, I was appropriating an affectionate term, a term of endearment, and not any of the previous meanings of the word. And I only even did that because I had a friend who had a similar show where he made fun of people, and he was like, you got to start calling your people something. You got to have a name for them. And I'd never even thought of that. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's probably easier than going, like, hey, look at this retard, or
so
hey,
your followers are called goons?
Huh?
Your followers are called goons?
No, my followers aren't. Just the people I talk about.
A major difference there, but okay. Well, yeah. Whatever. You are doing it, and it's super nice, and I don't like it. So.
Yeah, I know that is weird.
Yeah, that's where it's at, and that's where it's going to stay.
It's not super nice. It's just neutral. It's
it's neutral, and I don't like it. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get it. Anyway, so. Fine, whatever. You're okay.
There's probably a name in the world.
I'm trying to make nice with all of the people from the show that I've talked about.
Okay. Well, here's a thought. Start off by not calling them goons.
Well, no, we can't.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Seriously.
You're trying.
The rest of them have this big stick up their ass about it.
Well.
Except for Mr. Burgers. You and Mr. Burgers are the exact same. He doesn't like that he gets called a goon and then tries to.
I'm not stopping you. I'm not.
You couldn't. But.
No. I could stop you out here. But you call me. You guys call me worse shit than that?
No, we don't.
Come on.
Name one thing.
Oh, I would, but I don't like talking about it because it just brings up more.
We don't call you that.
You know that thing about rolling in the mud with a pig, and
Do you know? You mean the P word?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we don't do that, and I don't.
That's been done to me a million times.
Yes, we know. That's the
by your people.
No.
Here in this room. Maybe. Here in this chat room, on my Facebook page.
Here's the thing. The last episode of my show we talked all about this guy named Vito, who everyone on the internet calls the P word, okay? And he probably is not one. Could be, we don't know, but probably isn't, because he made some untoward jokes one time, and then everybody started calling him that, and so he got mad about it, so he leaned into it and made all these even more off-color jokes, and it's just been this vicious cycle. So I said, you know what? I'm going to be the guy that stands up for this dude. I don't think he's a P word. And on top of that, I think we're overdoing this calling everybody a P word thing. It's actually kind of losing its meaning at this point. It's like calling people racist. When you just call anyone racist, it's, kind of meaningless. So...
Well, here's something that you might find interesting. Like all the internet experts tell you, it's like ignore the harassers, just block them, and all that stuff.
That's true. I am an internet expert.
did that. Like you don't know how long with these stupid kids up in Pennsylvania, and it didn't stop. I mean, I followed the instruction. Nope, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to. When I started lighting their asses up, that shit stopped fast.
Yeah, but
I mean, quick, fast, and in a hurry, and I wouldn't have done any of it. Okay, maybe it's in that podcast. I don't know. I haven't listened to it for a million years. The amount of shit that showed up at my front door was staggering. Every free Bible that you can get online, there were 10 of them. there was canes for the blind.
What's wrong with that? You're a man of Christ.
There's canes for the blind. There were pizza deliveries. There were...
Awesome.
Oh God, you should have seen it. It was like it was an email address, luckily, that I didn't use very much. But there was like 1,000 magazine subscription emails in my mailbox one day. And so after all that happened, and parents got called and all sorts of other stuff, I just went, man, this ignore it stuff ain't working. And that's when I started calling up the parents and recording them and all that shit. And then it stopped. It stopped.
fast.
I
get all that stuff, right? That happens to me. All that.
I didn't know that.
I have entire fake email addresses that I know, okay, they think this is going to be my personal one. It's all going to that. I've got a million blocks set up. I literally get no phone calls to my phone other than
I got all that same stuff going
5 people who I definitely know in real life. I've got all that stuff's happened. I've had pizzas sent to me, and I've had
that's
any of that shit. The magazine stuff, being signed up for
all sorts of stuff, not
AIDS
just
medication.
Yeah, not just magazines, but free medicine, free glasses, free
all that.
Anything that's free.
Insurance shit. I get all of it.
All that religious shit, man. It's God.
Well, I would like that. That would be cool. But I get all that stuff, and I don't reply to it, and I don't respond.
No, I don't do anything with all that. I just throw the stuff away, and it was easy enough for me to call up all the Pizza Huts and say, "Hey, don't be doing this unless." Because I feel bad for the drivers. Knocks on my door, and I'm like, I didn't order this.
I know.
You can't do that anymore, I don't think. But
in the early days, I had to do that. I love getting Domino's. I get Domino's all the time. And then I kept having people prank call Domino's, and they didn't want to deliver to me anymore. I had to set it up with them, you got to let me still order here.
Yeah, that's what I did. Then there was a note, above the phone that had my name on it, and a code word, Navarone or some bullshit. And it was
well, now we know your code.
Cloak and dagger.
Write down the code.
That's what I always use. That's what I always use as a fake code word because it just sounds military. Guns of Navarone.
Yeah, the guns of the Navarone.
But I think it was a password in a movie or something like that. But it was it's just too much. And I just went, and you got to remember, This was 1,500 fucking kids. It wasn't 10.
I get it.
But, and so I just went, finally one day I just went, man, I'm sick of this shit. If they can do it, I can do it. And
yeah, but what you did is not the same. What they did was harmless. What you did was harmful.
I disagree. You know, defaming me like that. Look, if they said stuff about my teeth like you guys do, or any number of other things, that's a big deal. But good Christ, I coach, I teach at schools. Can't have that out there. And I was real nice about it. I said, could you please take that down, and you can write other shit.
But see how
here's the other thing. What they were doing was a lie. What I was doing was the truth. You're kind of full of shit here, because you're no, they should be allowed to do that, and you shouldn't do anything back. Well, fuck you. If you're going to do it, I'm going to do it right back to you.
You're allowed.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Don't I know it? And I'm better at it than they are. And plus, once you have the truth, and you have those kids' own written words, it's like it's not going to end well for you. By the way, you can hear, because on Internet Archive, there's a bunch of podcasts about this.
I've heard them.
Okay, yes, so I told them 1,000,000 times, hey, I'm being nice here. Stop it. And or things will start happening that you will not like.
Your recollection is like mine, where it's like you remember yourself being nicer than you were.
No,
I've heard all that stuff. And here's the thing: you're also like, oh, and I tried to ignore it and everything, but your version of ignoring isn't. You respond.
You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do a thing for like 2 months. Listening isn't looking at the internet and seeing this stuff.
No, not just listening to it, but seeing, like, I've seen the Facebook posts themselves.
Right. And you won't see any for the 2 months preceding the ones you see, because I didn't do anything.
No, I mean their Facebook posts. They're where they started calling you pedophile. Well, I mean, let me ask you this. Why didn't you're saying you responded in kind. Why didn't you respond by calling them pedophiles?
Because that's doing what they're doing and lying. I don't lie. It's a lot easier. That's be like, well, they robbed your bank. Why didn't you rob their bank?
Right.
You know, it's like that's stupid. Why wouldn't I do something that actually affects them?
But so, like, most people would look at the situation and say, well, the reason they're lying and the reason why I would not is they are young and stupid, and I am old and wise.
And so because someone's young and stupid, I have to take their shit because they're shot out of their mom's vagina?
No, you were right to call their parents and say, hey, what are you doing? Like, this is fucking up my life here. Please do something about this. I have a feeling, and it's just a feeling, I have a feeling you didn't do that the best way. Your attitude is probably...
It's all recorded.
Your attitude... I mean, you admitted earlier the way you are, you know, and how talking to you can be. So imagine that. And I know this is a person who is the same way.
Yeah, but you're assuming that I talk to all people the same way on all situations. I'm a professional person. I know who to talk to and how.
But
and by the way, again, it's recorded. You can hear how nice I was to these parents. And I might also add, and this is in the podcast, and I think it's in the news, and I think it's in the news article. Many of the parents said, "Oh, I'll stop this shit," and I mean quick. And their children were removed from the list. They didn't do anything else, and life went on.
Here's the thing. No problem. If you had treated the situation the way you treated stopping Pizza Hut from coming to you, then you wouldn't have kept on hearing it for a while.
What do you mean?
You treated the Pizza Hut calls.
What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense.
So you called up Pizza Hut and you were like, "Hey, listen, I'm sorry about your driver."
Well, no, according to you, I called them up and said, "Hey, you motherfucking pricks."
No.
You know, talking to me how it is. Remember?
Come on. Listen.
And I'm telling you, no, I was incredibly polite to these people.
Right.
And you can hear it. Hi, am I speaking to the parent of Shani Bot? Come on, I was super polite with these people.
I'm not talking about the attitude right now. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Well, I was, because you said something about it. Right. I didn't go about it in the right way.
saying is
my attitude was bad with the parents, and I'm refuting that because it's
okay, fine.
Not true.
Maybe so. We know that that's true of the recorded calls, but I also know what happens when someone's recording. You're on your best behavior when you're the one recording. Everyone does that.
Well, there's all sorts of times in life when you're on your best behavior.
Sure.
If you want something from someone, yes, you're going to be on your best.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. What I'm saying is, so you called up Pizza Hut and you're like, "Hey, listen, I'm so sorry about it."
Please stop using Pizza Hut as an analogy. We have an actual working situation here that you're telling me is wrong. Tell me why that's wrong.
So you called up Pizza Hut and you're like, "Hey, listen, I'm so sorry."
I'm not going to listen to any more Pizza Hut shit.
It's directly related.
No, it's not. Tell me what's wrong. What should I have specifically done with the kids? I don't want to hear about Pizza Hut.
Okay, Tom. How about you? It would be over with by now if you just let me say it the way I want to say it.
No, because it's dumb. It's stupid.
You can piece
See,
out
now what you did with your first car, it's bullshit.
What?
It's bullshit. People do it in business. They do it all the time. They try to do it with me on the radio. Hey, I've got a different situation that I'm gonna try to make the real situation.
This is literally the same situation.
No, it's not.
You don't know what I'm trying to say.
Does Pizza Hut have a variety of parents with children out there acting out in the streets?
I'm not talking about the parents either. See, you don't know. It has nothing to do with how you called the parents.
Yeah, you should immediately abandon the Pizza Hut school of thought and get down to what I should have done.
You don't understand what I'm about to say at all. So
I know, because I don't want to hear it. Because
you have no clue. Tell me what my analogy is.
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know, and I don't care because it's analogy. Okay, that's like me going into a radio show and saying, today's radio show is going to be like a banana salad.
You're above analogies. Tom Gulley, above
analogies. I think there's times when analogies are useful, and I don't think this is one of them.
Might be one, and you admitted you
I don't care to hear your analogy.
That's fine.
And here's another thing that happened. You know things you've read or what you
Here
think.
It is without the analogy.
Okay, cool.
All right. This is what you could have done.
Yeah.
Because they're calling you a pedophile, right? And that's affecting your real life because you're a coach and you work with kids and blah, blah, blah. So what you could have done is you could have called the places that you work for.
I did that.
And been like, hey, listen, these kids, I don't know what I did to them. They're talking shit about me.
Already did
it. This is awful. I just want to get ahead of this.
First thing I did.
Okay. And it should have been the last thing.
Well, if the kids had stopped,
when
yes.
When you did that, did the place be like, no, we think you're a pedophile now?
No. But I had to go and have that discussion, which was not pleasant or comfortable.
Just like
which was not pleasant or comfortable. But the people, I can't possibly contact every person I know, every former coworker, employee, business owner.
They're just going to listen to some Facebook post that if people you know in real life read that you're a pedophile from a random Facebook post and they go, I think he's a pedophile, then you got a whole host of other problems.
Not really concerned about the people that actually know me.
Okay.
Not concerned at all.
Okay.
It's the people who don't that they contact.
There probably still to this day is literally a page on Facebook that says Jesse Powell Stroud is I don't remember what the wording she used, but that Katie Donahue, that melt-faced freak, made a page calling me a pedophile, all about pedophiles, put photos of me and my family and stuff on there.
Have it taken down.
Huh?
So have it taken down.
I can't. There's nothing I can do. You think I haven't tried? You think that's not a shitty fucking thing for me to have? And then every single time someone wants to come and make fun of me, they go and search my name. They find my real name, and then they type that in, and that's the first fucking thing that comes up. You think that didn't happen a million times?
I don't know.
But at a certain point, I had to realize, like, nobody who actually knows me thinks I'm a pedophile.
Yeah, I might have a different, like, career arc than you. Okay? Because, I work for usually a company that does business with a whole bunch of other very large companies, and so the people that I interact with, like in a sort of benign, not that engaged way, but I do have regular interaction with them. They might not know me from Adam, and so when you're looking to, and that's the other thing is like, say a position comes open in some soccer magazine and I want to blog on it, and so I have to apply for that position. Well, that guy doesn't know me. So, I'm just not as comfortable with that as you are.
I definitely get that. But I'm saying that in my scenario, that person might come across a comment on a Facebook post where you're being called a pedophile and think something about it.
Dude, it was way more than one comment on one post. There were entire pages set up for it and websites and everything else. So don't make it seem like it was buried in the comments section of one post.
Retaliated, how much more? Then there's articles and podcasts.
I didn't retaliate until the 4 Facebook pages and the website went up.
Here we are in the future. I'm the guy who ends up Googling you. Now I do stuff about it and blah, blah, blah. It just keeps going.
Yeah, all that was done before I retaliated. All of it.
Not the part where I did stuff.
No. The pages on Facebook and the website.
Well, not the articles, because articles are about your retaliation. Not the podcast, because the podcasts are you retaliating. So that just added to the...
Yeah, but all that happened. That was the retaliation.
Like, I kept retaliating against Katie Donahue.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I don't know who she is.
Making shows about her. And
but
stuff.
See, that's what I'm saying is they did all the stuff, then I retaliated. I don't understand what's hard to understand about that. And then the articles got done and everything, and I was on all the radio and TV.
But then what about 6 years later when you're still retaliating?
What about it?
Well, isn't that just adding to the pile?
No, it's demonstrating to a lot of really stupid people that chose to be a pain in my ass.
You think they didn't learn?
And I told them 6 years. I told them 6 years. Oh, that was awesome. I told them 6 years in advance, hey, you're going to have a first job. You're going to have a wedding announcement. You're going to do things in your life that don't mean anything to you right now because you're in high school, but they will someday. And I'm going to show you what that's like.
I get it. I'm a very retaliatory guy.
I don't think you get it.
But I do get it. I've done these things.
I don't think you
I've absolutely done. I've absolutely held these grudges. I still hold a grudge against the guy who got my Patreon taken down. I still hold a grudge against the guy who got my YouTube channel taken down. Now here we are because of these actions you did in the past. Your best friend Jesse PS now thinks you got his YouTube channel taken down because of the way you act.
Hey, you know what? I think that's a great statement because you started it off with something that's not true, and then you followed it up with something that's not accurate.
What do you mean?
We're best friends.
I think we could be best friends. I think we're a lot alike, except for the pedophile.
I don't think that's funny, and I also don't think we would.
I think we would.
I don't think we have that many common interests. I mean, I don't think
we don't have a lot of common interests. We talked about some of our common interests for like 20 minutes.
Letterman.
You know how long this phone call's been going? Over 2.5 hours.
Letterman, McDonald.
That's enough. That's enough for a lifetime. You know what Norm Macdonald and Letterman's common interest was that made them friends? David Letterman. Isn't that weird? So, so listen. What if my interest was just Tom Gulley? Isn't that enough?
I don't know. I think you should. You can find better things to do with your time.
I cannot.
And I don't know, man. It was a point in time. There's a lot of changes that I was making at that time of my life, and it made it difficult for me to do all the things I wanted to do because that information was out there, and I put up with it for a couple months, and I finally said, I'm not going to sit here and take this shit, man. I mean,
I get it. I'm not talking about when it first happened.
And so it's just, it's over now.
I'm just talking about the 6 years later. It just makes you seem like the type of guy who would do some shit.
That's funny because a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, like, were really into that. They were like, yes. Thank you. That's the other thing, man. I don't know how much you deal with today's youth. I know a lot of. I'm not one of those guys that's like my generation better, your generation. No, I was probably very similar to the kids of today. I mean, when you're that age, you're all the things that age brings with it. And I don't think that's changed for a couple thousand years, but they're just not as scared anymore.
I don't know. I just don't think that the 18-year-old calling you that when they're 24 should have their job taken.
Oh God, that's the best time.
That to me, that's
the best time
doing something.
That's the best time. So wonderful. So wonderful.
It's odd. It's an odd thing to do.
No.
If they were 24 when they first did it, and then they're 30-something.
Well, now some of them were.
Okay.
A bunch, not all of them. It's not a lot, but a bunch of them piled on that were graduated from that school, and
I'm fine with
everything
those.
else.
I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about.
But the other ones, they got warned. They got warned several times. They chose to join a bunch of hate pages and do a bunch of other shit that I don't have much sympathy for them. Sorry. I wasn't really probably planning on doing too much to him. To be honest with you, I had kind of forgotten about it till you brought it up, and now I'm thinking some of those kids.
We'll give you no touch-up.
No touch-up.
No touch-up.
No touch-up.
Just a little touch-up for you.
Yeah, some of those kids might need a touch-up.
Listen, though, you do understand that means that they could just do the same. Like,
they could start it all back up again.
What would stop, especially if you do get their job taken from them, then they're like, a man with nothing to lose. What would stop them from just continuing to do it to you then,
My insistence that if you thought it was bad this time, wait till next time.
Okay, but what if they do that?
Nah, they're trust me.
I'm not saying this is going to happen at all, but here's what could have. Here's a maybe scenario. Right?
You don't have to tell me what the maybe scenario is, okay?
You don't know what I'm going to say.
Do you think? Look, I'm a big boy. I can look out for myself. I've thought over the scenarios. I'm good.
You're like, okay. Well, I mean, it just doesn't comport with the like. Oh, I had to leave the internet because I'm this, I got all these important things where I'm not allowed to do stuff and blah, blah, blah.
Lee, I didn't leave the internet.
Well, you know what I mean.
Come on. I didn't leave the internet. I've been posting on my personal Facebook page quite regularly, tweeting occasionally.
You absolute pedant.
I did what?
You're a pedant.
What's that?
You're pedantic.
I think that's probably fair.
Yes.
So
you're quisling.
So I don't know if I don't even know what a quisling is. It's not bad. Are you bringing up the Norm quisling remark on Letterman?
That was the joke. Yeah.
Okay, good. So yeah, no, it was fine for me. I didn't have a problem with it at all. God, you should have heard some of these employers. Oh boy.
You reveling in it. That's
when they saw what those kids had written.
Like if I was an actual bad guy, I could have contacted any of these guys and be like, "Hey, you hate this Tom Gulley thing, huh? Yeah, well, I've got some info about it." I would never do that, but because I think what you did is wrong. And so I would.
What info?
But a guy like me,
I know. But what info?
Horrible stuff.
Do you think after
what info? I knew where you worked. Like back when I was making fun of you, I knew where you worked and lived.
So well, no, you didn't know where I lived. No, you did not know where I lived.
Well, according to your brother,
you knew where I used to live.
Okay, I knew where your P.O. box was. How about that?
I don't know if you know anything about remote Utah, but everybody has a P.O. box. There's no mail delivery.
But in a small town, you could only live but so far, right? And
you can only do what? I can only hold on. I didn't hear what you said.
In a small town, you could only live but so far. Like there's only so many places.
No, that's not true. It's 2,500 square miles. Dude. You'd have to look into this place. It is the most. It's so remote. It's not even funny.
No, I have looked.
So there's a town of. I don't know, 500 people. There's a town of 500 people where you get your mail. And then there's another town in the same county, like an hour and a half away.
I know.
It's 100 people. So that's kind of far.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if I was a malicious guy, and I'm not, this is not like me being.
Dude, it's the same bullshit as always. It's, hey, now what somebody could do, and I hope nobody does this. Is that they could call his brother. Come on.
I'm telling you, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's what you said on the other thing. Hey, please,
please
don't. No, please stop. I would hate it if you did that. You did that. But you did that.
What I'm saying is someone could.
But you did that.
I didn't do that.
Are you telling me you didn't do a show about me where you're going, gosh, I hope you guys don't start doing things to him? No, don't. I would hate that.
I absolutely did that after I thought you.
There you go.
After you gloated that you took down my YouTube
and that's what
channel.
you're doing now.
I'm not doing that now. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I've been straight with you for 2.5 hours.
Dude, you know your little minions are listening, and that's why I go. Now, somebody might, and I hope nobody does that.
No, we don't know anything. I'm talking about the past. I'm literally talking about whenever. I don't even know when it was. Was it 2 years ago now? Whenever it was that we knew that you worked at that one place, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, not me, someone. If someone had that same info,
when you admit that in the past
I'm equating it to my life. Like
I know.
People could and have
done
this to me.
You have already done that,
but I haven't.
You just admitted that you definitely did do that.
Yes, in an over the top.
So when you did do that,
in an over the top, obvious, joking fashion, me saying "do whatever you want" to this guy because I thought that you had removed my livelihood. Then I would have 100% been that type of guy. But
you did it, and now you're saying I'm not that kind of guy.
You did it. You did it to those kids.
Obviously.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
What I did to those kids,
but even when I was in
and you keep, I'm going to have to turn you off if you keep talking over me. The thing I did was merely report the truth. It's like seeing a couple of kids shooting up in the parking lot. You tell their parents. That's all I did.
So you were following? How did you see that happen?
I was using an analogy to make you happy.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, that didn't sound like an analogy.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Sure
that's
not analogous.
Hey,
that's
parents,
not analogous at all. That's why you shouldn't use analogies.
Perfect. It's saying, hey, parents, your kids are up to some crap they shouldn't be.
Well, shooting up in a parking lot is
kindly handle it. Forget that.
They would be concerned about their health, not
forget
concerned
that.
about
Just forget that.
The guy getting called a pedophile.
Just forget that. Well, they should be concerned about their child's well-being. Do they want that? Right. Do they want that kid wearing all their bad deeds on them in front of their college or their employer? I don't think so.
It's
okay. It's okay for me to wear it, but no, not those kids, those little angels, please. And you can only do it to them within a certain period of time when it's convenient for them. Bullshit. I'll do it on my own time when I choose.
I mean, there's an age of consent for a reason. Like there is a difference between someone who's younger and someone who's older.
I know. That's why they're wait till they're 18. A nice guy I am.
Are you saying there wasn't a single person who you reported on later that was 17 or younger when?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge, because I'm pretty sure there was.
Not to my knowledge.
I can't remember the name now, but back when I was looking all this stuff up, I remember one of them was 17.
That I contacted parents on?
Well, not just that, but then years later contacted schools and jobs on.
Well, I couldn't have contacted school and a job. It was one or the other, but.
What do you mean one or the other? It was like
no, someone's either in school or in college or they've graduated and gotten a job.
No, you did it after they graduated too.
From college?
That's what this was. Yeah.
Yeah. It was one or the other because it was all done at the same time.
You didn't do it to multiple people over a span of time.
That was right when it happened, and then it was done, and then it was done several years later, all at once. And by the way, several years later, there's only a couple of kids. Only it was the most virulent ones. That were still, by the way, that were still calling me on the phone 6 years later.
I mean, maybe they had reason to, maybe they didn't. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird community up there.
Me personally, I don't think I would have handled it that way.
Oh God, I'll get that on the air when I go back after my vacation. I know people are dying to know what you personally would have done, having not personally experienced it.
Yeah, a lot of people are dying to know that, actually.
Yeah. Yepers. What else? Anything?
Okay, let me see. We talked about Norm Macdonald. We talked about
I know, I brought it up.
We talked about that I love you. I want to pilot you from the inside and see what it's like inside your head.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Okay, you don't know. I might.
Well, I would doubt it.
I'd like to put you up on my shoulders and walk around with you on my shoulders. I'd like to buy a gigantic oversized trench coat and have you on my shoulders and us wearing the trench coat like we're one guy.
Wait a minute. Hold on. This will make sense in a second. Oh, shit. Damn it to hell. Hold on. This is going to be, trust me, it's the payoff is, whoa, here we go.
Best friend, he's a warm-hearted person who loved me till the end. People, let me tell you about my best friend.
You don't remember the Courtship of Eddie's Father opening song? Anyway.
I didn't hear anything.
People, let me tell you about my best friend. He's a warm boy, cuddly toy. Anyway. That's what
I'd like to pretend we were dinosaurs together.
What would you be?
Triceratops, what would you be?
I think it's cliche to say raptor, and then only guys with inferiority complexes say Tyrannosaurus Rex. You know what I'd like to be? I'd like to be that rock ape on the Herculoids, but that probably doesn't count.
Well, no, that's definitely not a dinosaur.
I'd like to be a pterodactyl.
It's a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. A pterodactyl's not a dinosaur either, actually.
Really?
Yeah, if you want to get pedantic, yeah.
Well, then I don't want to be a pterodactyl. I want to be a dinosaur. Just make me a brontosaurus. Screw it.
Okay, brontosaurus isn't real.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I don't know shit about dinosaurs. See, there's another admission of
A
complete...
brachiosaurus, I think, might be what you're going for. Turns out brontosauruses weren't a thing.
Really?
Yeah, they're just putting one skull on a brachiosaurus body or some shit. Okay.
Well,
I thought
it's
you were
not saying it here, though.
I feel like you're more of an ankylosaurus.
I don't know what that is, so...
They're they're covered in armor and they've got the spiky ball on their tail.
I don't want to be a dinosaur anymore.
Okay.
Let's see, classification. I'm looking at... I don't see anything here that says that they don't exist.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I got it backwards, but I think so. I'm going to say it with confidence the way you do when you're wrong about stuff.
What?
Anything.
What do I say?
You just say stuff confidently even when you're wrong.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's... I think that I believe in that. See, I think most people think they're right. And I don't begrudge them not thinking they're right. There's a lot of things I thought I was... I thought...
That's all you do.
No, I begrudge them when they tell me I'm wrong. And I'm right. But see, everybody thinks they're right until they get new information that either supports what they already believe or changes their opinion.
No, usually the new information makes them further believe they were right before.
Well, cognitive dissonance people, yeah. So that's
So
part of it. That does happen. But other people, like myself, there's a million things I thought I was right about.
Well, I forgot you are the man above analogy.
Not above it. I just don't like to use it unless, like, I use analogies when
you did 10 minutes later.
I don't like to use it unless I'm dealing with like somebody that's soft-headed and only speaks in analogies, and I try to communicate at their level.
You compared a kid posting on Facebook to them shooting up in a parking lot.
I did. That was pretty wild. It was
my
not as bad as
you had done.
Pizza Hut for what happened to me. But
calling
here's the
Pizza
thing.
Hut and telling them what's going on is the exact same thing as calling up an employer and telling them what's going on. It's the same.
No. It's not
And
the same.
it's something
It's not
you
the same at
literally
all.
did.
It's not the same at all.
It's barely even an analogy because
it's not the same at all. The employer pays me. I pay Pizza Hut. I can
it
call
was
a different pizza place. I can't just, walk into a building and go, "Hi, I'm working here now." Come on. But when I really like to use analogies, or when I'm describing something to somebody that can't be specifically factually referred to make them, like somebody will say, "Well, what color was it?" And you'll say, "It was like the color of a sunrise," or that's an analogy. It was, whatever. But that's neither here nor there. But I don't think I'm above analogies. My main point is I'm not above analogy.
That's a simile.
Yeah, simile is a form of analogy.
I don't know. That's too much of you saying a word that begins with anal for me.
You're the one that wants to be inside me, man. I'm trying to keep it real for you.
Oh, yeah. I didn't say it like that. Come on. Dude.
So, what else?
I want to slice you up the belly and climb inside for warmth. I don't want to go up your butthole with my
chop
penis.
Me on a plate and sop me up with a biscuit. Is that it?
No, no.
Okay, I'm just bringing up more analogies for you.
Dong in your butt.
Oh, okay. You just want to crawl in time like a tauntaun.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want I want your big, gumpy boobs to, keep me warm in the snow.
You guys with that whole thing. That's hilarious.
Come on.
That's funny to me.
All right. Well,
what else?
Listen, I think we've made the greatest show of all time.
I think this is a terrible show.
And
unlistenable
ever. And I'm going to say that I think we've made a lot of progress here. I think we've healed a lot of old wounds. And I think we're friends. And I think you're now a recurring co-host on my show.
Yeah, I think all those things have the same amount of trueness.
Well, it's definitely true that you're a recurring co-host on my show.
Uh-huh.
Every time I'm on your show, it's also
well, that's true. Every time you're on this one, I'm a big star.
It's H2BH the show. Happy to be here. Thank you very much, everybody. Can I get an updated artist liner from you? Remember when you did that one?
Yeah, it was the first show where you showed up. I was being a nice guy, and you came in and said you had a show, and like I do everybody else, I promoted it, and what a fucking mistake that was.
That's actually pretty good for the artist liner right there.
Yeah, there you go. Knock yourself out, man. There's no way I can prevent anybody from just grabbing what they want, doing what they want with it.
Whoa, calm down. Yeah, but there were some factual inaccuracies in your original artist liner. You got
what was it?
You got real mad at me when I called as you and I called it the Tom Show or whatever. You're like, actually, it's not the Tom, and like,
well, it's not.
Okay, well, my show isn't what you call your artist liner.
Well, I'm sorry.
Too. You got the artist liner wrong.
What did it say? What did I say? It was wrong.
You said, hi, you're listening to Is This Live the Show, brought to you by the Podawful Network, podawful.tv or something like that. And it's
so what's wrong about that?
I don't have anything called the Podawful Network.
I was high-siding you for straightening it up for the kids. Trying to make you sound bigger than you are, man. I'm sorry.
We need a new one. Let's take it from the top. Let's get this one clean. We've got, all right, go ahead, roll speed. All right, Tom, we're going to get you to do a We want you to slate first, and then
Tom Gulley. I'm with Helen Wells.
Okay, and then
I'm with
if you could just say
CCA.
This is Tom Gulley, and you're listening to Tomawful. Are you happy to be here? Say that.
That.
No, come on.
Got you. Okay, so, man, I really don't want to do this.
Okay, that's going in too. All right, so here we go. This is Tom Gulley, and you're listening to Tomawful. Are you happy to be here?
I don't even like that. It's not interesting.
All right, well, all right. You can punch it up. Let's hear your rewrites. What do you got? Notes?
No, you would give me notes.
Yeah, I'm collaborative. I'll listen to notes.
I don't think you know how notes work.
I definitely know how notes work. I've been noted quite a bit. But
notes usually come from.
Okay, well, the talent usually doesn't correct the director on what they like.
That's what I'm saying. You would give me notes.
Okay, but I'm collaborative, and so I'm listening to you. This is something that most of your bosses won't do.
No, all my bosses do this. Trust me.
Then what are you problem with?
My bosses are just moronic, brainless. Oh God, it's not even funny.
I'm Tom
they
Gulley.
Would die.
You're listening to Tomawful. Are you
Hold on,
happy
I'll
to be
think
here?
of something. You got to give me a second here. I ran out of soda fucking half an hour ago.
What kind of soda are you sipping on?
I'm doing Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
Yes,
Zero.
brother. All right,
Zero.
Here we go. I'm Tom Gulley. Now grab your Dr. Peppers because you're listening to Tomawful. Wait. Happy to be here. I'm Tom Gulley, and you're listening to Tomawful.
I got something.
Grab your Dr. Peppers.
I got something.
Okay.
I'm Tom Gulley, and when my limbs and organs aren't being stitched together by a mad doctor, I love listening to Tomawful. Are you happy to be here?
Okay, now I've got some notes on that. I really want the happy to be. No, sorry, not the happy. I really want the Dr. Pepper in there now because it turns out I was drinking.
I'll just
Dr.
do
Pepper.
another one.
You're drinking Dr. Pepper. Yeah, let's get a few. You know what? Let's run a few.
Let's get some wilds. Let's just do some wilds, okay?
Yeah, do some multiple takes too. Like give it, make it happy, make it big, make it professional.
You make fun of me all the time about my past career. And multiple takes are called wilds.
Okay.
I'm just hipping you to that because I know you're not in the broadcast or production industry. So that's what I said. Let's get some wilds.
Well, technically speaking, I am, but
well, if you were, you'd know what SMPTE time code is, and
I do know what that is.
You'd know that it is not the
I
minutes and seconds reading on your YouTube page.
Video editor.
You were telling me it was this minutes and seconds on the YouTube page. Or wilds, but we can do those. What's another top? Say,
yeah, throw some Dr. Pepper in there because we love Dr. Pepper on the show.
I'm a pepper. Are you a pepper? This is Tom Gulley listening to Tomawful. Are you happy to be here?
Maybe we need a.
You think of anything you want. Hi, this is Tom Gulley. Wonder Bra? I don't wonder. I'm listening to Tomawful. Are you happy to be here?
I don't know if I feel how I feel about you talking about your boobs on that one.
I thought you would love that. That was for you. It wasn't for me.
I don't know. That's a little.
Man, I'm playing into all the bullshit that you guys celebrate. So
I get it. No, I get it. All right. How about something about terminating my channel?
Okay. Hi, I'm Tom Gulley. And if I'd have terminated Jesse's channel, man, I'd be so happy. I'd be bragging about it. I'd be telling girls about it on dates and getting handies at drive-ins. It'd be so great, but I didn't do it. But I do listen. And I am happy to be here.
All right. I don't know how I feel about you saying it was a girl, but okay. So
you're gonna edit that part out anyway.
No, I'm not. All right, we got to get a few
evil bastard.
Either potawful.com or the Pizza Fund or potawful.pizza, and we got to. I realize like now we're not sending them somewhere. We're giving them the station identification, but we need to call for action.
No, I know. Working at all those radio stations all those years, we just always used one liner. That was it. We never had a whole bunch of them. Let's see here.
I'm just saying I need a call for action.
Call to action. Let's see here.
All right, do something about you being a disgusting pedant. Oh, wait, earlier when I said you're a pedant, did you think that was like a pedophile thing?
I didn't know. I said, what's that mean?
It just hit me that maybe that's what you thought.
No, I didn't know. I asked you.
Right. Yeah, like I'm Tom Gulley. I'm a virulent pedant.
No, here you go. Let's see here.
They never call anybody a virulent anything unless it's racist. You ever notice that?
Sometimes there's a virulent disease, but yeah, people, it's always racist. Best thing about the Pizza Fund and Pot Awful is you don't have to eat the crust. Tom Gulley, that's really bad. That's freaking awesome. That's awful. That's the worst.
I don't know. That sounds like you're talking about some sort of crust you produced or something. I'm not sure. We don't want to.
Pizza has a crust. People don't like to eat it. Well, some people go, "That's the best part." It's like,
I hate is when they call it the bones of the pizza.
Yeah, I don't like that either. It's the best part. It's like, well, then that's called breadsticks, man.
All right, call to action. Here we go.
Why were they calling them to go to the site when they're listening? Wouldn't they've already gotten the thing from the site?
You could be watching on YouTube, and then I got the site where I have to send people to the website now because you had my YouTube channel taken down. So.
I did not.
Okay, fine.
God damn it. Why wouldn't I just keep doing it if I did it?
You wouldn't want me to get madder.
I don't think I would care.
You would eventually care, trust me.
No, I really wouldn't.
Trust me, I'd have that kind of time.
You told me that you didn't. Now you say you do.
I would make it. I would have that kind of time if I just kept having my YouTube channel taken down.
Well, trying to think of something somewhat clever to say about your Pizza Fund.
Oh, we could be here all day.
Oh, okay. Remember, people who donate more to the Pizza Fund are people that God loves more than others. I'm Tom Gulley, this is Pot Awful, and I am happy to be here.
All right, a little clunky. And we got to get the either potawful.com or potawful.pizza in there. That's the call to action. You got to get the website in. You got to get the URL in.
Okay. Let's see here. Potawful.com or potawful.pizza. You have your choice. I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here. Oh, here you go. Potawful.com or potawful.pizza. I hate the fuck out of both of them. I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here.
All right, I accidentally stepped on that one.
Did you?
A little after. Yeah, a little bit.
Leave it. People will like that.
How about something about how you kept you? I'm not allowed to order pizza anymore. But that's not what's stopping you. Potawful.pizza. It's hey, I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm Pizza Hut.
But that's from. I can still order pizza.
Use code Navarone to.
No.
What?
Oh man. Hi, I'm Tom Gulley, and I've never been to potawful.pizza, but I sure as hell have been sliced a lot, and I'm happy to be here.
That was all over the place. We gotta tighten that one up, and you have been to.
You know what's really? if you had told me to do this before now, I do this for a living. I would have written a whole bunch of awesome crap.
Well,
yeah.
Listen,
let's see here.
I'm an off the cuff kind of guy. I don't do pre-written. I'm off the dome.
Oh, here you go. Here you go.
I'm all feeling. You're all fact.
Here you go. Here. Little known fact: if you go to podawful.com or podawful.pizza, you will quickly learn that Jesse P.S. has exactly the same number of Emmy Awards as Piers Morgan. Tom Gulley, I'm glad to be here.
Happy to be here. You're happy to be here. The brand is happy to be here.
Oh, so I should just say happy to be here?
How about I'm Tom Gulley and I'm happy to be here, but not for long. You're listening to podawful.pizza.
I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here, but not for long. You're listening to podawful.pizza.
All right, that's pretty good. And then maybe say something like, hey, this is Tom Gulley, and if I was only going to follow one Twitter account, it would be @the_N-word.
No, you can't do that.
What?
No, I can't do that.
That's my Twitter account.
Well, I can't do that. Let's see here.
Do you know what the N-word is?
Dude, I'm not going down this rabbit hole.
It's knowledge.
I'm not going down this rabbit hole.
The N-word is knowledge.
I love it. You're like a 4-year-old that learns a magic trick and can't do it, but keeps showing everybody. That's not what the N-word means to most people.
That's what it means.
You can't.
I am at the N-word. I get to choose.
You can't. These are not the droids you're looking for me.
That's what it is. The true N-word is knowledge. I actually had an older mystical black man tell me that.
Here comes one.
Okay.
I'm Tom Gulley, and you're listening to podawful.pizza, where all the pizzas are topped with hatred and venom. Happy to be here, though.
That's pretty good. I like that one. What about I'm Tom Gulley, and I met a mystical old black man who told me that the N-word, the real N-word, is knowledge.
Yeah. Why don't I?
You can do it like that, right? If you say
mind
that's
is a terrible thing to waste or something. No,
If
I'm not
you
doing
say-
any race-based.
It's not race-based.
It
Well, I guess
starts
the
off
fact-
with the
Okay, you cannot say that he's black.
Here,
You can just say-
pretend that you work for a big giant corporation that in its signing up for, right next to the don't play unlicensed music, blah, 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 gets very deep into the issue of race. And I can't be associated
I work
with
for that corporation every time I sign back up for YouTube. I tell them I won't say these things.
No, that's not the corporation I work for.
No, I'm just...
One of the two that I work for, actually. But anyway, so any others?
Yeah, let me think. All right, so how do I get you to plug my Twitter if I'm at the N-word, though? What if you say then-word?
Hi, I'm Tom Gulley. And if you like Podawful or podawful.pizza, you'll want to make sure and check out that Twitter account at horrifying shorthand term for racial epithet. And I'm happy to be here.
No, that was all over the place.
I know.
All right, can you just say N?
No, because you'll edit it into...
Yeah.
Okay. I've already said it once.
Okay, all right. Well,
Remember
guys,
when I said that's not what means to most people?
All right, yep. Guys,
grab it from there and do what you want.
There you go. Okay, and
then, it's funny. It's funny too because I actually am allowed to use the actual word if it's in the reporting of a news story. Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hey, we can work with that.
It's not. I can't do it here. It's not the reporting of a news story.
Wait, what? You're allowed to say the N-word if it's part of a news story, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's find a news story.
But I probably should. I probably shouldn't go out of my way. I mean, even on the air, you don't go out of your way to use it. It's only if it's extremely germane to the story.
Well, it's extremely germane to the story of my Twitter account. It is at the N-word.
Isn't it? What you just told me meant knowledge. So I don't want to do that. Think of something else.
I don't know why we're even listening to these germanes. We beat them twice in the World Wars.
Their opponent, the world.
Yeah. Who are you, Mars? Okay, so
what, you never heard tell of a boot?
See, I'm not looking at the chat room anymore, so now
I'm not either. I've been looked there in a million years.
That we should.
Oh wait, let me go to the bottom of the chat room and see if they've got any suggestions. Okay.
Yeah, they probably got something in there.
Topped with hatred and anchovies. The N stands for never. You're gonna repent for that. Just the henchman was my favorite for how hard it flopped. We get Dr. Pepper sponsor on this show. Do I need a notary? Please join the Discord. Are you guys screen sniping me in Discord? It's okay.
No,
it's okay if you are. I don't give a shit.
They are. They absolutely are. But they just want you in our Discord so we can talk to you and stuff.
Oh, I don't see any good liners here.
Guys, if you have one, throw one out in the chat room. He'll check it in a second here. And it's a slight delay.
What does nausea bada gore? Some of these people are funny. Some of them are just in need of help.
It's all one guy.
That wouldn't surprise me. That guy with about 28, just starting to get the signs of schizophrenia.
It was funny when I would call in to your show before, and then sometimes you would clock me instantly and you'd know it was me, but sometimes you wouldn't. And then sometimes you would say, now that's a funny call, but it was me again. And then anytime it was me, you're like, you don't know how to do the funny stuff. And it was really funny.
Well,
I could never
sometimes
tell
you're funny. What do you want me to say?
I was funny.
And by the way, there were certain times, you're correct. There were times when you were on and I didn't know it was you. And then later on, I might go, was that something? And I'd listen and go, that was him.
Yeah.
Sometimes I probably didn't know at all. There were a lot of times when I was like, okay, this is him, but I don't have the fucking energy to go through all this shit today.
There was a couple where you said it was me, but it wasn't me, too.
Yeah. There was one time when some New Zealand or Australia guy called in, and I knew who he was. He had called in once before. And I knew he was from the get-go, and the whole time the call was going on, I was just treating it as a normal call. And I started calling him Bread Stealer or something, because he was trying to paint me into, you know how they ask the questions and try to paint you into a corner. It got to something, would you steal to feed your family? He's like, oh yeah, I would. And I'm like, bread? Love bread? You steal the bread? Bread stealer? But you can't get your own bread? And he got really mad and hung up. And then later on, I heard him on another show that he was talking about how he, made me look stupid or something, but whatever.
It sounds like you did.
I don't think so.
Did they have? Is there anything in the chat?
No.
Oh, these idiots.
No half measures. That's right, BB Bay.
Well, that's something I say. So.
Well, that's something somebody way cooler than you said.
Yeah.
Well, who?
Mike from Breaking Bad.
Mike Ehrmantraut said that. Yeah, that's a fucking great story. That's a great story that he tells.
Do you know that I'm part of the Breaking Bad universe?
Really?
Yeah. Vince Gilligan grew up in my neighborhood, like not just my hometown, like the literal subdivision. Uh-huh. And his mother still like lives nearby my parents and stuff. And he went to the same high school as me. And my dad started watching not knowing any of this, started watching Breaking Bad like when it first came out, when no one was watching it. And then at some point he read the credits during the first season. It was like, Vince Gilligan, why does that name sound familiar? And then he realized, oh, that's that kid from down the street. And then contacted Vince Gilligan's mom. Was like, is your kid the guy that does the Breaking Bad? I love that show. And then so Vince Gilligan wrote my family's street into the season 4 premiere episode. as like a shout. He had his mom send an email to my family saying, "Listen out, there's a shout out to you in the premiere episode." So
what was it? The street?
Well, I don't know if I want to say it now. It's where my family lives, but
so it's like an address.
It's just the street name, but yeah.
And you've managed to work that up into your part of the Breaking Bad.
It was a literal shout out to my dad and me.
Well, that doesn't mean you're part of the break. I thought you named
That's
a
part of the break.
Named a character after you or something. I mean,
well, he named Jesse after me.
Okay.
We were the same high school. If you look at the mascot for Walt Jr.'s high school, it's the same one from.
Yeah, I took driver's ed with Wayne Gretzky.
High school. It's okay. It's a lot more than you knew Doug Jones one time, actually. So
it's not more than I took driver's ed with Wayne Gretzky.
Well, I think it is.
Yes. Yeah, I've been on lots of TV shows.
Also, when Jesse goes to crush, when he goes to that the meth head's house, and he ends up, the guy crushes his head with the
ATM.
The scene where he's like drives up to them, he's got the address written on a little piece of paper. That address is it's the street name that Vince's mom lived on. It's a lot of little shout outs like that in there to where
How did we get on that subject?
Because someone in the chat room said no half measures.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. God, I wish, man, they just need to make a show about Mike or a movie. I'd watch anything with Mike.
Might be late now. They did 2 whole shows where he's in them.
I know. And then the movie. Here, I got one. 5 out of 6 doctors recommend Daddy's Medicine, Dr. Pepper. I'm Tom Gulley. Are you happy to be here?
That's a crazy one.
That's like, from Lloyd Mongol.
That's a reference from so long ago on my show.
This says Hairless Royce. You guys got to let those guys be. Tom, longtime fan, could you say, did you hear they are putting a gay character in the new Lightyear movie?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Definitely say that.
I don't care.
Can you say
newsflash? I don't watch kids movies to begin with.
No.
And I don't care if they put gay people in every movie on Earth. This doesn't bother me.
No. That's a reference to our friend James, who's like one of these crazy people who cares about stuff like that.
Okay.
And he come anytime we're talking about something completely unrelated, he'll just come in interrupting it with like
that
a
kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You guys gonna Bud Light boycott?
Yes, exactly. And so that's like the famous example of that is we have a recording of him coming in going, "Did you guys hear they put the gay character in the new Buzz Lightyear movie?"
Hey, I got to tell you, all the nonsense that was going on. One of the things that was really nice was the ability to say, "At least I'm not Mersh."
Well,
I mean, no, just from the amount of content that you were doing about it. I was like, God almighty, I don't know the guy. I've watched a little bit of his show. I don't have a problem with him. But
I was borderline nice to you in comparison to Mersh.
But Jesus God, man.
We sent him a ton of Crete, or quick Crete, as you would force me to say.
Mersh uses toothpicks without points on them. It was just anything you can find.
Yeah, well, that is Mersh. Like, so doesn't get why he's made fun of, which is usually the most important feature of someone I make fun of. But he's so self-unaware that it becomes funnier to make fun of very, very petty things.
Well,
having to deal. He one time a quote from him was like, "These guys will literally do 3-hour streams on like the size and weight of my shits." So I actually did do a 3-hour stream.
Well, that's like South Park, where somebody did a review of him and said, "This is nothing but fart jokes and some other kind of humor." And that's when the South Park guys went, "Who are the 2 characters, Terrence and
Terrence and Phillip.
He goes, "Oh no, this is nothing but fart jokes." Like, right? They actually took the review and went, "Oh no, we can do that."
Yeah, that's my favorite thing to do. I like the ones that are the least meaningful are the funniest ones.
Well, the reason I get made fun of is, first and foremost, you people are the way you are. Secondly,
or the way you are.
I realize I should be very easy to make fun of. I mean, obviously physically, but then I admit it. I'm an old radio guy. I've got old man mannerisms, sayings, life experiences, and I don't back down on things. And yeah, I do say stuff like "What's it to you?" and blah blah blah. And it's just it's a lot of easy.
I forgot that's something we make.
It's a lot of easy stuff.
We got to get one of those in an artist liner. What's it to you? I'm Tom Gulley.
Okay, here you go.
How about I'm Tom Gulley and I'm watching Pod Awful. What's it to you?
I'm Tom Gulley and I'm watching Pod Awful. What's it to you? You happy to be here? Puzzled, McClunky, you decide. I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here.
Wait, did you read that from the chat room?
Yeah.
Oh, it's paused, not paused.
Oh, okay. Paused, McClunky, you decide. I'm Tom Gulley, and I'm happy to be here.
That scared me for a second that you just knew those phrases.
Yeah. Hairless Roy says, "I love what's it to you." I say that so much every day at work, and people come, "What'd you do this weekend? What's it to you?"
Well, the main guy from Pod Awful that would make fun of you for saying that is this guy called Plank, and he started saying it so much that we started making fun of him for it became the way to make fun of Plank and not a way to make fun of you.
I've said that. I got it from my dad. It's like, why do you want to know that? What's it to you? I just spit out shit out of my head. Why is it important to you? And then maybe I'll tell you.
Phrase really does encapsulate your whole steez.
I know. I'm a lot different in real life than I am on this. You would not believe it. I mean, I did so much stuff when I was young that now I don't really like. I won't go to a soccer match, but I'll watch them on TV, and then I go on all these soccer shows and talk about them. And I'm very quiet. I don't, go out with my girlfriend.
You said, though, we make fun of you because, you're an old guy, set in your ways. You do have the old... we do make fun of you for the radio thing because we just make fun of radio.
I think all that other stuff comes out of the fact that I'm an old radio guy. I don't think you make fun of necessarily a radio guy, although you probably do, but that's not the main part of it.
I like when a guy talks like an old guy.
I'm kind of like a shop teacher that's 5 years from retirement.
Yeah,
it's pretty much that. I got a lot of hard and fast opinions. They may not be true, all of them, but it's pretty easy just to sit there. Look at him; he just still got the toilet paper. Whatever.
I did though in the first episode I talked about you, which is the only episode I talked about you before losing the YouTube channel. I did refer to you as the new Mersh.
Well,
in my mind, you were going to be as big as Mersh. You had those kind of legs.
What's also strange to me is that you guys are really involved in a microcosm. I won't even say microcosm. Your own kind of genre or niche of all these people that know each other's shows and crack on each other and all that. I've seen it. It's a pretty ornate world, and there's Red Bar, and there's Ethan Ralph, and there's all these other people.
Wait, you know who Red Bar and Ethan Ralph are?
That's because they come up when I first started looking for stuff. Your name comes up in some of their shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so then you start to cross-pollinate a little bit, and you go, well, this guy's talking about this guy's talking about that guy. And so there's a bunch, like I said, there's a whole universe of that. I'm not part of that. I know nothing about that. I didn't know.
I don't either, though. I don't want to be a part of their universe. I really wish I had never sort of dabbled in those worlds because I want to be in my own little
Who's
bubble.
the other guy? That name is escaping me now. That's always made fun of by those guys. He's another one of the biggies. You said you're like a nicer, and that guy's name. It wasn't Ethan Ralph, but it was somebody kind of like him. God, I can't think of it now. Anyway, but I'm not part of that. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't either, really.
It's vivid. They're just
well,
up
that Ethan Ralph guy's got there's like an entire cottage industry around making fun of Ethan Ralph. And in all honesty, even though I'm a semi-big name in that, I don't really know that much about him at all. I've just I've just messed with him in some large ways a couple of times, but I hate following along.
It's not Alex Stein, chat room.
Wait, do you know who Alex Stein is?
He's the guy that harassed AOC on the steps of the friggin' Capitol.
That's crazy.
Fucking genius. I don't care if you don't like her.
No, take that back.
I don't care if you don't like her. I don't care if, what, but accosting members of Congress on the steps of the Capitol is that's an ass move, It's kind of like yelling at the players at a ball game.
Well, he said that was trolling, but I think it was catcalling.
It was something unnecessary.
If he's a troll for doing that, then every construction worker ever is a troll.
Yeah.
Not exactly a genius move.
I don't know what else he does. He pops up on conservative things, and I just ignore him.
He said he was going to sue me and send bounty hunters after my parents.
Well, that may be the most intelligent thing he ever said, and it's completely not intelligent. So, I don't know what that guy's malfunction. That's a part of the internet culture, is people trying to get famous for nothing.
Well, he's been trying for real, because he used to be a reality show guy. He was on a ton of reality shows.
Do you know what would be an interesting experiment? I wouldn't want to do it. I doubt you would either, but I'm pretty sure you or I could do this.
Okay.
Get up tomorrow, start a show, and make it hardcore right wing.
That would be the easiest thing of all time.
It would be so easy, and you would have 100,000 followers in a week.
Listen, okay. You are making the guy I was just telling you about, James, the Buzz Lightyear gay character guy.
Yeah.
He's probably been in the chat tonight. If there's been somebody named the Conservative Camel.
He's been in here.
Okay, so James, years ago, we said to him, James, you're always popping in here with these stupid fucking things we don't give a shit about. You're a conservative guy. Look at all these grifters like Mersh who are making money off of just saying the things people want to nod their heads to.
Yeah.
And we invented the Conservative Camel for him. That's a brand. Like, we came up with branding for him, all this stuff. We said, go on one of these stupid alt platforms, just instantly become the biggest guy. All you got to do is stream 2-3 times a week and say the shit that everyone else is saying, just cover the shit you see on your Twitter timeline, and then that's it. It's just instant money. And he was like, yeah, okay. And then he just never did it. And he still has that name, Conservative Camel, for no reason.
But I'll tell you, is a really good idea. And I've thought this for years. And it stems from my belief that Howard Stern or Rush Limbaugh probably could have gone, like, if Howard probably could have done a political show, and Rush probably could have been a shock jock or a sports guy, because they're so good at radio. I hate Rush Limbaugh. But he's really good at radio. And same with Stern. And so I think if somebody was to just, because it would be so easy to have a call-in line and people calling in, and I haven't drank Bud Light in 2 months, and I'm starting to like this here Miller Lite. It's pretty good too. Yeah, well, good job. And I'm a proud American. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a 6-pack sent to your house right now. You would be giant in a week.
I agree. I think James should do it. The conservative camel. It's time. You heard him. You got the Tom Gulley seal of approval.
Do
James.
it.
You do. He does have the worst voice for radio, though, of all time.
But that's almost better. Have you heard Mark Stein? Have you heard the super conservative? God, what's his name? Mark Levin. Mark Levin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the guy that's like the first three. None of those guys have great voices.
James has a really slow cadence. Though.
Oh,
he's like, well, like I don't know. It might
tell him to pretend he's that. Oh God, who's the guy who ran for president and was housing secretary? A real slow talking African American doctor.
Oh, Ben Carson.
Yeah, you tell him to just pretend he's Ben Carson.
Well, that's the thing. The part of the bit with the conservative camel is we figured like, okay, we just get you big enough. You get like if he just got 1,000 subscribers, that would be enough for like him to become friends with Mersh, and then for us to secretly have like this back channel to Mersh. Yeah. It would absolutely fall for that.
I'm telling you what, you could, man, you could just let's face it. Some of these conservative guys and gals are only doing it because they know that's where the easy. You tell me everybody at Fox News is a super. I mean, some of those people, I can see some of those chicks at Fox News going, well, I could do Good Morning America type stuff, or I could just act really right wing and be super popular.
Yeah, of course. That's what anybody online.
I mean, Colbert did it when he had his, that show after the Daily Show.
But I think he understood that was a joke.
Well, it was, but he was pretending to be, But
remember when he was funny? That was crazy.
God, he used to be so incredibly funny, and he's so incredibly not now, and it's sad because I have the box set of Strangers with Candy. Have you ever seen that?
I love that fucking show. He's so funny on it.
He is, and of course, he was one of the writers.
Friends, we're the same guy. We have all the same interests.
Yeah, that series. There's not a single episode I don't just laugh my ass off. Okay, let me ask you this:
the movie's bad though.
I haven't seen the movie. I heard it was bad, and I didn't even bother to watch it.
Yeah,
but
the movie's not good, but the show.
Has Tom ever heard of Chrissy Marr? Yes, I have. The thing about that show, I love it how they had certain characters that they knew that we wanted the principal to be a black man, so it's Principal Blackman. Yeah. And they couldn't think of Jerry's last name, so it just became Blank.
Yeah.
Jerry Blank. But it's a great show. And he was funny. He's not
Chuck Oblet. I like the episode where they have the they're playing those old like what do you call those? The old films like serial things about like retarded people.
Oh, like a school safety film type thing.
Yeah, the hygiene film or whatever. And it's like so clearly also Colbert playing the old timey guy.
Yeah.
In those, it's like they don't even really try to mask it at all. That fucking episode is so funny.
There's so many little things. I mean, like the teams are called the Concrete Donkeys. There's just a million. And the dad constantly frozen in one spot.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it's just funny.
I always thought it was funny that the gay art teacher's name is Jelly Neck.
Yeah, Mr. Jelly Neck. And there was like countless times when Jerry would be walking by one of their classrooms and they were obviously having homosexual sex in the room, and what do you need, Jerry? God damn, this guy's... I think there's one time they like just started ripping each other's clothes off and stuff. I actually met those guys. They were in Second City, Chicago, and those performers came to an award show that I was attending because I was getting awards, and they did all of the entertainment that night. So I met Colbert and the guy who plays Jelly Neck, Paul. Yeah. So,
I quote that I quote the intro of that show all the time. Like anytime someone says, or I need to say TV or something, I say, "Stole the TV." That's just that. It's so fun. That show rules.
What's the thing she says? I'm still making all the same mistakes, but I forget what the ending is. It's funny. The other show I have, the first 2 seasons, maybe. I don't know that I have it. I mean, it may have ran 3 seasons. Is Son of the Beach.
I've never seen that.
Oh, it's a Howard Stern produced half-hour sitcom. That's a lampoon of Baywatch.
Okay.
It's good.
I've never really seen much Howard Stern anything. I have seen Private Parts. I saw the movie.
Have you ever just gone to YouTube and...
Yeah, a couple times, just like, but more for like research purposes than anything. I didn't grow up with Stern.
I didn't either. I didn't listen to Stern until right towards the end of his, I guess a little bit off and on, but not till the last 2-3 years of his, before he went to satellite. And listening to the show on 9/11, that 9/11 show is up. It's really good. It is really
I didn't see that. I did this whole parody one time of all of the shows that, like all the comedy shows that came back after 9/11. They're like, everybody's like, I don't know if we're even allowed to be funny anymore. That I just remember as a kid after 9/11, every like Dave did it, SNL.
Oh yeah, everybody did it. The thing about the Stern Show was that they were on the air, and they couldn't leave. They were trapped in Manhattan. So like a couple staff members lived close by, and Robin and some other people went and stayed at their house overnight, and then they came back and did the show the next day. Nobody actually got to go home.
Oh shit, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, there was tons of that stuff going on. But Stern also has a lot of other funny stuff with Stuttering John's interviews, and
I only found out like a couple of years ago the reason because people always just assume I've listened to Howard Stern, I guess because of what I do and the way I look, but we didn't have it here.
Yeah, you couldn't listen to it everywhere.
No, I mean,
so you're in Virginia now.
No, I moved, but
you live, they didn't. Where were you at?
I'm from Virginia, but there's like
because they had it in New York.
Right? Yeah, no, I haven't lived in New York in years, but I guess I could. I lived in New York for 10 years, but I never.
But they didn't have it when you lived there because it was on satellite. He was off terrestrial. That's what I'm saying. I understand what you mean because I lived in cities that didn't have Stern, and when I did, I would listen to him. But then I'd move somewhere else that didn't have him.
Well, what I found recently was like the past few years was my hometown. Like apparently he was like he went to war with my hometown, and that's why we didn't have him growing up. Was like the people who owned like the local chain of grocery stores, like this grocery store that I went to as a kid, were like boycotting Stern being on the air, and so he had this whole, I don't know how, like maybe 2 weeks or something, where he was like, it was fuck Richmond, Virginia that whole time because they wouldn't.
Is that where you're from?
Yeah.
You know the guy that tried to cut my head off or wanted to?
Yeah.
He's from Roanoke.
Oh, well, that seems like he would try to cut your head off from Roanoke. Yeah. That's not a nice place.
I just carved Croatone on the front door of my house.
Yeah.
Keep him away. But
that would make him disappear.
Yeah. Or actually just go to one of the nearby towns. They found out that none of those people actually disappeared. They all just went different places because that place sucked.
Moved slightly.
Yeah. It's like near Auschwitz. What happened to all of the bricks for the? Oh, I think I know where they're at. And they go into the town and they see all these houses that have new brick siding on them.
But yeah, I didn't know that as a kid. Like I had no idea any of that went down. But a couple of years ago, when people, kept pestering me about Howard Stern, I was like, why didn't that? Like, wasn't he gigantic? I remember when his movie came out as a kid. I remember being at the movie theater as a kid, and they had that giant cardboard standee of him naked in the middle of City.
Yeah. Well, see,
like,
here's the
what
thing.
is, like, I was confused. I was like, why is this naked guy? Like, what is this?
You wouldn't be doing the show you're doing, and I wouldn't be doing the show I'm doing if it wasn't for Howard Stern.
Yeah, probably. I understand that.
Oh God, the boundaries he pushed back in the early '90s are just. You listen to those old shows, and you're just like, I can't believe he's saying all this shit. And so
I understand. I understand that despite my complete lack of awareness of him, it still would have influenced everything I have seen to some degree. Like, I mean, like, you know, talking about Goons before, like, I only found out years after the fact that essentially the reason I call people I talk about on my show Goons is because he has something called a whack pack. And I didn't realize that, like, the friend I had who was like, you got to call these guys something, who had a show, he was a massive Howard Stern fan. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I was like vaguely aware, but I didn't realize that, like, he's basically just doing a mini Howard Stern impression. And I loved this show, and so that's why I took his advice. He was like, "Yeah, I'm calling my guys this. You should call." So I didn't know he was just being like, "Oh, I'm just having my own whack pack." I just followed his lead, and now that guy, his name's Chris Wilding. Now he works on the Howard Stern show.
Mm-hmm.
He's like one of the main guys on there, I guess. Now,
you know, that's awful.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but I know that's got to be a fucking dream come true for him.
It doesn't matter. He's still Howard Stern. He gets the biggest star. He gets better stars now that he's nice and whatnot than he did before.
Yeah, that's like that Letterman thing I was saying before.
Yeah.
There's another one where it's like all of a sudden, like I never really. I have seen like a few of the interviews he's done in the past. And so I don't really know, but I would assume that, like, he would be like Letterman, where he doesn't really care.
No, he didn't. He didn't immediately ask him about their last time they had sex or whatever, and just all that kind of stuff.
So like, but then you get old, and then you're like, I want to go on a yacht.
Well, I think that he has that new kind of showrunner, Marcy Turk, and she's the one that fired all the old people and wouldn't let Gottfried on or any of the old comics that used to come on, and it just cleaned up the show. And from a business standpoint, it might make a little bit of sense, but he's not the Howard that he was. And
definitely the smartest business move is to do the opposite of what was working for 30 years or whatever.
but he only works 3 days a week, and he gets much bigger people now than he used to. So I think they still do a little stuff. But he gets to do what he wants. I just say he gets to do what he wants, you know?
Yeah, but why? What makes a guy like that not just hang it up? Like, just, you had, like, Seinfeld with the Seinfeld show. Like, what makes you not just go, okay, we did it, and it's the greatest ever? And
I think you'd have to say that Jerry Seinfeld is probably a much more secure person with himself than Howard is. And Howard's been so used to just getting up and doing a show. I think it's in his blood. I think he will quit, the next 5 years or so, but he gets to do what he wants.
That's crazy. I don't even know anyone that listens to the radio at all.
I don't listen to anything but news and sports talk.
Yeah.
Man, I don't listen to the news unless there's a tornado or something.
Is he still on satellite radio too?
Stern, yeah.
Man, who even has that? That's crazy.
Well, it's in tons of cars, and a lot of people have it.
Yeah, but now you can just plug your phone into your car. I mean, you don't even have to plug it in.
That show's not on. I think when you get that satellite subscription, you do get access to an online version. But truck drivers, people who commute, blah blah blah. You got to remember they put those satellite radios in tens of millions of cars, and I know people that can't live without the radio, satellite radio. But I don't think it's like, I think your point's correct on music. If you have your own music and you just want to listen to your own music, you don't need the radio. I wouldn't listen to the radio for music, for anything. I got my own music. But if I want to hear something that's immediate, right now, talk, then I'll listen to the radio.
One of the things that makes me laugh is one of the reasons I actually finally listened to a Howard Stern thing is a few years ago, someone was like, you got to hear this thing of Howard Stern talking about podcasts.
Yeah, he hated him.
He was trashing podcasts.
Ari Shaffir.
And I mean, this was years ago. And
it was Ari Shaffir that he had the little back and forth with.
I do recall that. This might have even been before that. Actually.
No, this is the thing, because that's when he went off on his podcast deal. And he gets off into, unless you're doing morning radio and that whole thing. Yeah, I know. I've heard it.
Listening to that and being like, this was when podcasts still weren't that big a thing. And I was like, you're going to be fucked. Like, are you retarded? Like, podcasts are about to blow past anything you've done ever.
I think that's like, but it's also part of Howard's style. You know, anything that's not him, he puts it down. You know, sure. and they play that clip back now, and it's just like, God, you look so stupid. You know,
like I occasionally get recommended a video, like, you know, a modern video of his on YouTube or whatever, just because, you know, the other stuff I watch, I never watch them.
Right.
I watched a couple because I saw my friend Chris in the thumbnail, but I'm always just shocked that, like, why not just go ahead and put some of this stuff on the internet? Like, that's where people are going. You're still against the internet in 2023. That's so insane to me.
I think it's just that corporate, you got to pay us for it thing, but I don't know. I go back and listen to some of the old shows and just laugh my ass off. But he's not what he was. Not what he was.
I have the problem of
Opie and Anthony are funnier, I think, on a consistent basis.
That's what everybody tells me. But then I've tried to actually listen to Opie and Anthony, and again, I barely have. But
okay, well, here's what you got to do. You either have to listen to one with Patrice O'Neal on it.
Done that. Did that one already.
Colin Quinn.
Done it.
Jay Moore.
Haven't done that.
Yeah, those are the three big guests that are hilarious. You know, Rich Voss is okay. Nick DiPaolo's okay. But those three, Patrice's stuff, God, it's brilliant.
Well, my friend Ryan, who is like friends with Anthony Cumia, I guess, he's like, you know, always been a giant Opie and Anthony fan. He's like, he hates that I'm not into it. But he's from New York, so of course he was. And then I literally never heard of them until basically right before Anthony was kicked off the air.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've tried, in, you know, deference to Ryan, in an attempt to connect with him, I've attempted listening to it, and I have that problem of, when I'm listening to it, I can tell that if you were there for it then, it was funny, but it is not funny to me now. Like, I've heard too many things that have been poorly inspired by it that it ruined it for me.
If somebody recommends that to you, they should send you a clip.
Well, that's what he did. Yeah. So he was like, "You're gonna love Jocktober." He knew, like, I tried listening to Patrice O'Neal stuff because everybody says that's so funny, but he knows that's not. I'm gonna talk shit about that. That's it's just not that funny. It's not that revelatory to me. But the Jocktober stuff is similar to what I do. So, you know, it's making fun of other people's shows. So he was like,
I love Jocktober.
Here's a playlist. Here's the ones you have to hear. You got to hear when they make fun of, you know, Dan and Dave, or what, I don't remember their names, but
John and Jeff.
Probably.
We're two guys that like to, yeah.
Yes, that guy. So I listened to all of it, and I really gave it my attention.
Well, but it's just not for you.
It's the same thing as if, like, you had never seen Seinfeld, but you saw every shitty Seinfeld ripoff sitcom that came out afterward. You would just watch Seinfeld and think, like, it's like that.
Well, it's also that thing. It's hyped so much that you can't possibly live up to the expectation. If they just had sent it to you and said, you might like this, you might like it a little better. Than
I can't like O&A when I know that Mersh was inspired by O&A, or that Red Bar was inspired by O&A.
I like Red Bar.
Well, yeah, you like Red Bar. He doesn't like me. Of course you like.
I didn't know that.
He's also. I only found this out recently. He's also extremely influenced, let's say, by Howard Stern.
But here's the thing about, like, I have a lot of friends that were actually on O&A. One of my real good friends was kind of a regular on that show. And then another good friend of mine.
Bobo?
No. This is No Filter Paul. But the other thing is that I have a really good friend that was a regular on Stern. And
Crackhead Bob?
No, it's Dave Lerman.
I need you to understand how deep I had to reach
for Crackhead Bob.
For Crackhead,
I turn it off when Crackhead Bob.
I don't even remember who that is. I just remember the name.
Oh, you can't even understand it when he talks. There's a couple of his things he does during it. It's just like
I was trying to do anyone but the
Wendy the retard.
No,
she calls into my show all the time.
The black midget. What's his name?
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, I was trying to be more, a deeper cut than Beetlejuice.
I never get.
Took all of my power.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Dan Masterson.
Who's that?
Dick Masterson.
Oh, wait, what about him? Dick Masterson?
That was the person I was trying to remember. That's part of the Mutually Assured Destruction podcast circle.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's the guy that got my Patreon taken down.
Oh,
well. So that's the guy I hold a grudge against.
BB Bay put it in the chat, so
for that.
So
he actually straight up instructed his audience to report my Patreon. I know.
So why wouldn't you suspect him of having your YouTube taken down?
Because that was 6 years before.
Oh.
It's like a long, or maybe a little less than that, but it was like at least 4 years in between. He wouldn't have done it then.
Yeah. What's up with that?
I guess it's possible. I suppose it's possible.
I really hesitate to ask this question, but what's up with that Santa Clara Joker dude, man?
Santa Cruz Joker.
Whatever.
Well, I was the original Santa Cruz Joker. And then he took the title from me. I moved to Santa Cruz after New York. And he was upset about that. And he tried to claim he was the original Santa Cruz Joker. And it was just this whole thing back and forth. And he's, in probably the greatest moment of Podawful's history, which is really saying something. He had the most embarrassing night of his life, sort of at the hands of my dark machinations. And so he really doesn't like me. He decided it would be a good idea to live stream himself trying to fight a homeless guy, and I was in the homeless guy's corner, and he got humiliated. He got beat up. He tried to mace the homeless guy because some random, like in just one of these magical Podawful style turns of events, some random homeless guy, old Mexican dude selling bread, walked up, and he was like offering the bread to the Santa Cruz Joker and the homeless guy Driftwood, and they're in the middle of a fight, like they're in the middle of like yelling at each other.
But so what's up with him though? I mean,
well, he got hit in the face with bread.
No, I mean in general that couldn't have happened yesterday.
No.
So here's the thing. You have these goons, and I'm one of these goons, according to you. And
I'm the sort of expert on the subject, so yeah.
I put myself in the middle of this rogues gallery that you've assembled, and I go,
the Legion of Goon. Yeah.
So, I go, I'm not saying I'm not ridicule worthy. I think I am.
Certainly.
But I'm not these guys.
No.
Okay.
Not
I mean, I'm a little. I don't want. It's not word. The offending's not the word. It's just. Why am I in with these guys? I mean.
You're having the same problem a few of the goons have had. Manny Manson didn't like this either. A lot of the goons get upset because they think it means they're the exact same as this one.
I don't think that. I don't think that. No, I don't. I think I just shouldn't be in that group.
Well, but there's
all
only
the kids.
one group.
All the kids in the special ed class
All right,
are
how
not
about this?
identical.
How about well, exactly. But they're all in the special ed class.
Exactly. And I'm looking at Santa Cruz Joker.
They're still the speds.
A Santa Cruz Joker. A guy I would like to feel sympathy for because of what he's gone through.
What?
But I can't. Because did someone accuse him of rape?
He really did try to rape a girl.
Did someone apologize for saying that because he didn't have proof?
That's not bullshit. No,
nobody apologized for that.
Hang on. Let me explain.
You don't have to explain. Let me just go ahead.
I'll make it quick.
Let me. You're not.
I don't want that out there. That's you're going by his narrative, and that's not what happened.
No, I thought
that's him not understanding a joke. That's him being a lolcow.
Whatever. I would like to have sympathy.
Contacted by a girl.
I would like to have.
He actually tried to roofie at a bar. She caught him trying to roofie her. She gave me plenty of proof. I have her whole name. She asked me not to name her. So because I'm handcuffed to not naming this girl.
No, you're not.
Because I've asked her since then if she would just come forward so that I'm not the one saddled with this for whatever reason.
Well, whatever, but
she won't. But I did an episode jokingly saying I'm sorry and that I don't have proof to set him up for the next thing that happened.
So that wasn't true what you said. It was a joke.
The episode where I'm saying that I had no proof is a joke.
Okay, whatever. The point being, I would like to have sympathy for this person.
Sympathy for the joke.
He's a Fruit Loop, man. And then same with
and pedophile.
Same with God,
legitimately.
Who's the guy? There's a couple of them. The guy that drinks all the time.
Mersh?
No, Ethan
Rao.
Would get on there and I can't think of what his name is. Real short-cut hair. Talked about how much he worked out all the time. He's just crazy and would start pouring beer from his extended hand down his throat out of a can and stuff. What? And wears sunglasses, short hair.
How's that not Mersh?
This guy's not fat. He's in good shape.
What?
Can't remember his name.
Somehow this is not hitting for me. I don't know.
Oh God, he did a whole bunch of shows about you.
He did?
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know who he is.
No.
Millhip? You mean Millhip?
I think that's him.
Hipstar?
Hipstar, that's him.
Yeah, we call him Millhip.
Well, so there's that guy. Again, Fruit Loop. They have costumes and stuff. I mean,
he's not really a goon, though.
I'm just like, I just don't see why. I mean,
he's not a goon.
I get why you're doing what you're doing, but I'm not them.
He wishes he was a goon. He would rather be a goon.
I'm not those guys.
Trust me. But you're not. Yeah, you're not.
So,
but you are the same as, our good friend. Unfortunately, he's passed now. But our good friend Jock Jam Jesus. You're the same as him.
I don't know.
We were,
and just from the name, I'm not like him.
Jock Jam. What do you mean? How is that different?
I use my real name. I don't use some stupid.
Why is that the hang-up?
That's just another facet. It's not the
hang-up. Your real name is silly, like Gulley.
Totally. But I'm using my real name. I don't call my stuff H.R. Puppin stuff.
Right. His real name was just normal, so he had to go with Jock Jam Jesus. But he was
I went with the Tom Gulley. I went with Tom Gulley for showbiz reasons.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He was a rapper though, so he had to have a.
You know what most radio guys with weird last names do, right?
By weird, do you mean Jewish?
Just not easy to pronounce or off the beaten path, whatever.
I did that. I'm not. My real last name isn't P.S. I have an unwieldy.
Your real last hyphenated name is, but the point is, this is quite common. I bet you there's not a radio or TV station even that you've watched that somebody isn't doing this. They don't use their last name; they use their middle name. So that's why there's a lot of Tom Anthony,
right? See, we were right. Tommy, Tony.
Yeah, that's correct. I said that earlier. Steve David. There's tons of those, and that's what that is. He didn't use Jock Jam Jesus. He could have used his middle name.
That's what Jewish guys do a lot. Like John Stewart. His last name's Leibowitz.
Well, they do that sometimes, but they also sometimes take off the Stein or the Berg on the end. So that's why it's, Bobby Gold. Or
that's why Howard Stern's Howard Stern, though. He only had that one Jewishy part of a name, and then so he was left with that. He didn't have anything else to go to.
Yeah, poor guy. All right. What else?
Somebody told me that he used to pretend to not be Jewish, though.
I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, they said that he would say he was like half Jewish or something.
When was this?
I don't know. I don't know enough about him, but that's what
he has been extremely Jewish since he's been on the air.
Well, it's pretty tough not to be.
He has his parents on all the time. I don't think they're going to get mistook for.
I don't know. This is just what I was told.
Irish.
Red Bar used to do that. That's something else he took from Stern. Actually, he used to say he wasn't Jewish. He used to claim he was Iranian.
What else? Anything else or?
Hang on. Let's finish addressing this. Like, you think you shouldn't be a goon because of what other goons are.
I already told you what I thought.
Some goons are absolutely like bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I know. I just look. I get all that stuff. It's fine. I'm just saying. Either I'm just not in. That's just not a freak show like a lot of those people. Or you need to have a separate category.
The fact that you can't see it is what makes it so.
What do you mean?
Like a person who really didn't belong as a goon wouldn't even have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying it doesn't. It's like that Sesame Street. One of these things belongs with the other. Which of these things, I just don't think I'm in that category.
There's a lot of other goons though that are very similar to you.
You just
like Royce. How
category.
Are you different than Royce?
I didn't know Royce was a goon, but I don't watch Royce.
Well, you're both, internet pretend radio guys who.
See, you're doing it again.
Well, you know what I mean.
No, I do not.
Oh, okay.
As a matter of fact, I do not. I have an Emmy award. That's for TV, but still. I think I won a copywriting award from the.
You have won a Tony?
RAB. No, never been on Broadway.
I was just about your middle name again.
I did win the Radio Advertising Bureau, but the point is, I'm not a pretend radio guy.
But okay.
So you've made my point for me.
When I say pretend radio, I don't mean you're sitting there with, holding an egg beater, pretending it's a microphone, sitting on the floor Indian style, going wee woo boo boo boo. Like,
what about anything I said indicated to you that's what I thought? The only thing I said was I'm not a pretend radio guy. I'm actually on the radio.
Okay, well, Royce has actually been on the radio too.
So you're wrong about both of us?
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Well, it's still
you're wrong about both of us.
I haven't heard it either way. I haven't heard either of you on the radio. Me personally.
How many more clips do you want me to play?
Those clips again could just be you.
I can't be on the radio when I'm here with you.
You could just be showing me your reel. I don't know.
Oh no, I wouldn't show you my reel.
No, you'd show me your fake.
I can't wait till that kid gets old enough to.
Go on. My kid's 13.
What can you do in 30?
That's the wrong one.
See, that was another one. Those reels. That was you pretending you could do a commercial or something.
No, these are commercials I wrote and produced. I'm trying to find my actual radio reel. My actual radio. I do have an actual radio reel.
You're a real radio guy because you've been on Pod Awful.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, here you go.
I'm Tom Gulley, and tonight on America Tonight, we're going to talk about the hottest topics in America tonight.
I happen to know that it's a multi-million dollar program. You, sir, are being paid $191,916.66 per month. Per month by OSU. Okay, tell me that crap about they're not professionals anymore. Tell me that again.
I don't mean to make light of the hurricanes.
Anyway, I got a demo. I got a reel.
Okay, well.
Sure.
So were those...
They're so cheesy. I hate
Were those
them.
real or fake?
Those were on the air clips.
I know, they do fake ones for reels. I wasn't sure.
I don't know anybody that does that. And by the way, most people in radio, certainly program directors, going to be able to see through that, and you're going to look stupid. So don't do that.
As far as I'm concerned, all radio is fake at this point.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm an internet guy.
How is it fake?
No one listens to it.
Well, that doesn't mean it's fake, and people do listen to it. I think you know that.
Would a ham radio guy be a radio guy?
That's a good question.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
If a radio signal, goes over a forest.
I've always just used it for people in terrestrial broadcasting, but
what about satellite?
I guess it can go to satellite now, and a lot of shows are both.
What about underwater broadcasting?
You mean like text messages to the pilot ship?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the broadcasting we all strive.
I
strive for that kind of broadcasting because I know just a couple seconds away I'm going to be crushed into a paste.
What if I talk into my microwave? Am I a micro guy?
I don't know.
There's a lot of shit that uses radio waves.
When I built my first website, I think it was like 99. I wrote all these emails to famous people. Do you know who Uri Geller is?
Of course.
Okay, so I write Uri Geller, and these were all the most smart-ass emails. They're actually hilarious. I should put them back up on my site. But I asked Uri Geller, I said, I was emptying my dishwasher, and I noticed that one of the spoons was slightly bent. Did you do that? And he writes me back. He was one of the few that wrote me back. He's like, not that I can remember.
So there's a possibility.
But you should tap in to your washing machine. It may have amazing powers. And I'm like, you smart-assed me back. Good on you, Uri Geller.
Well,
I wrote, Ken Burns is?
Yeah, of course.
So I wrote him a thing that said, I was just wondering if you had managed to save any of the footage from camp, whatever the camp was on F Troop. I would think that the video documentation of this time period would be very valuable to historians. His person that answered his email wrote me the most fucking shitty email on earth back for that. But I got a bunch of them. Anyway.
Am I a TV guy if I've been on the TV?
Did you work in television?
Uh-huh.
As what?
An on-air talent.
For what?
Lots of stuff.
Like for a TV station?
Am I a movie guy if I've been in a movie?
I think it's unless that's your full-time profession. I don't know if you can say that.
What if it was for a while?
I don't know. Here's the answer. Call yourself anything you want, man.
I was an extra.
Call yourself anything you want.
What if I was on a public access show? Does that make me a TV guy?
If you think that makes you a TV guy, it does.
Okay, well then.
I don't know. I don't know what these definitions are. I just use the terms as I know them, and I probably would err on the side of being a little more inclusive.
Well, my definition of pretend radio guy is...
Yeah, you can. That's what I'm saying. Think whatever
it's
you want.
Extremely broad. It includes a lot of real
boundaries are
radio
non-existent.
guys.
It concerns anyone. It's like Jack Benny, pretend radio guy.
Listen, a lot of goons are just mostly average, normal guys. More than you think. They're not all literal retarded people.
I didn't say they all were.
They're not. They're not
quite a few. You have to admit, there's
okay. It is mostly
quite a few turnips that have fallen off the truck.
Sure, that's true. I would love for there to be more that are not. The reason Mersh is so widely covered, well, except for, of course, for his belly and butt crack, is because I like that it's someone I can make fun of that technically isn't just a mentally retarded person who can't really hit back, or like, technically speaking, Mersh should have all of the,
Yeah, no, his annoyance is real. He's aware of it.
Yeah, but he's the most self-unaware at it, though.
Well, you put me in one. I can't control your categories. I'm just saying that.
I don't think
it just seems like you should have a different category for.
What should I call you then? What is it?
I don't know.
Friend.
Yeah, just stick with what you've been doing. It's not.
You'd rather be.
I don't want to think about any other shit.
You'd rather be a goon than we call you.
Worn the groove so deep. Why start another one?
I mean, technically speaking, you actually have been in the Legion of Goon. I can't take you out. Whether you like it or not, you got tapped into that. You talked to Joker.
You talked sick from school the day they covered the bylaws of the Legion.
You talked to Joker. You talked to Katie Lynn Donahue. She's Two-Face. You talked.
I don't even know who Katie Lynn Donahue is.
You did. I know she reached out to you.
Did she? I don't think. Seriously, I don't think so.
Yeah, I talked to you about her before. We had a whole back. Yeah.
I don't think, man. I remember a three-namer like that.
She's like half her face is melted, and she's the one that runs the page about me being a pedophile on Facebook.
I don't know anything about that.
I think that was part of when I talked to you about it, that was part of my, like, you do see how this is similar to what was done to you, right? It's part of my.
I don't remember that. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't have any recollection of her. She didn't reach out to me. I can tell you that.
You guys spoke for sure.
No, she didn't.
And she's the head of the Legion of Goon.
Hardly anybody has.
The whole reason we have the term Legion of Goon is because of her.
No, I don't recall any knowledge of her. That's not saying that I had it. But she didn't reach out to me. I know for a fact.
You did refer to it, as I often do, as my rogues gallery. So if you were, let's see, I've got a Joker, I've got a Two-Face. If you were a Batman villain, you would be.
Why would I be a villain?
Well, if you're my rogues gallery, that's villains. You would be.
Not always. Rogues gallery can just mean a collection of.
Oh, you'd be my Solomon Grundy.
Untidy. Let's see, Batman. Who do we? Are we talking? Are we talking the?
You're Solomon Grundy.
Are we talking canon Bob Kane Batman? Are we talking? Can I include the TV show?
Yeah, I think that's got a. I don't think that's got any.
I'm talking the '66 TV show.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So, I would probably. Okay, you know who was a villain on that show and was technically a villain in his own show? But he and Batman and Kato and Robin squared off? It's the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet.
I'll be the Green Hornet.
No, you're Solomon Grundy.
You just asked me who I would want to be.
Well, I didn't say who you want to be. I'm saying who you would be.
I would be the Green Hornet.
How are you the Green Hornet? You don't even have a Kato. I've got a Kato.
I have a Kato.
Who's your Kato?
My Kato's my director of operations from work.
No, I've got a Kato.
He's just about as
Katsu Rivera. He's Asian. He's Japanese, for crying out loud.
Mine's Chinese.
Okay, well,
like Bruce Lee.
That's fair, but I think Kato was meant to be Japanese.
I'm the Green because none of your other goons could be District Attorney Britt Reed in their daytime job.
I don't think you could be the district.
Could be.
And actually, yes, one of them could. His name is Nick Rekieta. He's a literal lawyer.
Okay, let me change that.
And there you go. Nick Rekieta is extremely successful fairly normal guy. He's got kids, got a family.
What you said? Whoa, boy.
Which is better than you. He's
so
got
did Hitler. I mean, come on.
Hang on. No, what? No, he didn't.
He didn't have kids. He had a family.
He didn't have a wife and a kid.
He had a wife?
No, Ava Braun wasn't his
They
wife.
got married right before they blew their brains out and took cyanide.
Okay, I'm
He
sure
had a wife.
Who married them? Him?
No, it was. God, it was
Himmler.
It was down in the bunker.
Who did it?
I can't
Goebbels?
remember, but man, she snuffed herself right after that, and he blew his brains out.
Listen. Well, that's what you call a shotgun wedding.
Yeah.
Hello.
It was a
here's
Luger.
the thing. So there's goons like that too, who are like Nick Rekieta is got to be making the craziest bank. He's a lawyer. He's like, but he's still a goon, and he's my lawyer.
Well, that's what you call him.
No, he is. He's actual lawyer. My lawyer.
No,
Nick
you call him a goon.
Yes.
So just continue doing that to anybody you want. I'm just saying it was
okay, but if
and I didn't.
you were
And you notice I didn't say mad.
I
didn't say mad. I didn't say upset. I had a problem with it. It's just a.
Why do you have a problem being Solomon?
It just seems a little weird.
Why would you have a problem being Solomon Grundy?
You know, you're gonna probably not like this, but the reason I don't like Solomon Grundy is not his Solomon Grundy story, but the story of him leading up to when he became Solomon Grundy.
Born on a Monday?
That's the part that bothers me the least.
That's the only lead up.
Left out in the swamp and all that.
Yeah, but he's an undead guy. He's Batman's Frankenstein.
I don't want to be undead.
I was going to say Clayface. I think Solomon Grundy's better.
Clayface.
Yeah, you don't know Clayface?
I know Clayface. I'm just saying I don't see that.
Well, Solomon Grundy's right. He's undead. He's Frankenstein-like.
Be King Tut.
Huh?
Be King Tut. I'd be the egghead.
Egghead? Are you kidding? No, you got to be the most Frankenstein-like one. That's your thing. Come on, the fact that I was even able to
I already
pull
got that. That's in my back pocket.
The fact that I was even able to pull an undead Batman.
I'm trying to expand this thing. You know, I don't need to. You know, come on.
There might
the
actually
Beatles didn't just make one hit record. Okay,
Batman might have actually fought Frankenstein at one point, so it might just be Frankenstein.
Well, at some point when Universal was desperate for cash, Frankenstein fought everybody, including Abbott and Costello.
Yeah.
So
Frankenstein was also in Power Rangers. So.
Everywhere. God, you see some Japanese movies sometimes. He's fighting Godzilla.
I think Solomon Grundy's pretty good.
Do whatever you want. What am I even arguing about this? You're going to do what you want anyway. So.
Well, I think it's cool.
Why don't I be Two-Face and one side's Britt Reed, the other side's Solomon Grundy? There's three villains in one character.
Can't be Two-Face because Katie Lynn Donahue is Two-Face. Literally half of her face is melting off.
Okay. Well, that's the best I can do.
It's taken. And obviously Mersh is the Penguin.
Just do what you want. You're going to do that anyway. So just
Mersh is the Penguin.
Now, you did know that
Rufio's the Riddler.
You did know that the Green Hornet is a direct descendant of the Lone Ranger.
Everybody knows that.
Okay, just asking.
Is Kato a direct descendant of Tonto?
He's so stupid.
What? I don't know.
That's just funny. Yes.
Okay.
Jay Silverheels got around, man. If Kwai Shang Kane can come over here and kung fu it up, why can't Kato?
Is that David Carradine's character?
Yeah, Kwai Shang Kane, Shaolin monk.
Do you remember how he died?
In the movie or in real life?
No, in real life.
TV show in life? Yes, I do remember.
I doubt it's the same.
Everybody remembers that.
Yeah, he was jacking off and hanging himself in the closet and was dressed like a lady.
No.
Yeah.
He was hanging himself and jacking off. Get it straight.
Oh, okay. I don't think
you don't. It's come on. Don't you have to start with hanging yourself? I don't know how it works.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. I don't know how you kill yourself from that.
Do you kind of think secretly that that's how Robin Williams died, and they just don't want to say?
No. I think exactly what happened.
He had that movie where his kid did that. Remember that movie?
Yeah. Was it The World According to Garp or something like that?
No, World's Greatest Dad. Spoiler.
That's it. World's Greatest Dad. I just know. I don't think that.
And then he covered that. The point of that movie is he covers up that his kid did it. I kind of think that's what.
I'm just saying. I got a lot of hobbies, but I don't die from them. And certainly, God, David, come on. You
ever meet Robin Williams?
You got to screw up so bad to die from. No, I never met Robin Williams.
I did.
All right.
You know what happened when I met him?
No.
He pretended to jack off on me. Hello?
There's no response to that.
That's true, though. That's what happened.
Okay. All right.
He walked up to me and pretended to, like he was jizzing on me. Like it was a fountain of cum.
Yeah.
Coming from his human penis onto my head and face.
That's an unfortunate That's an unfortunate brush with greatness. I wish you had a better story to tell about meeting Robin Williams.
I don't know that everybody's got that story. I think it's pretty good.
No, I don't think probably
I hope
everybody does.
Never doesn't.
Friggin' hairy
Wait,
arm.
was I Me Too'd?
What's that?
Did I get Me Too'd? You never heard tell of Me Too?
Oh, sorry. You mean the hashtag?
Hashtag Me Too.
I don't know if you got Me Too'd. I don't know. Just don't know. All right. Have we covered it all?
No.
Oh.
There's a lot of other stuff that we haven't talked about.
Like what?
You ever hear of that submarine?
I did an hour on the submarine before you called. You probably were listening to part of it.
That's crazy that you restarted your show just to talk about that submarine.
I love talking about people that do dumb shit and get killed.
That's so funny to me that's what made you come back on air. I
always do those guy falls 1,800 feet off a mountain taking a selfie type stories. So this one was God. So what happens if you come back up from that? It's not even like Everest. I think Everest is stupid, but at least you can say, I climbed, conquered Everest.
I got no thing. You went down the water and saw the Titanic.
You mean that thing that there's hundreds of hours of footage of from cameras, the exact same distance you are? Yeah.
I've actually been higher up than Everest.
Yeah, me too. I've flown in a plane.
Right, yeah. So, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, you guys aren't so hot.
Yeah.
And by the way, when I got on the plane, I didn't have to watch dead people that didn't make it onto the plane along my path. That's the most unnerving thing to me.
Yeah, it was easy going up.
You get 500 yards from the top, and you start seeing all the corpses of the people that A, couldn't make it to the top, and B, nobody had the strength to help down. You just walk by the dying guy, sorry, a little out of breath.
It's funny that they're always like, oh, you can't bring him down. It's just, it's too much. You gotta, it's like,
you gotta save yourself.
Somebody could probably go over there and bring some of them corpses down.
It's like, I'm a little winded, sorry.
Let's get a helicopter or something.
And they name them. That one's called Green Boots and blah, blah. It's like morbid as hell, man.
How do they not know their real name?
They do, but they just like using the nicknames, I guess. One of them's called Jump Jimmy or whatever that guy's name is.
They're now just landmarks on the mountain.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And every now and then it's like the sun hits the mountain at a certain angle. It hasn't in a few years, and it gets warm, and it unearths the bastard from 1919 that fell that they never found. Yeah, it's great up there. But that submarine, Jesus God. Let's take a carbon fiber tube. Let's epoxy the ends on it. Oh, that sounds like it'll work. Let's get some model glue out.
Well, it worked before.
It did.
They went down successfully 4 times before that, right?
I think this was their third.
Everybody's ignoring the part where they did it. It's pretty impressive that it ever worked.
That's because those things have what they call an operational lifespan, and that thing shouldn't have gone down more than once. So,
still pretty good though. I couldn't do that. I couldn't build one that went down even one time. I bet
I couldn't, and I think largely because
actually, you know what? I bet I could.
It's stupid as shit. That's why I can't.
I think I could do it, but I wouldn't go in it. I'd send some others.
I wouldn't.
I'd send some retard fucking billionaire.
I'd start by sending someone's pet that I don't like, and then go from there.
Why would you hate a pet that much?
Because that's just in keeping with our country's.
Evil, man,
that's in keeping with our country's deep commitment to sending animals into space and other places, so that humans don't get
Leica style.
Humans don't get killed the first time out.
You're doing a ham. You're going ham on that submarine.
What's that?
That's the chimp they sent to space.
Oh, ham. Yeah, they sent a dog. They made the Russians sent a dog.
Russia. That's Leica.
Yeah. So, but
yeah, no, I know about space animals.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about. So, they should have sent Coco up there.
The gorilla?
Coco could talk.
Coco met Robin Williams.
Coco can talk to people.
Me and Coco have that in common. We both met Robin Williams, and he
strangely enough, the gorilla pantomimed masturbating to Robin Williams. That's where he learned it.
Yeah, that's where he learned it from. But no, he did.
And he passed it along to you.
He showed Coco how to how to do an impression of a hot dog.
What celebrity will you pass it on to?
Tom Gulley.
No. I'm not a celebrity. You guys
right now, Tom. I'm doing it.
You guys have said as much. You guys have already said I'm not a celebrity.
Let me think. Who's the most famous person I've cummed on?
Kevin Spacey.
Unfortunately, I was the bottom in that situation.
That's too bad.
Nobody tops the space.
Isn't it amazing he's still not in jail and still not making movies?
No, none of them are. How is Steven Spielberg a free man?
What about...
he raped Heather O'Rourke in the ass till she bled to death.
That
on the set of Jeopardy.
What's that... Somewhat around the same time as Norm Macdonald, or probably a month or two or whatever after it, Tom Sizemore died. And people are like, wow, we didn't see that coming. I'm like, could you not see that coming?
I didn't even realize he had died then. I just assumed he'd been dead the whole time.
No, it's kind of the same thing I thought. And people were, expressing disbelief. And I'm like, man, that guy makes Charlie Sheen look like a monk.
But did you know that about Steven Spielberg, that he butt-fucked that girl from Poltergeist?
All I know is you're saying that, and I don't believe that.
You never heard of that?
No.
They say he did it on the set of Jeopardy.
Yeah, which makes it even more unbelievable.
Oh, no. That the set of Jeopardy is on the production lot where they did Poltergeist. It's on the Paramount lot.
But it's just so rando.
No, you know who
Pat
accuses him?
Huh?
Has a Wheel of Fortune. You know who accuses him of that, though, is Crispin Glover.
But Spacey is weird to me because he's one of these guys that's never been charged. And like even Mel Gibson, they let Mel Gibson start making money. I mean, making movies again, even after all his nonsense.
Who let him? You mean the Jews? That's sort of an anti-Semitic
people in Hollywood. I think if you recall what he said, wouldn't have been the Jews.
You remember what Brando said, right?
I do.
He said that Jews control Hollywood.
Yes,
and then,
a lot of people have said that, though.
In order to prove they don't, they stopped him from making movies.
Well, did they?
And then what he did was he apologized to him, and then the rabbis let him make a movie again.
Oh, okay. Well,
they welcomed him back. That's true. There's video of it.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Just saying.
But no, Crispin Glover is the one who accuses Steven Spielberg.
I'm kind of done with the Steven Spielberg story, really.
Do you know who Crispin Glover is?
Yeah, I know who he is. Come on, Letterman. Come on, man.
Oh, right. Yeah. So, what was that movie he was promoting when no one knew it?
When he came on Letterman and just freaked out and started throwing karate kicks and stuff. I don't remember. It wasn't the first Charlie's Angels, wasn't it?
No. That was a decade before. It was what's the name of that character? Fuck, I can't remember now. But anyway, yeah, I saw Crispin Glover in real life. I saw him do a performance, and then I watched his movie What Is It? But he also has this essay, I guess. I don't know what you would call it. It's this odd thing he wrote. It's also called What Is It? It's hard to call it an essay because every line ends in a question mark. But a couple of the lines are about Spielberg and his proclivities. And he would know because he certainly knows the man.
River's Edge.
But what was the character's name? He was like in character. He was like I can't remember now. Anyway, so he's the one who says that Spielberg is.
He's got a real interesting story about what happened to him with Back to the Future and his thing with Zemeckis.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, it's like more people should know about it because they really fucked him over.
Yeah. Well, he won that lawsuit.
Yeah, he did. He won it big time. And nobody said a boo about that. I mean, it was just like, and now with all the AI stuff, it's a good
That's
thing.
why I believe him, though, because it's not like he won the lawsuit, so it's not like he really still have a bone to pick.
No.
So why say that stuff about Spielberg?
Well, I don't know, but that story has absolutely no.
What do you mean? What if that's true, though?
Well, what if?
It's a pretty big deal for a guy like that well known to accuse.
You could what if anything. I'm not going to find out the real answer. Neither are you.
What is it?
Don't know. Don't care.
It's pretty. You got to see the movie though, Tom. Please watch Crispin Glover's What Is It?
See if I can get that into the rotation.
I'm sure it's on YouTube or something. It is. You're gonna love it. It's right up your alley.
Yeah. Okay, if you say so.
Please watch it. It's so good.
It's
not. It's like a little short film.
What's the punchline here?
There's not a punchline. It's a real thing. I encourage anyone to go see it. I saw it with him live. He did a one-man show thing, and then he showed the movie. It was excellent. He had he makes these little books where he takes old books about how to kill rats and stuff, and then like reorders the.
Is it the quote adventures of a young man whose principal interests are snails, salt, a pipe, and how to get home, and he's tormented by a hubristic, racist inner psyche?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can't wait to not watch that movie.
Oh, come on, watch it. What's gonna hurt? It's like, what is it, 20 minutes long or something?
Dude, I went to film school. I don't watch.
But this is like, imagine if something good was produced at a film school. That's what this is. It's what every guy in film school is trying to make.
You didn't like Dark Star?
What's Dark? I don't know what that is.
You didn't like THX 1138?
Well, that's George Lucas is a genius. That's obviously different.
Student film.
True. Well, no,
the
original version's a student film. The theatrical version's not. Started as a student film.
Well,
the original.
It's good.
The original one is barely more.
You said they don't produce good things. It's good.
No, the student film version's barely more than just an exercise in editing. Like it's him copying those.
Good enough to get the big one made.
They were doing anything back then. Those guys.
15 minutes.
those cocaine cowboys.
So there's two. I could start name. There's been a lot of, but I will admit that 99% of stuff that comes out of film schools is pure crap.
What is Dark Star? I don't know what that is.
It's a seminal science fiction film.
By who?
1974. Let's see. It was directed and produced by what's the guy's name? Oh yeah, John Carpenter.
Dark. I don't. That's weird. I've never heard of that. I feel like
it was co-written with Dan O'Bannon. Dan O'Bannon is a major.
Who wrote Alien? I know.
So.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, that's the. Yeah, that was sort of the precursor. Okay. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
So there's others, but you're right. 99% are just awful.
And it's no wonder those came out around the same time. That was where we were.
That was at a time.
That was the last time that film schools could produce anything that wasn't a film school film.
It was also the last time when you could get a bunch of college kids with a 16mm camera and have a film that would get distributed into theaters. If you have a film that has mediocre production quality now, they would never distribute it.
Yeah, I mean, they put Debbie Does Dallas in the theater.
Even an awful movie that's made today has super good lighting and exposure and all that.
There were pornos in the regular movie theaters back then, though. So
fully aware of that. Yeah, but they would. They'd do that back then. They won't do it now. What?
Which one's your favorite?
What is my favorite?
Porno.
I don't have a favorite porno.
Oh, come on. There's got to be something. What are you cranking it to?
If you've done the research you say you have, then I used to write for Larry Flint.
Yeah, I do know that.
And you probably know I used to review some entertainment.
Okay, what's your favorite?
Once you get inundated like that, you don't have a favorite anymore.
You gonna tell me you're never cranking it to a video?
It's not what you asked. That's not what you asked me.
All right, I'm asking you.
You said, do you have a favorite? What's your favorite?
All right, what's your favorite type of porno? What's your category?
I think I have a category.
You into busty Latinas? You into foot stuff? You into barely legal? Are you into squirt? Are you into Asian? Are you into blacked? Are you into gaping? Are you into guy girl?
Sorry, I'm just waiting for you to exhaust your knowledge of this topic so that everybody knows where your head's at.
I can do this for a while.
And so you don't have to. I don't really watch that.
Are you into?
To be honest, I don't watch it.
You crank it to your imagination.
I have real girls in my life. So I don't need to watch that stuff.
Don't try to that I get pussy shit with me. No, you don't. Come on. I'm your friend. Come on.
You can believe anything you want.
Okay.
I'm not going to try to convince you of anything.
Even if you were getting pussy fairly regularly, you're still cranking it. Come on.
Yeah, right.
You telling me?
How old am I again?
You get nudes.
How many years have I been on the planet again?
You get bitches sending you nudes.
I'm not 20 years old anymore. Might have had a different answer for you back then, but now.
You ever get a tit pic from Lynette?
No.
Okay.
Please.
Come on. What are you jacking off to?
Matter of fact, I got to call her.
What are you jack off to? That Julie Newmar photo?
No.
Come on. Something inside of you. What do you got? A Farrah Fawcett poster? What's going on?
No, but I remember when everybody did. No, I just don't do it anymore. I got things to do. I got a regular
lady ever
thing. Pardon me?
Who's the hottest lady ever?
Man, that's a good question. It's just, there's too many. It's like, what's the best movie ever?
Yeah, but come on, there's somebody. There's at least a name that popped up in your
No, there's a lot of names.
All right, name one.
Raquel Welch just died. She was good looking.
You like her dead?
No, she was good looking.
Oh, okay. What, right before she died?
No, probably not. I don't think they took photos of that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough, Raquel. Well,
I'm sure she would have.
Are there any more modern ladies that maybe tweak your nipple?
I like that Haley Atwell.
Okay, yeah, I know who that is.
Agent Carter.
Are you into that Marvel stuff?
I do like the Marvel stuff, yeah. That's not why I like her, but I was a big Marvel fan as a kid, and it was just nice when they got the CGI, because then, all the superheroes looked like they really should, rather than the 80s versions I got with, guy in a leotard climbing the side of a building. Looks like crappy Spider-Man.
Were you ever in the Mary Marvel, what was it called?
No, I was in FOOM.
Marching Society?
No, I was in FOOM. FOOM. FOOM.
Did you ever write into the bullpen?
No, I didn't. I dreamed of writing.
Enough said.
Oh God, I just so wanted to be in the bullpen, but no. FOOM is Friends of Old Marvel. I was in that.
I've got FOMO for FOOM.
Okay.
Fear of missing out.
Yes, I know what FOMO is.
Okay, I think you sounded lost. I don't know.
I know what that is.
Who's the hottest black lady?
Halle Berry.
Oof, you picked a half black. I don't know. That's half measure. That's a half measure.
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't really matter.
Half measure. Sorry.
Beyonce, pretty good looking.
She wears white lady hair. I'm gonna allow it, but there's definitely a flag.
I don't know if you can confine any woman's hair to one look. I'm sure she wears a lot of different hairstyles.
I mean, she literally wears the hair of a white, literally.
Well, a lot of people get those weaves that are made with other people's real hair, whether they're Indian or Chinese or wherever they're from.
She never has natural hair, so it's a criticism of her from the black.
You're right. She's hideous. Like, how could you be with her?
I'm just saying that.
You're just bringing up something that
I think black women
I could not care less about.
Criticize her for sort of leaning into white beauty standards. That's all.
So?
When I ask you who's the hottest black lady, I do find it interesting that you choose a half black lady or a lady who leans into white beauty standards. I'm saying,
Well, I didn't know either one of those things, and you didn't ask me to judge them on the basis of their race or lack of race. You said who's the hottest, and I told you who the hottest was.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, listen, you're not wrong. It's your opinion, but
I know.
Me personally, if I got asked,
it just gets a little tiring. It just gets a little tiring. Everything you ask me a question, and I tell you the answer. And then you have to go on a long diatribe about.
That's what you do. This is a show.
No, I don't do that.
I'm just saying, if I got asked who's the hottest black lady, I would probably, I would maybe choose like sort of an Afro natural African.
Who?
Huh?
Who?
Who? What?
Name a person.
Name any person.
Stop it.
What do you?
You said if you were going to choose one, and you started to describe them. I don't want you to describe one. I want you to pick one, like I did.
Pick what?
Who you think the hottest black woman is?
Oh, I think black women are ugly and gross. I don't know.
That doesn't mean you can't pick the one that's the hottest.
Oh, just
even if she's butt ugly, there's a hottest one. Even if she's hideous, there's just one that's hotter than the rest.
You're right. I would have to pick
Monique,
Erykah Badu.
Oh.
No, I don't even know what she looks like. I'd have to pick Oprah because I'm attracted to power.
Okay.
No, who's that? I would have to pick Lupita Nyong'o.
Yeah.
She's in Marvel. You know who that is?
I do.
She's in the Black Panther.
Right.
Did you see the Black Panther 2?
I haven't seen that yet.
That's a weird one, man. Because they make blacks and Mexicans fight, and it's a very
Erykah Badu has been with a lot of dudes, man. And she's got that disease where she can't date somebody that's not famous. I don't understand that. Once you become famous, you should want to date somebody that's not famous.
I think that's most of it. Well, I feel like
it is. It's weird. She's been with Andre 3000, Common, the DOC, Jay Electronica. Huh?
Damn. She got a train runner.
Yeah.
Man, she must be I might have been right when I said her then. All those guys are tapping that.
Yeah.
All right, I might have picked correctly then.
Yeah, she's been around. But
you're saying she's for the streets.
No, I'm just saying she's dated lots of famous rappers. Matt Damon married some just everyday gal. Not famous at all. I don't remember what.
He's just a regular guy from Boston. I'm from Boston.
Well, I'm just saying he didn't feel the need. Like Jennifer Lopez. It's like, did you not ever date? I'm not talking about, some billionaire real estate guy that nobody knows who he is or whatever. There's no people on earth worth dating.
In fairness, she married Matt Damon's friend. So
she did. That's what I'm saying. It's
there
differentiating there.
Same thing, basically. I feel like though, if you're a famous person, then the people you end up knowing are famous.
Sometimes, but most of the people aren't. When you're on a film set, most of the people there aren't famous.
Well, yeah, but you don't want to date the hell.
No, a lot of the ones that have started dating a normal person have started dating like a assistant director or key grip or Drew Barrymore did that.
Yeah, okay, but then
I just think if you married somebody famous, it's like,
usually
where are you going to be the next 3 months and blah blah blah. And
but usually if you're one of those people, you're not even allowed to talk to the talent.
Not anymore. It depends on the talent, but now the sets are all, everybody's a person and.
No, that's not true. Because
there's some of them, but.
I was in the TV and the movies not that long ago.
Yeah.
And nobody. It's two different worlds. Nobody's talking to unless you're like that person's handler or maybe the makeup girl or whatever.
I was in a movie and there's a lot of famous people in it and they were just talking to everybody.
Sometimes they're nice and they'll do that, but that's
the whole set, the whole cast, everybody. It was a Dub Taylor, Mariel Hemingway, Claude Akins, John Cougar Mellencamp.
All the stars are here.
Yeah, well, but I've been on plenty. I used to write for Film Threat.
But that's if they can choose. I was on.
But there are some that are like Howard Stern. Nobody gets to see me or talk to me, and I live that way. But I think the sets.
Imagine what it would be like if it was like they just were open to everybody like that. That would.
Well, those guys go off by themselves when they aren't shooting and stuff. They have privacy, but.
Yeah, they've got a trailer, but
it's not like it was back in the 90s where you super couldn't talk to anybody.
I was on the set and Ray Romano was on there.
Uh-huh.
He was real nice and talked to everybody, but that was that was his choice. It was understood.
Yeah.
You
no,
can't bother
definitely. It's
he
always
can bother you.
It's always their choice. And I was on a movie with Dennis Hopper and Gene Hackman. And some other people, and what's her name? Is the Barbara Hershey, and Sheb Wooley, and pardon me.
No,
it's a movie's Hoosiers, and Hopper and Hackman. It's like they were at a picnic. They talked to anybody. They were sitting around having a ball.
Did you end up dating them?
I worked on 8 Men Out. You couldn't talk to any of those guys. And it wasn't because of them, because years later I hung out with John Cusack at the Colts game, and ran around with him for that evening, and he was nice as could be. And I told him, I worked with him. He goes, would like to talk to you then. And he goes, why didn't you? I said, man, they wouldn't let us. And he was like, man, I don't know why they do that. But they did it.
Yeah, when they're like, yeah, those guys are mean for not, they're lying when they say shit like that. Like, oh yeah, it's the director who won't let you guys, like, I want to hang out with you. They're like, that's like when a girl's like, I would absolutely go on a date with you, but I have a boyfriend.
Well, but this was the only set I'd been on where everybody had the lockdown talk. It wasn't just because there's always a few that'll say screw that, and one that way.
You know that Dave Bautista guy?
Yeah.
He's in the Marvel.
Yeah.
He's nice. He talked to people. He was like basically the only real star in this one movie, and he was friendly to everybody. But it was a real small production. So.
You know Tony Perkins from Psycho?
Yeah.
I did a commercial with him once. I've never met a more miserable person in my life.
He probably said the same thing, though.
He was miserable, and he wanted everybody else to be miserable. And within a half an hour, everybody on the set wanted to murder him. He was such an asshole.
Oh. So Janet Leigh kind of had it coming then, because
damn right she did. So did Mom. But the thing that I don't know, man. I thought I was going to have a problem with Shatner. It was